trusting deceit, yeah. And in our shallow pursuit of truth, we lost ourselves. Yeah. May the storms gather, may the centers run. Those that will die will still remember.
I was born in Melbourne. I was raised in Canada for the most part. I got into League of Legends because some of my friends that were playing an MMORPG called Aeon wanted to play League of Legends at the time, so I just joined them on it. And when I started watching Hotshot GG, I watched him for like a year straight, and watching him made me really excited for the pro scene. And after that, I wanted to be a part of it. So I climbed as high as I could for the ladder, and around 2011, I had 2 offers, one to play in Australia and one to play in Canada. My pro player career started really great with me, Rusty, Estonia, Jindenwo, and Dale Never Fails. We went to Korea together, and that was really fun. We did that through WCG, and we won the Australian qualifiers. After that, it was a bit of up and down, but mostly down. While I felt that I was a good player individually, I wasn't the teammate that all my teammates needed. I was a very negative player, I was a very negative teammate. I made atmospheres worse than they would have been without me, and a lot of teams, while I could have improved a lot of teams and I could have been on a really good team, I hindered myself a lot in my first several years of playing. For me, coaching was kind of the next step. I was spending a lot of time as a player trying to tell people what they should do, both in the game and out of the game. And as a player, I was always disappointed with a lot of the coaches in Oceania. I always felt that despite my attempts of trying to get one for my teams whenever I had a team or made a team, it was always hard to find someone that anyone was happy with. And I decided I could just be that person. So that was the main reason that I started to do it, because I felt that there was a gap there, and it was a gap that I would be pretty good at filling.
Oh, hey.
High quality.
I'm Denian. It's my legacy.
Wait, what?
This is my 3rd split of coaching. Overall, I'm really happy with what I've been doing so far. And I think I made a lot of progress both on a personal level and how I am as a person, but also how I am as a coach. This is always a lot for me to learn. It's completely different game that I'm trying to figure out in regards to coaching.
Hi.
How are you? How are you?
I didn't know what to say, so I have to say hi.
Howdy, how are you?
Howdy.
Oh!
Oh!
Get swept, get swept, get swept!
Oh.
Swept.
Right.
Hold there.
There's a 3-man everything.
Oh my god.
Not really. I can't deal with you. Come on, Chaz, you're like the king of egos.
Let's go games.
Alright boys, good luck. Make sure you're focused on stage. If you have a pink, please put it down on the ground. Make sure that you open up mid lane for Jesse this game. I think that's really important. Let's speed doubles again. Yeah? Take us on 3. 1, 2, 3! Let's
What I always wanted to do as a coach was be able to do like cheesy shit and just throw the other team off balance and like prepare an entire week for a specific strategy. Even now, the only teams I've ever had are teams that need to learn the basics first. So the first step is always learn the basics, get to a good understanding of the game, and then you can start dedicating time towards strictly winning games.
Kaiser's dead! End mid. Yeah, we can go mid. Don't change your Zion.
Just end the game. I'm gonna rise port. Okay, go for it. I'll kill that tower. Just ignore him.
We have to keep ignoring. We have to keep going. Just full commit.
End.
Let's go!
Let's go!
So hard. Nice.
It's crazy, dude.
What?
No, that's dope.
That's crazy. Show those.
Show them.
Chaz, can you stop snaking what you do?
Sorry, bro.
Danian's been super helpful with the transition from AD carry to support just because he's done it before. So he can offer me like tips or like useful advice that I feel like not many other people would be able to. So he's got a unique perspective on it, which really helps.
Danian knows what he wants, and that's definitely helped us move into a direction that all 5 of us, including him, are on the same page.
I don't think I'm really here to stop them from making mistakes. I think a big thing of what I'm here for is teaching them the right things to do. And mistakes are always going to happen, and I don't want them to feel bad about it, because I think that's when you start getting to the games where you do a mistake and you don't come back. I think they've been doing really well despite the situations they got themselves into. And I think part of that is because they're not afraid that if they do make a mistake, that the game's going to be over. They're thinking, we think this is the right thing, let's just do this. And if it doesn't pan out, they'll try another thing. I always had coaches or players tell me, oh, you should do this because a professional team somewhere else did it. I didn't like that. The best players and the best teams always focus on how they can get the most out of themselves. So as a coach, it is my job and my philosophy to try to accentuate the players that you already have in the strengths that they already have. It takes a lot of getting to know them and working around their weaknesses, but I think that's a lot more impactful than trying to have them adapt to a play style that isn't theirs. My style as a coach, I think I'm changing it as time goes on, as I'm figuring out how to do it best, but it's very much about player-driven philosophy and player-driven ideology. If they're not happy about what's happening, then I feel like they're just going to play worse and do worse. My name is James Denian Goddard, and this is my legacy.
This is full-time. Like, no matter what you want to do with it, if you want to be really, really good, it's full-time. You don't have to be playing full-time, but you're always thinking about the game. Like, I wake up and I'm showering, thinking about League of Legends. I'm eating, thinking about League of Legends. Having a coffee, thinking about League of Legends. No matter what I'm doing, it's always like, how can I maximize like what I learned today? And yeah, I think if everyone is in that mindset, it's like a very, very helpful one. Once you get to like a higher sort of ELO rating, as like an amateur player, you kind of get there from being good at clicking buttons or decent at clicking buttons. And once you start popping into games with pros that you've been watching, like from OPL, like for me it was Swiffer and Spooks. So yeah, I used to watch them and be like, wow, imagine if I got to play with them one day, and obviously here I am now. The first thing I sort of wanted to find out was like, was this something I wanted to do? In the sense that like I asked them about the lifestyle. Was it something, could I play games 24 hours a day? I didn't know if it was something I could do. Obviously it's not like that, and then after that, it was just kind of looking for any sort of like competitions I could join up to. I ended up talking to a few teams about being a sub. A few people have been like really sort of surprised, I guess, with like a rookie with a decent work ethic. And yeah, I think people were quite excited to at least like see me progress, whether they wanted to be involved with it or not. And then obviously I got picked up to play on Sin. I probably wasn't ready in hindsight to be in that full-time lifestyle, like emotional maturity and just all that stuff combined is really, really tough, but yeah. There's another stepping stone to back to OCS and now here.
What are your takes on Dream? Young man, took himself to Korea. You said he also hung out in your house a little bit?
Yep, he was close friends with Lost. This is a guy who is desperate to get better. He came to our house, he stayed with us for a little bit just to work with Lost and hopefully improve. Sent himself to Korea, like I said, on his own dime, trying to improve. He spent a lot of time at the Chief House as well, training with them. This is a guy who has a fantastic attitude towards improvement, and I think eventually he will make something of himself.
And I think that he's also got better. I mean, we saw against teams like Order, he was able to buffer those jumps. He's playing on the knife's edge. He's trying to take that step. And I certainly think for a young man, 17 years of age, he's got leadership quality, which you don't see in every player. Makes me excited for him.
Yeah, I really wanted to go to Korea for a while, probably from about like year 10. And I tried to get a job, which I ended up getting. I'd seen a few documentaries on esports, specifically League of Legends in Korea. And just looking at like the internet cafes and just the way that they trained and lived was like really foreign to me. Definitely not the same grindy culture that I'm now sort of semi-immersed in. And yeah, no, I thought if I just threw myself there and improved enough in like the high intensity environment, then like people would have to start taking notice. Like a kid that isn't, you know, well sort of known in the community, just goes to Korea and does decently or does alright, like, you know, people start turning heads eventually. So probably the most important things, like characteristics and attributes of like a person that wants to chase it. Regardless of skill level, I think being able to think very critically and be open-minded is like probably the hardest part. Because a lot of the times you will think you're correct, and you could be, but again, like I said, there's so many correct ways to play the game that you need to understand where other people are coming from and always like be able to consider and change your mind depending on what, you know, what's best for you and your team. I think like resilience, I guess. I mean, it sounds very, very cliche, and probably a lot of the things that most sort of work fields would say, oh, this is important. But I think it's very, very important in esports especially and League of Legends, because yeah, there's gonna be times where like you're gonna lose a lot of games in a row, and you're gonna lose games that you shouldn't lose. And you're gonna be practicing like as hard as you can. Like you're gonna be working really, really hard, and things aren't gonna be going your way. And unfortunately, you can't just say, oh, okay, this sucks. Like I'm just gonna go home now and chill. When you're playing on a team with 4 other players that are, you know, committed to developing with you, it's like you really have to trust each other in and out of game. You know, if someone makes a call in game to do something, you have to like really, really commit to it. Because if you don't, and it happens on game day, it's like, it's hard to have the best possible outcome for the call. Even though it could be incorrect, there are so many correct ways to play League of Legends that, you know, you just have to all be on the same page and really hope for the best. I think that's something I've struggled on from not really like trusting people, I guess, in solo queue to make the correct play, and then seeing something that I might see in solo queue, but they might know something that I might not. My favorite memory from pursuing League would probably be like both Korean boot camps that I've been on, because I think it brought out like the worst and the best in me. I think when I was there recently for 3 months, and 2 of those months I was by myself in like a super small place, like just playing on a desk, like non-stop. Like it was pretty bad. I learned a lot of things like about myself and like the way that I need to like think and act to get better and better and better. But then once I ended up joining Order, it was 2 months of like awful. It was really, really hard, and then, you know, I moved to a hotel, which is obviously a huge, huge step up, and then, you know, hang out with all my new teammates, and it was really, really good. You know, being in that high stress environment with other people that you can joke around with and stuff. I think that was the most rewarding for sure. I think I definitely had like thoughts of like, oh, like this is what all my friends are doing. I sort of see them all at, you know, uni parties or whatever, or most of them. And I'm like, oh, you know, that could have been me. But at the same time, it's like, if I want to go back and study, like I can. If I want to, in 20 years, go, oh, I should have, you know, chased this because it was something I was really passionate about, like I can't do that in 20 years. So I'm just taking the 100% option, just chasing it all out of the time, and we'll sort whatever happens out after that.
Shut down! Lloyd's alive, he's burning up! Claire, that was beautiful!
They needed a miracle, he gave them everything and more.
And that's the double kill for the bait! Baby, they clean up!
Welcome to Summoner Chris.
He goes gold, the Baron getting low, stolen away again. Oh, what a flash there from Giraffe. Aatrox finds one, pops the world ender, a triple kill. The Nexus is under fire, and everybody falls.
Amazing play right there, and there we have it. These high school students from Melbourne have just dominated.
And for the high school League of Legends AUNZ Championship will be Rangitoto College from New Zealand.
Oh, welcome to day 2 of week 7, split 1 of the 2019 OPL. I'm Nick Boy Richardson. I am very happy to be here, and I am joined by my 2 best friends on the couch, who are on the couch right now. It is Ejim and Spawn.
I got spawned.
You did.
Yay.
You got spawned. I mean, I can't control what comes out of my mouth, which is
Yeah.
very clear. And you got Egypt, yeah.
Mixing
You're
it
normally
up.
Bryce.
I feel like a select few people, like around us, call me Ejim, but you definitely call me Bryce. But that's all right. Look, cool.
Who calls you Ejim?
Richard Chow, producer.
Oh, does he?
Yeah, he calls me Ejim.
And your mum?
No.
All right.
Ironically, it has happened.
It
When
has?
she's like, when she's talking shit, she's like, yeah, called me Ejim before.
Because your dad texts you about League of Legends.
Yeah, my dad probably played I watch a lot more League of Legends than I play nowadays.
Yep.
He genuinely plays more than I do.
Really?
I'm impressed.
How
He's
have you
watching
taken
right
this
now, I
transition
assume.
to being a watcher?
He's a grinder. Look, playing is a lot more fun than watching.
Isn't it though?
Yeah, it is.
So much more enjoyable.
Yeah,
and then
it
because
is.
you have limited time to play,
Yeah, your games mean so much more.
or you just play like what you really want to play. Like if you only have 2 games and you're like, I want to get a random support in, like
Bard.
I want a Bard game. Even if you need the Alistar or the Galio, you're still playing the Bard game. You turn into your worst nightmare, me.
Yeah. I mean, you're all of our worst nightmare. Bryce's dad, if you're watching, let us know what you're playing tonight. Also, happy Mardi Gras weekend to everybody.
Hey.
It's on in Sydney. Therefore, the traffic is a nightmare getting here and out.
Well,
So
they
we're trapped
actually
here
give you
for the evening.
notifications.
They do.
So, like, heads up to all the smartphones out there because I woke up to like 3 notifications. Like, this is what your day's going to look like.
What did
And I
you
was
used
like,
to have?
I used to have a very, very good Samsung Galaxy.
And now you've got a Google phone, and it's like,
it's
oh, it's so
and
great.
How did you get that phone?
Oh,
Very
yeah,
nice.
no worries, bud.
Yeah.
Yeah, charity case. Bryce gave it to me.
Look,
I'll call it out.
Jake simultaneously is getting handouts from friends, but then calls people that take the train the great unwashed. And it's just like his whole world is crumbling
I
down
am in some
upon him.
difficult financial times. I just bought a house. Like,
true.
the
Oh, we
baby
flexed,
boomers
alright.
have really made it difficult to buy houses and still have leftover money.
That's very true. Bryce's dad, you're a monster. All right, it is time to get on with the evening. Before we do, though, a reminder that if you want to do competitive League of Legends in something more than solo queue, but something less than the OPL, we have a happy middle ground for you. And it's called the High School League and the Uni League Club.
Yeah.
Uni League?
And if you're like
Uni
45,
club?
just
Uni
go
games?
back to high
Uni
school.
games? Just go back to high school. Yeah, you've all seen, Bryce, you've definitely seen Never Been Kissed.
No.
All right, so let me break, because here's the thing. Bryce doesn't watch movies, and I assume most of you out there, 17 years old, except for Bryce's dad, you don't know what I'm talking about anyway. Never Been Kissed, Drew Barrymore. She's a journalist. She goes back to high school to see what it's like being a high school student. She's like 29, and then pretends to be 18.
Yeah,
and
okay.
then, and then
Real
she,
casually.
Yeah,
That's really normal.
I mean, it's a pretty bad movie. I don't know why I
like
brought it
21 Jump Street. That's like pretty much
Yeah.
the exact same.
I mean,
Except they were cops.
Any movie, film, TV show that's like high school, like every single person is 25 and up.
That's true.
And it's just like, they dress real nice, but that's just not the case.
And this one just wasn't pretending about, all right, everyone, go watch Never Been Kissed. But before you do, we have a game or 2 tonight.
Or 4.
Or 4. What? Oh my God. We're going to be here all evening. Let's take a look at the games on the list for the evening. First up, we have a graphic that will appear here.
It's Gravitas versus Bombers.
What else you got?
Order versus
Direwolves.
There you go. Order versus Direwolves. Game number 3. Avant versus Mammoth. And we round out the evening, Legacy versus Chiefs.
OPL Classico.
It's
Game
back.
number 4. Yeah.
It's like, it only feels like it was 2-3 weeks ago.
Yeah.
Did we have the last one?
We have Chiefs in back-to-back weeks. I think we played them yesterday and we play them next week again. Like, it really is a crazy schedule, and I think, like, as an overall, today's really important because we actually will have a team that goes winless in the second round robin. Both Order and Direwolves are yet to win a game in the second round robin. There are only 7 games. They're both 0-6. They are playing each other. One of them must win because neither of these teams look like they can destroy a Nexus. But I guarantee you it's going to happen today in game number 2.
Yeah.
So really, I would call it right now. Like, if Order doesn't win this game, their season's over. Like, I don't know how you recover from going 0-7 in the second round robin.
And the thing is, it's a situation where it always feels like Order have the potential to totally take it. You know, there are other teams, like with Legacy, I could see the building strategy. With Direwolves, I could see the building strategy. With Order, it feels like the strategy was there, and I'm always like, oh, you guys have got it. And then you know, the last run, haven't quite got it.
Their mid game is just terrible.
Yeah.
Like when you look at Order's early game, I would say it's actually one of the more solid early games. You know, they're very good at splitting the map. They have been picking up solo kills or duo kills in the bottom lane at the moment. And then yesterday, like Swiffer got killed in the mid lane, and that was a disaster. But it was a dragon fight. where Order just went for, this 13-minute dragon fight again, and like all fell apart. And I think that actually Direwolves are one of the teams that have a pretty good mid-game. They definitely play like really linear towards their game plan, and I think that provides a lot of structure to them. So there's a potential for a massive upset today.
Yeah, because I think to liken this conversation to the first game of the day, Gravitas are similar in that respect, where you have seen very good pieces and very bad pieces. On the flip side of the coin, Bombers are looking they're almost undefeated, right? They've lost a single game, but they have potentially the most consistency.
Yep.
It's very easy to win games when you're ahead all the time, and they do get themselves in that position. But across the board, they are just very consistent, whether it's early, mid, late. Across the board, just very good.
What I will say though is there's a couple of players on Gravitas that I really want to call out that try and hold the glue together very well, and I think it is going to be Decoy as well as Praelus. I think that the games that have started to fall apart in the mid game, because I think Gravitas and Order are very similar. They have very good early games as well, but they kind of peg it back and they'll get Harry a kill just against the flow of play, or they'll set up some good vision line, and that kind of shores up their mid-game faults. And then once they do get to the latter stages of the 30-minute mark where Baron is a real option, then their game plan does start to come back online. So I think they're using their tools a little bit better to deal with the deficiencies in their game plan. It's just whether they can do that against a lineup like the Bombers.
All right, well, we're going to see that in the first game. Let's see who we tipped for this series as well. There it is. There it is.
That is the boringest day of tips ever.
I mean, again, we've spoken about this. The spicy tips, it's a failure. It's no longer spicy. But you don't tip. Maybe we should tip to lose. That would make things more interesting. Would it? No, it would just be the exact opposite. No, it would just flip. All right, so again, it all hinges on two games.
The point is we all have similar opinions, so even if we tip to lose, then we're going to be losing the same degree that we're all winning together.
Okay, well, how about next week?
No, but the thing is, we're just all too short-sighted. So what we need is now we need an ultimate punishment at the end. So the people that are behind need to start taking riskier tips to catch up.
Yeah.
Because we're doing this to avoid a lemon.
Yeah.
But if at the end of the day, we have to, I don't know, put
the lemon in the other end.
Potentially, then all of a sudden I'm going to start taking some risks because I'm currently 2 points off the leaderboard and I'll eat a lemon any day, but the other end is not so promising.
You freak.
What? I'm just saying that's something that none of us want to do.
Oh my
goodness. I've totally derailed my train of thought.
Back to the laptop.
With the spicy tips, I think we should start doing a fantasy league. That's what I think we should do. We should all pick players, put them together as some sort of super team. There's a scoring system that someone in the building will figure out. It's not me. And then we'll see who all wins at the end of the year.
You really like fantasy sports.
I love fantasy sports so much. It's, oh my God, it's half my life.
When Fantasy LCS first came out, once again, derailing the segment, I assume there is a game at some point that needs to start. But when Fantasy LCS first came out, it was a banger. They didn't improve it at all, but that first season was glorious.
I didn't partake.
Well, let's fix that for split number 2 this year. We're going to throw to the game now. A quick reminder, Pabu is our POV.
Top day.
It's top day.
Pabu!
We're going to follow top lane all evening. So if you go to our twitter.com/OPL, you can follow there. And also send in your questions because we're doing a round of
Nick Box.
Put lemons in my box. And send your questions into asknickboy@gmail.com. Sorry, Bryce's dad. And then we'll pick the best ones. We'll answer them in the last seg of the day. All right, it's time for game number 1. Let's throw it over to your desk with your lemon boys. Rusty, Pyro.
I don't feel very comfortable with these lemons on the desk anymore.
When life gives you lemons, put them in Nick's box.
That's exactly how it works. And we'll see how this game works as well, because it's Gravitas versus Bombers. Bombers are the de facto giants of the OPL right now. They have not lost a game since week 2.
Yep.
They're on track for a 7-0 in the second round robin here in Gravitas. They have been bouncing back. Yesterday, it was all the way to the end, though. That game was nearly lost, and then Pabu rejoins the team. They take the Baron fight, and they take out Legacy. And now they face the final boss once again.
We even heard from the interview with Raid. It's it took us 10 minutes to work out what we should be doing. Leaving Pabu in that side lane was a bit of a mistake from our end, and we understand that. But if they try and group today, if they try and bring Pabu into the fray to actually get the team fights, get the Barons, they're against Mimic, who has been playing the AP cannon, had the sick flank plays, has amazing teleports as well, good communication with the rest of his team. I wonder how they'll choose to draft this one out, Gravitas. And what do they have to contest a team like the Bombers, who, as you mentioned, are basically indomitable right now? They're unstoppable.
Yeah, I think that's the tricky part, is not only are Bombers such a solid team, but they've shown to do it on a variety of champions. You look at even the newest player, Balkan, has an absolute champion Ocean. I was interviewing yesterday Ryoma about him, and he just said, look, the guy can play anything. He can play absolutely every champion, so there's no point in banning him out. They're going to try Gravitas by banning at least one of the more terrifying Balkan champions. The Kha'Zix is off the board. Now Kindred is going to match. Let's see what Gravitas take first here. It's going to be an insta-lock on the Yasuo.
Yeah, the Yasuo is going to be locked away. Now, in a lot of other regions, you would expect things like the Jace to actually be seen here. It's been a replacement for Urgot more often than not. But that hasn't been seen in our little old region of Oceania anytime currently. Yasuo does seem to be gradually rising more and more in the pick ban priority. Has always been seen as a strong champion, but hasn't always been seen as a must-first pick type of champion. Usually you want to get the setup, get the draft there for it, and then lock the Yasuo in. But if you can play it in multiple positions, it's a big thing that you can take away from that, and that could be a supplementary pick instead of the Jace with the ability to flex.
That's true, and we've seen it flex into the AD carry position as well. You know, it's possible it ends up being in the top side, which would be great for the POV stream for sure, looking at Pabu into Mimic, but Mimic is also a very terrifying player. Can't wait to see what he grabs, but Bombers will start by rounding out their bottom lane. So good old Lucian Alistar combo.
Yeah, so one, they pick the Lucian. Strong AD carry champion outright, does a lot of work. The Q can go through the wind wall, so that's nice. Light does go through walls of wind. The Alistar is a takeaway from the Yasuo, however, to get rid of the bot lane Yasuo Alistar 2v2. So the Bombers half pick for themselves, half pick to deny from their opponents, and now we get to see where, of course, if this is locked in, the Yasuo may be going, and it's proof that it's not the bottom lane right now. And maybe you just go for something like the Ez Braum and play your weak side.
They might just do that. The extra knockup from the Braum would synergize with the Yasuo in the composition. I'm wondering if they don't want to go for a jungle choice here for Praelis, though, and pick up the Sejuani that's been known to combo well.
That's true. There are a bunch of options available for the jungle role. Things that can work with a Yasuo if it goes mid or top lane is the Gragas, the Lee Sin are two staple old-school picks. Guaranteed kills basically at level 6 with that combo. And of course, Galio. It's not going to be the Braum. It'll be the Galio this time around. Still a good pick into the Alistar. Though I would say Ali enjoys being able to headbutt you away when you try and taunt.
That's a fair point. See how Bombers end up responding to that with the bottom lanes all locked away. Where do they go next? Is it going to be mid or top pick? This is more flexibility from the Bombers side as the timer ticks down for them.
The hover of the Zed is a little bit comical, but at the same time, if there's ever a matchup you want to play into Yasuo, I personally like the Zed side of it.
That's a good old matchup.
Entirely a skill matchup.
It's fantastic. Ninja versus Samurai action. The Nocturne is banned away in the second round as it was hovered by Gravitas. Has been a fairly successful champion in the OPL this split when it's made an appearance. It's been frustrating defenses.
Big smirk on Praelis' face there as well. Maybe Nocturne wasn't something that was on the list for them as a champion.
Mind games, eh?
Or they're thinking towards the future, things they want to take away from the Bombers, and something funny just came up in comms. You never know. Jovial bunch with Juves behind them, no less.
It's true. Gravitas really have been a pretty interesting squad. It's a new esports organization that had come into the OPL, and just seeing them really develop and kind of sitting still around the middle of the pack at the moment. I think there's a lot of room for growth. Jarvan gets banned away now.
Yeah, Jarvan, one of the other knock-up champions, complementary to that of the Yasuo, of course. With the Galio already on the board, the Jarvan is banned more so to remove that combo, however. So that would have been like the Exodia comp for Gravitas secured. And once again, Bombers, it may just be a hover. Rek'Sai is also available, but the Lee Sin could be denied if they choose to, especially with the Evelynn gone and a whole host of junglers honestly removed from the board.
There are, but one thing I've known watching this man on the Bombers side of the jungle, Balkan, is just so good at just about everything. And with Rek'Sai back in vogue here on patch 9.4, they will let it run down to the wire, but end up picking Rek'Sai anyways.
Yeah, they pick up the Void Burrower. The Land Shark locked in here for Bombers. Now, Alistar will be something that helps a whole lot with their composition. Does give them some form of primary engage tool. Of course, it does need the flash or the Hex Flash to make that one happen. So that's where I'd expect to see Rogue go with his runes at the very least. Have that Hex Flash there. He's a playmaker. Rek'Sai is more that single target damage force. And Vladimir is the one who'll be similar to the Kennen that we've seen from Mimic in the past. Getting the big flash flanks off. And that's their teamfight sorted now, Bombers, in that regard. Lots of damage. We'll see how they round it out, because it may just be denial for from their opponents as that last pick.
Yeah, it's a lot of frontline here for Gravitas as they take the Scion. That should be the top matchup. Possible we do see it flex about a little bit, but still some time to decide. Last pick coming in here. We'll expect to see the Gravitas jungle, and since Sejuani made it through, makes perfect sense. that we'd add that one in, but it is a beefy front line with only a handful of damage dealers.
Yeah, it's a lot of tanks and a lot of reliance now on an Ezreal and a Yasuo to get damage done. If Mimic's champion is the one that's left, you could expect a tank that stacks armor. For Ryoma in the middle lane, never mind, he's going to go for the cannon route. Yeah, I was expecting that Ryoma may consider the Vladimir, depending on the matchups, of course, that he gets for himself. Mimic, of course, seeing a Scion, Bombers being on red side. Why would you not go for the free Kleptomancer user in the top lane? Just generate insane amounts of income and just hard win the team fights with a Cannon Vladimir combo. You place the Hema Plague down, amplifies magic damage. You amp the magic damage of a cannon that's going AP, just slicing it up. It doesn't matter if your tank's at that stage, because what can your carries do in that whole area of effect that is just being obliterated?
And this is a very Bombers composition. It's pretty much to a signature T what they like to do against enemy teams. Like you just described it, flanking around, getting into the back, and just deleting everyone before they can make it happen. Now, Gravitas are very tanky. They could possibly weather the storm, but the question remains, will they be able to protect the few carries that they do have? It looks like as the timer ticks down, we will have Harry rocking the Yasuo.
Probably just washed his hands with water.
Yes, he did. Well, I mean, what would he wash his hands with besides?
Well, I wouldn't go to a keyboard, wash my hands with water and then start the game, because you have wet fingers.
Well, maybe he shook him off a little bit. You didn't see?
He is a Taylor Swift fan. He'd be prone to shaking it off here and there.
Oh, I love it. Great job, Rusty. This is going to be an interesting game for sure. Definitely a bit of a David versus Goliath story, and to talk a little bit more about it, we are joined by Juves. Welcome to the desk.
Thanks for welcoming me. How are you?
Good, mate. Good. Well, I thought I was doing the interview. Wow. Very polite of you.
Yeah, I like to be polite. I like you guys, so I'll be polite.
Just happy to have Juves here.
Yeah,
it's always good. He's always a happy, jovial individual, and I think yesterday there was definitely a lot to look at the Gravitas game and think, okay, there's a lot to work on here. Can you tell me a little bit about what the conversations were like after that game yesterday?
I was thinking it was like one of those scenarios where the boys knew what to do. It's a stage game, and sometimes the nerves can get the better of you, and then you don't do it. So I think the conversation was just surrounding like trusting yourselves, trusting the knowledge that you have, and executing on it. Because again, like I know watching it, they knew what to do to close that game out very quickly. It's just that they kind of felt the pressure, I guess, to like win that game and let it get to them. We were like the favorites to win that. I think this game will be a little bit different because there's literally no pressure on us to win this game. So you play with a lot more freedom, and your decisions come a lot quicker and more instant.
Yeah, and that's a mentality that you'd be very much familiar with, Juves, yourself, loving the underdog stories.
Yes.
So I do have to ask as well, last time Gravitas played one of the top dog teams, there was a big yell backstage from you. You had a video on social media. Was there any big pep talks from you today, or was it more the calm, collected, just tell them how it is style?
There was definitely a pep talk, and it was I was telling them like, what? I'm not going to give too much away about my pep talks, I'll say that much. But it was a bit of a pump up. We did listen to a few songs together, and we got the blood flowing. We did move around. We had a little bit of a dance. So there was I didn't yell at them because I didn't think it was necessary this week. But we did get the blood flowing.
That's the way.
Whatever you got to do.
It's so vague, but it's still so good.
It's so vague, but I leave it open to interpretation. Now everyone's thinking about their own different scenarios about what happens pre-game.
Okay, so that's the psychological aspect, obviously, that you're pretty big on. Well, hang on just a second as FBI getting chunked a bit.
I'll take that.
Yeah, there we go.
I'll take that.
Let's talk a little bit about what you guys ended up drafting. You have a very tank-heavy composition here, and are you concerned at all that if either Raid or Harry dies early in a fight, that you guys won't have enough damage to win those fights ensuing?
I think like early game, Scion's damage is kind of underrated. So like, yes, we don't do as much damage at 60 minutes with them dead, but I think in like the early to mid game, if there is a fight, like you can't understate the Sedge, Scion base damage. So I think they carry us through in like a kind of early transition to mid game fight. And then late game, I think we have like Ezreal and Yasuo, who are like probably the two biggest damage, well, some of the biggest damage dealers in the game. I think if anything, like dependent on how the fight starts, because I don't think it's as clear as like we win at 30 minutes and they win at 50 minutes. I think like whoever plays the fight best wins. But I think yeah, it's like anyone's game when it goes into the later stages.
And you're a jungler, Juve, so for the viewers at home, tell me, how would you play out this pathing if you were the Sejuani here? Where you're looking to pressure? What's your goal?
Yeah, so I think it's pretty obvious that like Sedge and Yasuo synergize very well, like just the nature of like auto attack. So if we can punish the Vlad, like that's real cool. Playing through mid gives you like the option to go both sides of.
I know.
Because I thought he was going to Prey Seeker it, and then that's gone. Yeah, but playing through mid gives you the option to go either top or bot. So yeah, like if I'm Sedge, I guess I'm looking mid of some sorts, especially at level 6.
All right, thank you very much, Juves.
Thanks,
Close call
guys.
there on the junglers.
The
Very
do-si-do.
insightful stuff from the Gravitas coach.
Absolutely.
As always.
I'm always jealous if they get pep talks as they do.
Yeah,
even
a lot
if
of
we don't know
different types.
exactly what they are.
Ooh, Balkan nearly got sandwiched there between Decoy and Praelis. Makes a roam up to the top. This is going to leave Raid a little isolated. Early game has started without a whole lot of shenanigans. The few that we saw kind of on screen really just pass-bys.
Yeah, good little early moves there from Decoy as well. Remember at level 1 he gets the chunk out on FBI, and now at level 2 he comes up to help his jungler. But also very good from Praelis, standing still, full awareness of course of how Rek'Sai's burrow works. Blind as a bat is the answer. Cannot see a thing, uses that echo location, so if you stand perfectly still Jurassic Park style, no one will know you're there. And of course, in that case, it does allow time for someone like Decoy to get that roam up towards the middle lane. And this is something that you want to see if you think back to what did the couch say before the game started. It's how good Praelis and Decoy are at mid-gaming, getting the vision, maybe generating picks. Well, they can do it all game. It's just that when the team needs it the most in mid, they were doing it. So don't be shocked to see more of that in this.
Definitely expect Gravitas to bring their A game here up against Bombers. And, you know, I think it was pretty apparent from what Juves was saying that the team won't necessarily want those super late game fights comparatively. Obviously, it will come down to skill matchup, but they'll be at somewhat of a disadvantage with reliance mostly on Harry and Raid comparatively. Now, there's that knockback you were talking about. So Decoy goes in for the taunt, and Rogue denies it.
It's very hard to play a Galio into the Alistar specifically for those taunt trades. Of course, if you can hit the headbutt, then you're laughing, but not as easy to set as it is done. Sorry, easier said than done. That was not English.
That's also easier done than said, I guess. Harry going in, starts on Ryoma. Little trades back and forth while we wait for that level 6 mark, of course. But it does seem like Gravitas are going to be looking to take a more proactive stance in the early and mid phases.
And I think
of
they
the game.
should, but I think they should wait for the big timings. If they find an opportunity mid, take it whenever it's there, right? But it's very hard to find one with a Vladimir who has the blood pool and has flash. But if you can even force flash, call that a win, right? At 6 is when they really start to open up, when they've got a Sejuani that can go in and a Yasuo ult to follow, when they've got a Sion ult and a Q and a Yasuo ult to follow. Like when they have that extra CC they can layer together, then you might actually see some grouping up. You might see some teleports. And I would say a key indicator of their timings that they're looking towards is, did our top laner teleport? You look at Parbu, the answer is no, he didn't teleport. So perhaps it is something that is fresh in the mind of Gravitas that they could look towards those teleport players at level 6.
Now, Bombers do have this matched in some of their spells too. As
Ooh,
the knockup
bottom.
comes in for Rogue, this is the play they're looking for onto Decoy, who flashes. So that's a summoner spell burnt just for an appearance by Balkan towards the bottom side. It's Bombers who strike first.
A good flash in the end from Decoy, keeps himself alive. Of course, good pressure still, however, from Bombers on the flip side, going towards bot lane. If you're ever going to trade summoner spells, with Alistar flashing for a Galio is worth it, simply because you retain that Hex flash, as Balkan wants to stop this wave from crashing, but he's not allowed.
He's not allowed. One thing I did want to point out is it's very small, but you start to notice a little bit after watching some of these games. Praelis pulling the Raptor camps away from the entrance of the jungle, making sure that Balkan can't just snipe one of them like he tried to do with the Prey Seeker. I really like that adaptation, that change-up, because he knows that there's vision being placed in his jungle.
Absolutely, you've always got to be vigilant with someone like a Rek'Sai. Of course, what Rek'Sai may not have is awareness of the health of the camp, but may just see the red bleeps here and there as he is hunting towards the second blue buff potential. This is still the first one. It's 650, so... Oh, no, it's with that. You know what? Never mind.
Second blue buff. A lot of vision being invested, though, in the entrances of the jungle by the Bombers team. So they're definitely getting out to a great start and securing vision, gathering more information. That blue buff is secured, and now it's on to a dive to the bot. Maybe, maybe not, just stealing away some camps. Balkan sniffing around, though. He's always looking for an opportunity to make a play.
Rek'Sai is one of the best champions to... Hang on, they're scolding each other.
Chemo Plague onto Harry. Praelis taps in.
We're out. We're all good.
That's it. Okay, back to your point.
Ryoma retains mid lane prior here as well completely just because of the health trades that they took. Ignite was used, however, so summoner advantage. But back to my completely unnecessary point, it feels so good as Rek'Sai to hit blast cones and scrying orbs. Because you right-click it and all you have to do is unburrow and it instantly procs. It is just the best. That's a complete tangent, but it felt great when I played it.
It's important stuff. Looks like the play is going to get started here. They look for Balkan, who's caught out, isolated from Ryoma, and that's going to be first blood. Praelis claims the final shot all summoners really burnt in that engagement there, but they did get the kill they were looking for.
You would have liked to have seen that on Hayri, I would imagine, to accelerate his build, get the crit up as soon as possible, but at the end of the day, a kill is a kill. And you take that if you're Gravitas, now 1-0 up on the scoreboard. Still looking pretty good for themselves overall. It's been a very calm early game, which does mean, in the scope of things, that Bombers aren't just outright winning the early game, which is something they often do.
That's a fair point. Gravitas really doing what they can to try and make plays early on and at least hold things close to even. But it has been, once again, Praelis and Decoy really at the front of making all of that happen. It was a great point by the Deaths that they hold at the mid-game, but it does seem to be pretty actively held in the early as well. Now it's a fight over Scuttle Crab is going to get won here by the Bombers. Mimic is chased away, though, by Pabu and Praelis.
A good pressure continuing here from Gravitas through the top side. They have no vision control, but their bodies are tanky enough, they don't mind. And they'll walk towards their opponents and headbutt a wall. But it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter.
It's
We're
fine.
okay.
Praelis is just like, I meant to do that. It was just for show.
The one
Good
thing
stuff.
that will start to sting on this map, however, Pyra, is the bottom lane. There is lifesteal there for the Lucian, where the Ezreal does not go for the lifesteal option, hasn't even completed the tier. So you have to rush the Sheen if you want to continue and match trades.
Yep.
But that actually does put your build a little bit behind and just gives you that immediate power. And that immediate power is for staying in lane, doing more damage to minions as well with the Sheen procs on Q, being able to trim them much faster. So it stops damage from going onto the turrets. But you can see a CS lead has grown for FBI and may stay.
It may stay, however, the gold could potentially even out regardless because Raid, of course, is rocking the Kleptomancy on the Ezreal. We'll see how far it goes. That is still a pretty significant CS advantage, and he hasn't backed in lane just yet. Checking in with this mid lane, Ryoma is a little bit lower than Hayri, but with the Vladimir, it doesn't often matter. He can usually just drain some blood back for himself with a transfusion or two.
Yeah, and you'll notice that Rogue has been very active around the map, especially in the bottom side. River was hovering mid lane, is now back towards bottom lane. Has still got a window of opportunity to utilize to find that Galio, make a play with the Rek'Sai if they would like. Of course, having the Hex Flash to no summoners for Decoy is a big advantage, and they get the Ignite. So kill threat's there, and you'll notice that Gravitas, while they are playing very much weak side on the bottom half of the map, have been playing under their turret weak side, just trying to clear waves as best they can.
And
Super
they've got vision.
respecting.
They've got vision in the Bombers jungle as well. I've talked a lot about how Bombers have been doing a great job of making sure that the entrances to the river have been warded on the opposite side. Well, Gravitas haven't been slouching on that either. Less ward coverage, but still extant there. And it's been great for them to keep tabs on where Balkan is, and as you see the ping going down, where Rogue is roaming.
They're about to go on him as well.
See. They've got him caught, but Rogue just headbutts Praelis away. He can just kind of deny a lot of these attempts on his life.
Absolutely. Also has the Aftershock and the ultimate, so killing him is going to take a very long time.
He's got a tough hide, that cow.
Both top laners now don't have teleports as well. They've gone back to their lanes.
Pabu is waiting here. Spotted by Balkan.
Looks like Scuttle is just the name of the game. They know that Balkan wasn't doing it, but very patient is the jungler of Bombers. Waits for him to leave, retreat back to his turret, and now actually starts off their Herald.
Yeah, it's going to be soloed at the moment, and there's really no response available from the Gravitas side unless Pabu roams down. And it looks like he's just going to be checking for the brush, but Balkan is spooked, and this is going to reset aggro on the Herald.
Yeah, I wonder if it's because they didn't know where Praelis is, but there's wards on the entrances to the river, so I thought that surely they would.
Balkan wraps
So
around
respect,
again.
I guess.
Yeah. I mean, it's a slow start.
Still making money. You know, that cannon, the longer this laning phase is protracted, the more money they will make. Good ultimate, though, from Raid on the opposite side.
True Shot does hit quite a lot of damage.
He's dead.
Meanwhile, there... Man hit on to Pabu up top, so that equalizes the kill score, and Bombers back in the gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, at the moment, of course, we don't get to see how the kill happened, but we knew the Rek'Sai was topside. Pabu knew, surely, that Rek'Sai was having a sniff on the top side of the map, but they didn't see him. So it's very well skirted vision there from Balkan overall, and didn't even have his flash, but they get the kill. It was Mimic that used his.
Oh, looks like they combo at the last second end. Ryoma did not know what hit him. Praelis sinks that Ice Bola.
Just comes flying in from the side. Of course, we'll see how this happens in top lane.
Flying in.
Blocks the Pabu ultimate as well. Blocks the Scion ultimate. So very well done from Mimic for the setup. And of course, lots of damage comes out of a Rek'Sai to hit that home.
So two things that just happened in the last few minutes now equate to big carries on both teams getting a much-needed kill. The Yasuo for Hayri and Mimic on the Kennen. And that's going to start moving things forward. You can see it's allowed some item buys to come in. Static Shiv completed for Hayri. And on Mimic's side, he has the Proto Belt.
And it's always important to do a stopwatch counter. You know, we're past the 10-minute mark, so either you had it in runes or you're starting to purchase them now. Kennen and Vladimir both have stopwatches and both have Proto Belts. If they are to look for a team fight, now is a brilliant timing to do so, just from the raw damage that they have. But we'll have to hold that as Bot's fighting.
Raid takes a lot of damage from FBI, unleashes a full combo on him, as well as the Blade of the Ruin King pop. So that's going to zone the Ezreal back for a little bit. Decoy's going to have to frontline this. You can see Volcan starting to sniff through. Plating is about to fall, but FBI will pick up that extra 160 gold.
And gets it solo, the cheeky devil as well. Rogue doesn't get into the area. Balkan also going to start up the Mountain Dragon.
This is pinged.
Fights could be on here. We mentioned how strong it looks like Bombers are. They've used both their Proto Belts. Cannon has no flash as well.
Praelis isn't coming in for this, so this is going to be seeded over. Yeah. Mountain Dragon given away to Bombers. That could come in handy once Baron becomes a factor in this game for sure.
You have to think about why would you not fight that if you were Gravitas. One is that they just weren't aware it was being done. When an objective is being soloed, it's harder to detect. You know, the jungler can just be doing his own camps off the map as mid.
There's the Hemo Plague onto Harry. Ryoma does dodge out. That's a lot of damage onto the Yasuo trying to get through, and he's burning the flash away. Ryoma flashes forward and transfuses for the last of his health bar.
That was close from Hayri.
Counts as a single kill, technically.
That was definitely close from Hayri, however, dodging around. He needed to hold that first tornado. The second it missed, it looked like he was just going to have to retreat. And Balkan with the kill advantage, and with Rogue right there to hover, just starts off the Rift Herald. It seems like Gravitas want to answer.
Looks like they do, but Bombers want to take the fight after all. It's a 2-on-3 right now with Mimic coming through. Praelis is going to be walking away, and so is Pabu. Herald still aggroed, and it looks like Ryoma's coming in here as well. No help is coming from the Gravitas side. A little slow
Galio's
move
almost
from
here.
Decoy, so will this be a full reset here? It's going to go back into the pit, but the health bar hasn't gone up just yet. And this is a very long extended fight. It looks like they're going for it. There's the Tauntaun. Mimic a little bit low. Rather, it's Rogue that's taking the damage right now as the teleport comes through. Decoy flashing away. Raid with the True Shot Barrage is dodged out, and FBI takes Praelis out on the flash play. Now Bombers still going, but the Rift Herald is resetting in this fight, and Gravitas are not giving up. They may have lost members, but they're still trying to fight this one.
Yasuo does still have the ultimate, but all of the setup has been taken away. It requires something special from Pabu somehow with a charged up spell. But what they do have is a lot of tankiness and a lot of time and staying power in the river. So they deter the Bombers. They push them away from the objective, but they have to sacrifice their jungler. A lot of spells for the cause.
Ooh, I don't think Harry expected that, but he does get the last breath out, and there's the pool for Ryoma. Decoy can't quite get the taunt off. We swap back for some reason to Pabu, but nobody dies mid lane. That was close.
It was the stopwatch by Ryoma that keeps him alive as well. The second he went into pool, you just expect him to die. The Ignite was ticking, but he's able to survive. Does very well for himself at the end. It was a very clutch fight, however, between most members. And we're going to see more and more high-intensity action like that as well when you consider the champions that these guys are playing. Yasuo has to outplay people. Vladimir requires good mechanics all the time. And Illusion and Ezreal with skill shots and dashing everywhere, this game will be exciting.
It will. Now let's take stock of where we're at. In the aftermath of that extended fight, no one picks up the Rift Herald, and we have a swap up to the lanes. Top side now receives the duo laners, and we're in a full Australia situation.
Definitely are. You know, I found that watching a lot of Yasuo's, the builds that they all seem to be preferring is the Sterix gauge after the static shift.
A little bit of extra sustainability?
Yeah. But there are times and there are places where you probably want to go towards the Phantom Dancer. It has the Sterix passive.
Oh dear. Decoy's
He's
caught.
in trouble.
He is in a world of hurt right now, and I don't think he's going to be able to stop this anytime soon. Full channel culling comes through, and not respecting the positioning of the Bombers. Balkan continues to be anywhere and everywhere on this map as well to make the numbers advantage. Meanwhile, Harry looks to go in. Last breath onto the Yasuo once again. Hemo Plague is on. Harry walking away gets another knockup, and he does the damage, but he's just getting turned on too heavily, and Ryoma completely outplays him.
Yeah, it really feels like Harry he didn't have his Conqueror stacked up, I don't think, when the fight started, and the damage just felt definitely a little bit lacking. Ryoma's just able to stand and deliver, and he doesn't even have any armor by any means. At the same time, on the top side of the map, Bomber's feeling so confident that FBI almost wanted to hold his culling and just let his team get the kill, but throws it just in case at the end. Now they get the Herald, and this is just that moment. This is that point in the game where Gravitas, on an individual level, are being caught out by the Bombers, who just outplay them.
Massively. And this is 1, 2, 3 picking up everything that they could want. It all started with Ryoma getting the outplay onto Harry and removing from the map. Then Tower falls in top at the same time that the Herald comes down, so all of that work Gravitas do to deter Bombers pushing and gaining advantages in this mid-game comes undone in one fell stroke.
And that's always the risk, when you play against the Bombers, you know full well that there comes a time where they just are such good players, superstars across the board, they'll be able to win a team fight like that, or they'll get a solo kill in lane. And what is weird about it at the end is that it feels like Gravitas were being the aggressors in some of these situations. Especially in mid lane, Harry hunting for that kill, going forwards, ulting immediately. He wants that fight, and then he loses it.
Yeah, and they just don't seem to have the same level of damage. You look at some of the items that are completed, and if we can cycle over to the gold for just a second to take a look at where all of that power is kind of lying at the moment. It's not a massive gold lead by any means, but the top lane is where a lot of it's being made up, and that's Mimic. That's what you always want. Now the fight is going to be on. This is a good turn here for
That's
Gravitas.
big.
They get a shutdown onto FBI and Rogue. Mimic is there way too late, and they will take the tower here in mid. Excellent collapse by Gravitas.
They forced the mid game themselves. You can see the Vladimir on the flank, however, Mimic's still here.
Yeah, they have to turn away from the tower. Praelis is a little bit too low. Balkan coming through, and let's see if they can get the kill. Praelis is going gold, and here comes the hero's entrance. The pool is in. Balkan takes down Harry in the back. The second wind from Bombers is massive right now, and that's the damage dealers pretty much out of there. All said and done, the Rift Herald getting popped here. Bombers might yet with the engagement.
Yeah, it definitely looks like they will. They get a charge up in the middle lane as well. They just have so much damage.
Hold on a second. Ryoma, he has to pull away. However, this is still pretty massive. The charge will come through. Raid has not backed away, so that means the extra charge on the Rift Herald, as it was getting close to the 20-minute mark, doesn't take the tower, but Bombers...
No towers drop.
They still pull something out of nothing there.
They definitely do, and that's the thing. You get a single kill onto one of their carries. They've got 3 more. They've just got so much damage across the team composition, and it's good from Gravitas, however. They force in the mid-game. They get the Yasuo combo with a Scion ultimate this time. Sejuani sets it up. That's what you want. It's the follow-up after that point where you're like, oh no, Bombers are still here and they're still really dangerous.
And we're back to the live. It looks like Rogue getting chased down by Praelis. He flashes forward to finish that one, but he's pretty low in this, and he does get the kill off. FBI, though, rather is comboed on from Raid and Decoy tagging out. Still manages to get him, and that's a 1v3. And Decoy still dies.
Hey, to be fair, it was a 2v3. They
and
put a lot of their effort towards Rogue as well.
Yeah, it's a tag team. That's fair, but all the same, I do think it was great to see FBI manage to get a kill out of that.
Hey, I mean, at the end of this, it's good from FBI, and I will credit him for getting those kills. Good mechanical play at the end, but Gravitas are still trading. They're still getting the kills themselves, and they are not going down without a fight. And they're coming at Bombers swinging, and I really like to see that from them. Win or lose, this game has been very exciting to watch from them in good ways, very proactive,
yes.
Making steps.
They have been doing as much as they can to really force Bombers onto the back foot. The crucial step, well, this is the start of it all. It actually was FBI getting the jump onto Decoy and taking
Rogue
the tower down.
Also headbutt pulverized under a turret.
That he
so
did.
He takes the aggro from a taunt on Galio, which you would expect. Decoy, of course, coming through. Will sacrifice his life through the good work of FBI. But Raid now from that kill, 202, has not died yet on Summoner's Rift and is going to become a big force to be reckoned with on this Ezreal.
I think that's a big aspect of it. On the other hand, we want to see Harry picking up more kills. He's kind of had a bit of a roughie once or twice trying to get the outplay solo onto Ryoma, who has had his number. Baron's now spawned on the Rift. Bombers have 2 Mountain Dragons, so they will do this at an accelerated pace, but Bombers don't seem to be like a team that will take unnecessary risks like starting a Baron this early unless they feel supremely confident in it.
Oh, that hits.
They did get the hit onto Balkan. He's
Don't do it.
out of this fight, but they will not chase.
I thought he was going to E over the wall. Thank God. Raid keeps his life intact. They're good chunk damage, however. And you bring up the Baron. Well, the thing about this Baron is Alistar has to tank it, basically, or the Vladimir has to be there. Like, you have to put multiple members in that can sustain their way through to look at it if you're Bombers. What they do, however, is the Baron quite quickly. When you look at a Rek'Sai and a Lucian damage, it's entirely possible they rush that down. Whereas Gravitas, if they ever get the tempo, they ever get the control, and they hit the Baron to try and bait Bombers in, they don't lose any health. They are so tanky, they can sit there forever and just tank it up until Bombers come to them if they need. If the shoe's on the Gravitas foot, then actually I think they're in a pretty good position around Baron baits, whereas Bombers will be looking for better vision control and immediate turns.
That's true. Just making sure we check in with everything we can. Gold game has been in favor of Bombers for a while now, but it's at about 4,000. That is significant, but we have seen Bombers have much more significant margins in a lot of their games where they've been fairly dominant here in the OPL. Gravitas trying to keep it as close as they can.
So much of it is through the top lane cannon. Now, Cryptomancy is most likely going to be a very big part of that lead as well that they've started to build. Junglers, of course, having a difference, as do mid laners, but you know, some of those come down to individual choices. And if Gravitas chose not to take the 1v1 skirmish in mid, it'd be a lot closer. And yeah, you know, at the end of the day, it's a choice they made, so you can't blame them for it.
Hey, look at who has the bounties, right? And that's kind of what you want to keep your eyes on right now. Mimic doesn't have one. It's Ryoma who has a 750 gold bounty, so he's clearly going to be a high priority target for Gravitas in these fights.
So hard to kill, though.
That's part of the problem.
Zonya's done. He's a Vladimir with Zonya's,
Proto
has
belt.
the flash.
Yeah.
Good chunk.
Shot Barrage Rogue taking a little low in this. Solo pushing on the top side, though, is Ryoma right now. He can rejoin the team pretty easily. Bottom lane is sort of locked in this continuous push and pull of the waves, with towers still standing.
That's the name of the game here, though, for Gravitas. Is put the Ezreal in mid, plant him down, poke some people with the AP build that he's got, and keep stacking the tier. Yasuo hits it home with the hard engage afterwards, ideally. You know, hit that combo with the Scion or with the Sejuani, and then they'll be laughing. Inside of Bombers, you still want those flanks. You still need those flanks, and if you are going to engage, I'd be looking at Rogue once again, and he has the flash, so the tools are there.
Gravitas have definitely shown a propensity to going for those big 1-2-3 punches. And we've seen a lot of compositions that have trended on the Wombo combo side of things for sure. This is definitely one that has a few more options, but it's such a big beefy front line, they are pretty heavily reliant on the likes of Raid.
There's a teleport from Mimic right now. They're looking towards the Yasuo and the Sejuani. It's a big
collapse on him.
numbers
This is going to be a lot of question marks coming out from
Teleports
the Gravitas
in response.
lineup. They're going to answer this one. Gravitas look to take the fight. However, will the rest of the team make it there in time? Pabu and the crew are trying to collapse onto Mimic and to Balkan. Will they get there in time? The hero's entrance, and it looks like Mimic will fall down, but it's into a stasis. He goes for just a second, falling down. Harry as well, and it's the rest of Bombers coming to the rescue and forcing the retreat path from the Gravitas boys. Raid and Pabu on the opposite side are going to have to wave goodbye to their teammates.
Yeah, now Raid has to go huge in this fight. Oh, they've actually got big flank. Oh, no.
No, they've got him in the backline. Balkan flashed Ryoma, and there they go, the shutdown. And it's going to only be Pabu left, and Bombers will clean house. That's the ace, and that should be the Baron.
And most likely will be Baron. You know, Gravitas, you can't fault Raid and Pabu for stepping up again. They wanted to chunk them. They wanted to prevent them from going to the Baron with such a big numbers disadvantage, but then they pay the price for it. Balkan, massive flank on that Rex side. Not something you would expect to see so easily achieved. And no vision able to save Gravitas on that push forwards. And there you go, Baron just freely given over to Bombers with the team fight victory. And they've got 2 Mountain Dragons. So this could just result in the game almost from the levels of Snowball. And you'll see the fight again here. If that Scion ult hits, it's a different landscape. But because they sidestep it so easily, Yasuo doesn't get a free ult. And as a result, doesn't get a free position reversing. And that actually is what changes the space of this fight completely, where Bombers just get the kills. They take down one of the 2 damage dealers incredibly fast. And then you watch the rest of this. Raid, I respect that he steps up, but he's just caught out from a tunnel that was already there.
Not much you can do at that point if you are Raid. They really didn't have any extra damage left, and you can see the rest was just cleaning up onto Pabu. And this is Bombers just having a superior fight here. They will take down a turret starting off here. Mimic even picked up that Baron buff thanks to the fact that he respawned before it had been finished off. Now he will be chased down by Raid and Pabu, but he's a very zoomy boy. Let's see if he can get out in time. That's another Q. True shot barrage. He dodges it. Mimic. And they really want to keep the chase going here, but is this wise right now? They have a lot of damage. Headbutting. Rogue, nowhere for him to go. They will take him down. Meanwhile, we shift over to the other side of the map as Gravitas, all of a sudden, life infused in this team.
They just picked a bush, and it works. They find Mimic. He overstays for the turret. That was his goal. And Gravitas almost get the punish. If it wasn't for his fancy footwork, for his ability to find something out of nothing, and that includes terrain, somehow dodging that Ezreal ultimate. That would have been 2 kills perhaps given over.
All that time, though, all that time they spent chasing him and the Alistar down means that FBI could pick up a tower 2nd tier mid with the Dragon being traded over to Gravitas. It's just a Mountain Drake. That does mean that Bombers continue to grow this gold lead.
Absolutely. I mean, that was the risk. And that's what you do when a team has Baron. You don't want to team fight them. You pick an area on the map and you say, this is where we draw the line. If they step past this point, we punish. And they just found Mimic a little bit too far forwards. But of course, you know what the risk is there, and a double Mountain Dragon team will take those turrets and trade very fast. And so they're able to do so quite easily. Now 1,000 bounty up for Ryoma as well on that Vladimir.
That's pretty big.
He is a big boy. He may even go towards the Medjais, knowing
he's got full stacks on
how
Dark
far
Seal.
ahead he is.
It's possible, indeed. Balkan and Mimic going to use both their numbers here to try and push on to the last inner tower. The rest of Bombers not too far behind. Gravitas may give this away, but they are pinging on for a reaction.
Their composition is sculpted to engage. They want to go forwards. They want to throw that Sejuani ultimate. And that's what they're going to have to keep hunting towards. Raid doesn't have the time now with the urgency they start to feel to chunk people out with the Ezreal, unless he hits the WQ combo. That could be the signal, however, and it is a 5v5 on the bottom side of the map. I feel like this is exactly what Gravitas want positioning-wise.
Pabu's not here, though, and that means that Bombers are going to recognize superior numbers to dive behind the turret, and Ryoma goes, and they scare them all away. He heals all that damage right back up. It's enough to take the turret before Pabu can get back. Gravitas are going to have to pull the trigger at some point if they want to stop their base from falling to pieces.
Yeah, Ryoma uses the ultimate to push them back. Pabu
headbutts the wall. Looking for Ryoma.
He's not a Drift King this time. Very hard to drift that area, I will say. If he did it, that would have been miraculous.
Hey, he's got a pretty big old hitbox.
Nunu can do it.
Snowball is a little different than the uncontrollable charge, though.
Yes. You don't scream cowards with one of them.
It's true. Is that what he screams? I just thought he was yelling.
I think he screams cowards.
I thought he just goes, "Wah!" Today I learned. Big wave pushing top for Gravitas. That's the saving grace right now, Rusty.
And Flash is always available for Raid and for Pabu after their last big fight that they lost towards the Baron on that side of the map.
So that is true.
That will help them a lot
from Mimic as well.
When you look at the landscape of a team fight, you definitely want to have those summoners. Mimic in particular, like you mentioned, needs the Flash. Otherwise, he has to somehow get a big flank off with the teleport. But Flash is what gets you into the middle of the carries, because it is the instant spell with your ultimate, whereas the Lightning Rush is more slow and gives them time to react.
Big Lightning Rush. They're going to go in for the slicing maelstrom as well. Balkan's there.
Has no ult.
He realizes he's a dead man, so he just goes to finish off the tower anyways. No ultimate available. Question is, what do Gravitas do now that they have a 4v3 in the middle? Will they try and take a fight? They don't. They just ping onto the Baron pit, which is still 1 minute and 15 away from spawning.
And that is a mistake from Pabu, I think it's safe to say. You know, the turret does die and he gets what he's after, but when you look at the state of the map, he is a risky place, and perhaps it's just an assumption that they're not going to come and get me. I'm so far away from the Baron, which is up in a minute, so they're probably just getting vision over there. I've got a free turret. And then the one time you don't think they'll be there, it's the first thing they do. They come and kill you. So it may be a bit of disrespect, maybe just assumptions. At the end of the day, when you're playing against Bombers, the two Koreans love to work together. So don't give them that opportunity.
Once again, I find it interesting that the kills tend to be going Balkan's way as well. I don't think Mimic has had a single bounty on his head this game. Still a very potent threat. Every time we see him on this Kennen, spells trouble for everybody on the other team. Raid doing a little bit of a two-step there. Trying to clear out their own jungle. There's still a couple of wards from the Bombers. So if Gravitas do opt to fight inside one of these contested areas, they could find themselves getting flanked very easily. And that is just such a signature Bombers play.
Raid's build feels bad, man. He's gone for the third item AP and then went for a Hex Drinker. And I don't blame him. He needs a Hex Drinker
It
against
does
the
feel
Kennen
bad,
Vlad.
though.
But maybe that last item is Azonia's and then he sells the Hex Drinker and goes AP. Perhaps that's his solution. We'll see if it gets to that point, of course.
Well, they could use a little extra AP, right? I mean, for the most part, their damage dealing
Well, he is
all
the
in
AP
AD. Yeah.
champion, right? I'm not saying that going for the tiered item as his third for Archangels is bad. It's just it feels bad that you have to go Hex Drinker after.
You know what else feels bad right now? The fact that Gravitas losing out to this two-man Baron start, while Ryoma and Rogue are holding the line here. Gravitas have to make something out of nothing. Ryoma is going to claim a kill onto Harry, and the rest of Bombers cleaning up this fight, flying high, and Gravitas completely routed back to the opposite side of the map, and that's going to be the push in here for the Bombers for the win.
Keep those minions, Rogue. Oh, they got one. They've got one melee minion. They'll probably just push forwards and bodyguard for it. That is the MVP running with them, the six-man squad of Bombers. No one dies. They gain a friend. The game will most likely end here for them. And a big team fight once again comes out of them. No one can stop the Bombers right now. They're on an absolute tear.
They certainly are. Absolutely lossless, minus the one game against the Chiefs, and they will complete the second round robin 7-0, just shy of 33 minutes. Bombers take the win.
And a slower style this time from them as well, not just win lane, win game. They play a bit more cautiously, they respect their opponents, and Gravitas were making some plays. They were keeping tabs on them at times, and there were moments where you're like, maybe they're just trading super well across the map, but then Bombers became Bombers, and that's always going to be the concern, right? They're just good enough players, they get the solo kill effectively in the middle lane as well, and things start to go a little bit haywire with the advantage that Ryoma got. The map felt like it was so much harder to do anything on with the kills that Ryoma got in mid.
And it does seem like every game that we watch Bombers, we see a different aspect of how good those players are. There's always somebody that's stepping up, maybe a couple different players. Sometimes it's just the way that they team fight. But it's great that you highlighted Ryoma there, because yesterday, he might as well have not been in the game. He was just in a holding pattern, and it was perfectly fine. He was still getting kills, he was still doing things, but it didn't really matter. This game, he gets solo kills onto Harry, who is the biggest threat on the Gravitas lineup with the Yasuo, maybe minus Raid, and all of a sudden he becomes the target priority. So everybody on this Bombers lineup really does have carry potential, and, you know, Rogue is always running around the map to make sure that they're set up for them.
And there's a lot of trust between them as well. They know that if one of them falls down, the other one will pick them up and carry in that game if necessary. And of course, at this stage, no one really falls down. It's just someone stepping up more than the other. They're competing to be the biggest carry on the same team. That's how dominant the Bombers feel right now.
Yeah, we'll see if anybody can challenge them. But let's go over to the couch to see what they think of that 33-minute win.
Apparently no one can challenge them. That's what...
Correct.
That seems to be the general assumption.
When you only have one loss in 14 games of League of Legends, you are nigh unchallengeable.
We were talking about the 0-10 second round robin, when our Bombers have definitely completed the 7 out of 0, so they've won every single game. I mean, they've lost literally one, so of course, right? But like they just look very good.
And this was literally like, when I think about how like Gravitas play the game, like this was really like a Gravitas game, because I was so impressed with like the early game that they were able to put together. I thought the Praylis' early pathing on Sejuani to be able to avoid a Rek'Sai and actually maintain even farm for the first, 10 camps of the game. They were 40 CS to 40 CS, like absolutely neutral. Bottom lane, they're playing a fairly passive scaling lane. Galio has a lot more map threat. So, was able to get out of lane in Decoy and help out the rest of his team. That's what I'm talking about. Decoy, like such a good facilitator, not only for Raid, but for the whole of the map for Gravitas. And then just a couple of mid-game mistakes, after that 13, 14-minute mark that just allowed Ryoma to scale it up, gave Mimic a couple of free summoner spells, and then they just torched the map. But, one or two minor tweaks to a young side, and I think that is a completely different game.
Because I think this was like a game of inches in the little things are constantly happening. It's not from the Bombers' side, right? They're punishing the little mistakes that a lot of teams are giving them. So it's like picking on Parbu in the side lane on the Sion. You get a cheeky kill. That gives Mimic a bunch of priority for the next minute and a half to set up Baron. It's like, it's very small things, because the game didn't just explode out of nowhere, right? You were saying the early game was very stable. Then there was that top team fight, like just kind of above blue side blue buff, where like Ezreal wasn't in the fight, but it was incredibly close. Raze is looking for the cleanup to deny the Baron, but then Balkan, cheeky little tunnel over the wall, gets around behind him.
Great play.
And yeah, like fantastic. Like it's the cheeky stuff that matters, but Bombers are looking like, we kind of hit on it yesterday, but they're not like an outlandish team. It's just the slow build every single time. This wasn't an Ezreal time Kent from the bottom lane. It is an aggressive matchup, the Lucian, the Alistar, which honestly, like from an outsider's perspective, that's very nice to see FBI to have that sort of freedom. He's a very cool player to watch, but they don't make big plays until it's like 30 minutes into the game where, like, yes, they've set up everything. They get the priority, then they get the flank wards, and then Mimic gets one button and the game is over.
Because you have to think, right? And like, I gave a lot of credit to Gravitas and I think they did play well, but Bombers right now look like they have the 5 best players in every single role. So it looks like Mimic is the best top lane. It looks like Balkan's the best jungler. Like you can just go down, like bang, 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 bang. And I think that if that is your team and you're picking team fight comps, Vladimir Kennan, like that's a team fight comp, you just need everyone on your team to play like a 6 or a 7. As long as if your team is a better team fighting
it's not
team,
a hard comp,
like if it's an easy comp to play and you've got good players, like you just let the game go at whatever pace it goes. You get a couple of early game kills, maybe we team fight at 15 minutes. You don't, maybe we team fight at 27 minutes and take a Baron and end the game. Like they just let the game develop in the way that they never feel like they're on the clock. They never feel like they're rushed. Even when you have a lead, it's like, if we don't finish this game with this lead, we're going to be like destroyed in 15, 20 minutes. And I just really respect that that's the way they're doing it. And it's like the do your job that a lot of sports teams like is really coming through, I feel, in the way that the Bombers are currently setting up for success.
Because it's super interesting, like old school OPL fans that have been around since 2014, that was the old like pre-my era Chiefs.
Yeah.
That was like immunity Chiefs when Rady was the AD carry.
He was just on a bomb.
And like he would just like, they just sit there and it's like Bombers don't care what you do in the game. And like immunity back then, they didn't either. They would just let you do whatever, then they would punish your mistakes, and then they would win the game. And they're just like, yeah, we'll win the war of attrition. We'll just sit back. And that's why it's scary, because like you've seen teams throw heavy aggression at Bombers early. You've seen teams just give Bombers freedom and then they just slap you with it. So it's the dynamic ability that is impressive.
It's like it's Bombers Rift and you're just playing on it.
Yeah, absolutely. Because the game starts and you just hit the timer button. And it's like, okay, cool. How long until like FBI or Radier back in the day gets 6 items? Because you didn't want to play against it. And I still don't think you want to play against it. And it wasn't like the rest of the immunity lineup, Swiffer, Spook, Swiper, Rosie even at times weren't dangerous players. Like they still would play the rest of the game, but it was like, okay, cool. Like we have this insurance policy like that is going to take care of us. If all else fails, you still have to beat Derek Trang with 6 items. And like at the moment, we haven't even seen Victor Huang with 6 items. We haven't seen FBI with it, but I guarantee in a best of 5, Vic or FBI will get a game where he is on something like the Vayne or the Ezreal, both like just hard scaling 80 carries, and someone will take them late and, you know, maybe they'll throw an Nivea comp into them, or maybe the Chiefs will throw, you know, a Rise 1-3-1 split push comp into them and, you know, just try and pull them everywhere on the map. And you will have to play against it. And the scary thing is we haven't even seen that yet. They're just kicking the crap out of everyone without even doing that.
They are kicking the crap out of everyone, but there are more teams in the OPL that we haven't spoken about. Let's talk about, and I mean, talk about a smooth segue. Let's talk about the team that just got the crap kicked out of them. Sorry. We're talking about Gravitas for a mid-split review. How do we feel like Gravitas are holding up right now? We're sitting on win, loss, and then another loss.
So, taking lead on this one, I think Gravitas are in a really good position. I think that if Avant hadn't been such a surprise package, Gravitas would actually be exactly where I wanted them to be. This is a team, we called them the Franken team at the start of the year, right? You've got the old bottom lane of Legacy. You've got the old top lane and jungle of Avant Gaming. Then you bring in Harry, who is such a promising young prospect, and you know, new coaching staff in Ejim and Juice, you know, old arch nemesises now working together behind the scenes to try and bring this team together. And I thought it was going to take
fairy tale stuff.
Oh, okay.
I thought it was going to take longer. They've actually surprised me. I think that Trailers and Decoy, in particular, I've had a lot of praise for them, have really been great leaders and, you know, great mentors for this team. And I think that once again, if you remove the anomaly that is Avant, who have overperformed so far this season to expectations, Gravitas is exactly in that 4th, 5th spot where they can build now for, you know, end of Split 1, Split 2, with still a reasonably young lineup. I think that they've done a great job.
A solid start.
Yeah, I mean, like, but like, I agree. You know what I mean? Like, it's kind of coming. No. Coming into it, like, no, we have like a negative win rate in the OPL.
Don't worry, I disagree. So I'll get to me.
I'm not sitting here like, oh wow, like it's sick. No, but like, it's been a slow build, and I feel like you mentioned it. Like, the thing that sticks out in my mind was you on the couch like 3 weeks ago. You're like, wow, like this looks like a new Gravitas. There was the game where we got smashed by Mammoth, and then like 2 weeks later, we're having like solid macro plays, and we have gone like back to basics a few times. Yeah. And so like it is a slow build over time. We didn't come out with like a huge splash, but I was personally like very surprised with a few players on the team. I've been around the OPL. I've played against some of the players that I'm now coaching for years, right? And like being on the other side where I'm not their opponent, I'm very surprised at what they're like, and I'm very impressed. And I think like I'm excited to like just continue growing from here.
Gravitas are fine. I'll tell you your biggest mistake. You called the team Gravitas, which of course means dignity, seriousness, or solemnity of manner. Those are
solemnity of manner.
Well,
yeah, okay.
Yeah. Those are words I do not associate with either you or Juves.
Maybe that was an intentional choice.
It was an aspirational.
Yeah, it was.
They're trying to get there.
A solid start, and you're going to work towards it in the future. All right, well, let's move on to the next team. You said, while Gravitas might be performing where you expected, Jake, Bryce, it looks like AV are outperforming where we all expected, because we really did think that AV were a team coming into this who were not going to live up to where they're at right now.
Well, initially, right, like you look at this roster, Swaith is semi-known quantity, but has been out of the OPL for a while. Like Shock on the winless Tectonic, and then Chippies is ex-OPL superstar, like on the Dire Wars, had a rough split on Mammoth, and then you have 2 rookies. So this team was really an amalgamation of young and old talent, but you didn't expect them to come out with a splash, and I feel like they, in my eyes, maybe this is a very harsh criticism, but they feel like as players, like they bought into the hype. They came in, they overperformed into my expectations, and then everyone's like, oh my god, like we're so good, we're amazing, and now I feel like they are in a little bit of a slump. They look like they're struggling to close out games, so ultimately if you just take a look at the ladder, right, like they are slightly higher than I would have placed them, but they're not at the very top and they're not at the very bottom, and I wouldn't have expected them to be there. I expected them to be in the middle, but it seems like in terms of a peak and a trough, like they peaked really high at the start and now they're kind of troughing, which is slightly worrisome, I guess.
As long as they don't reach the bottom of the trough before the end of the split.
Yeah, because they've set themselves up very well for Gauntlet.
Yeah, they had a really good start. And I can kind of we talk about Split a lot in the room upstairs. I kind of have like Evil Spawn or
Split
negative
the movie,
Spawn.
sorry, not Split as in OPL Split.
Yeah, sitting on my shoulder sometimes. And that guy is just waiting for Avant to explode, like in no uncertain terms, because I think that they are very good individual players that played Lane Kingdom for a lot of their season. And whether they get to best of 5s and have something more, I think that a lot of their success is based on creativity, and I don't know how far that gets you. So the one thing I will say is I, once again, have a lot of faith in their coaching staff, and these are young players that will continue to develop. So, there's a ton of positives. If you're sitting in 3rd place, you're only behind Chiefs and Bombers at the moment, and you've got Gunkrab, Aladoric, Swaith, and Shock, 4 players that have never been on a top 3 team in their life. You can elevate this team. They can 100% get better. None of these players have peaked, but at the same time, I think that in the short term, they do need to apply some Band-Aids to make sure that they continue this split successfully.
Because we're taking the analysis from in all honesty, a boring long-term approach. If you actually put your fun hat on, you look at a team like Vitality. Jizuke's playing Echo into Syndra matchups at Worlds, and they have played their own style. AV have come into this split of the OPL and been screw what everyone else is playing. We're playing Yorick mid yesterday. We're playing Mordekaiser.
Yep.
They're doing their stuff, which is very cool, and I don't think the OPL is so regimented that you have to play like everyone else to beat them.
Yeah.
AV are certainly a wildcard team, and that is cool, that is fun, and that can serve them well, very much so going forwards.
But the thing is, and I just want to stress this, the one area that I would like to see them improve is their teamwork. I think that individually, these guys are up there in certain roles, even with some of the players on Bombers. I have a look at Chippies on a good day, and I don't even think when Chippies is in his best playing Lane Kingdom, if you blind pick a tank into Chippies and he Olafs you, you know that this is a terrifying lane and he's going to take it to you. Shock as a player, if he isolates a 1v1 matchup, he holds you in lane for such a long time. Individually, these guys have great players, but I just think that there is something missing, and that is why the games are starting to go longer and longer as they start playing, as teams try and break down their 5v5.
Is it a cohesion thing or is it a communication thing? We saw yesterday in the
I
bot
think they
lane
just
where
pick heavy for individual matchup as opposed to team cohesion.
Right.
And I think that a team like Order, or maybe even Gravitas last game, sometimes do the opposite, where they pick so heavy for team cohesion that they ignore the fact that you've just given Kennen a free scaling lane. Sorry for the recency thing, but Order certainly do that as well. So I just think that they're on the opposite end of the spectrum on the creativity / 1v1 matchup being highly prioritized for this team.
All right, now to the third team of the evening, Legacy. Now, Legacy are a team, I don't really know how to feel about Legacy. Are they living up to, or do they have a lot of potential to live up to, I guess, is the question.
Organization-wise, yes, but player-wise, no. None of the players on this roster, you look at them and they do have big shoes to fill, but they didn't place them there, right?
Yeah.
So this is a rebuilding year. This is a completely different Legacy roster than we have ever seen, and ultimately it kind of sucks to be some teams have to lose games, and you look at this roster, maybe you look at the Dials, you expect these guys to lose games. So they don't have as much wins on the board that they would like, but they certainly are building. It does seem hit or miss at times. I feel game plan-wise, they've got 2 players that are role swapping in the bottom lane. You've got Praedyth coming from top, and then Crazy actually supporting his X role in the AD carry. So it does look a little hit or miss. They're blind picking Siva Braum to like band-aid some of their issues, I think. But like it is progression, and we have seen that progression so far.
And because you've gone with the team thing, I will like hit on individuals. I think 2 things. Chaz has impressed the absolute heck out of me. I think that he actually could be a superstar in the making. Even talking to him, think he's a super nice guy as well. So
Chaz is the best. I'm just putting it out there.
Yeah, so I think that is a guy that like was a heavy assassin player in solo queue. People question assassin players and whether they're going to be able to translate into pro play.
Yep.
Big tick for Chaz. On the flip side, Guts, this is his second crack at playing in OPL, still has not been able to translate his greedy solo QS style where he, taxes lane heavily in solo queue, like goes for creative game paths, and be able to translate that as a pro jungler into the OPL. So one person I need to see step up if there is going to be a long-term future there, because Guts has been around for like 2.5 years now. Like people knew he was coming back into the OPL. Like it was even memed about a lot and stuff like that.
Chat knew. You foresaw it.
Absolutely. But I think that he's a guy that like needs to actually break down his game and rebuild it because it's not working. Whereas Chaz just going from strength to strength.
All right. And so to the last team. Now, Chiefs. I mean, Chiefs are like the best team that we don't talk about because we keep talking about Mammoth and Bombers. I feel like they're coming third. They're just such a fantastic team, but there's just something about Chiefs where it's like you just expect them to do well, but they don't have that drama that either Bombers or Mammoth have.
Yeah, they're the team that coming into the split, like, it wasn't super surprising. They're full of like stacked, very good talent that are known quantities. Like Claire, Swiper, Raze, only is a little bit newer. Of course, like Ayla's a rookie, but you weren't surprised by this roster, whereas you may have been surprised by what Mammoth or Bombers put together. But they are just very, very solid. They have their style. Ayla coming in, I'm very impressed with him as a rookie individually, but you don't expect this team to be playing like super weird stuff. It's like Swiper, he's on tank duty. He's playing for the boys. He's the rock in the top. The boys in blue, and you get what you expect, and they have just been putting up solid performance after solid performance.
And I think everyone had them first or second in their power rankings, because the thing is like, they're a superstar team. They're not a team of superstars, but they are 100% a superstar team. So when I had a look at it, I thought Bombers would be the best team. I thought Chiefs would be the second best team, then Mammoth. And the reason behind that is I always have thought that Swiper in the last year and a half has like been a terrific captain. Like I've known Swiper personally. He is easily the most coachable person in the world. Like he is so like I would do stupid things just to like troll Swiper. I would be like, hey dude, I think this matchup is really good. And then it would happen and he would just pick it and I'll be like, oh shit. Like all right, here we go. Bro. He's playing Garen into Darius and Swips would just give it a crack. When Spellbook first came out, I was like, maybe Spellbook Garen's good into Darius. And he's like, all right, he played 3 games with it instantly. Like this is a guy that like you just give him a mission, he goes out there into the game to fulfill that. Like he's like a wind-up toy. And there are some very hard to coach people within Oceania. I think coaches get a lot of flack over here. But I think Swiper like has done a terrific job. On top of that, they have like 2 of the best team fighting carries, like in Raze and Claire.
They have pop-off players.
It is a meme, but these guys are big game players. And when they get item and they get resources and it's a big game, I don't know whether you would want anyone else on your team other than Raze and Claire. Like they are just, you see it time and time again. Claire's rise, his Cassiopeia in big game moments has always been stellar. Raze is like the best Zaya I think like I've ever seen. When like push comes to shove, I would draft him over nearly everyone. If you gave him 6 items in Zaya, he'll win you the game.
And also, Swiper feeds you a good chili. So there we go. There is the mid-split review of all the teams. Now, before we move on to the next match, 2 things. 1, Bryce, your dad tweeted at me.
What did he say?
Hi, Nick Boy. Yes, I'm watching and checking on your comments. I'm not playing tonight as I'm away from home. I main support because I can tap into a good X-Pro I know. I want to know where you are, Mr. Paul. Send us a picture. What are you doing? Also, you watching Twitch on your phone? I don't know. I just love that you're here supporting us. So send me a picture and we'll put it up. And then also, Original Goofy Foot says that couch looks super uncomfortable. Is it?
It's actually quite comfortable.
Yeah, I'm happy.
Maybe it's because I keep moving around. Maybe he's saying that because like I'm kind of jostling, but it's this
just
bloody.
you.
it's this shit attached to the back of my
There's
shirt.
a lot of stuff
It's
here.
just, it
Yeah.
keeps pulling me up. Like,
Well,
that's,
the thing is, I
that's
don't
why
sit
I'm
like this on the couch normally. So
Yeah.
like, I'm crossing my legs, but normally, and I did it in segment 1, and I realized that I did it without even noticing. Like, I am one of the people that sits like this on the couch
same
at home
though.
all the time.
Yeah.
But I feel like I got real dirty sneakers on, and then
true.
like,
Yeah.
I don't know, like, what's the OHS rules in here? Like, I assume that they're not just going to storm the set, so maybe I should just kick my shoes off and like just sit on the couch normally.
You stay like that for the rest of the evening, and we're going to go to the next game now. It is Order versus Direwolves. Tally is your Twitter POV. Head to the desk.
We're here. That was fast travel. Good stuff.
Yeah, it was a hard cut from a camera. We are here at the desk.
Well, we're not winning any Oscars for editing, unlike Bohemian Rhapsody. But yeah, we've got Order versus Direwolves. This is going to be a good one. A lot of pressure on both the teams today because they've both been on long win streaks. And I think that's even more surprising in the Order sense. Whoever loses this ends up going winless in the second round robin. And that is not a position you want to be in.
Yeah, and viewers at home may have expected this from the Direwolves. You know, you watched the first round robin, it was super rough for them, right? Like, they get a win. Congratulations to them, but it was a hard-fought 50-minute win, and they had some good moments. So you're like, Direwolves, maybe they're getting better. And they are. But Order were good. And then they weren't, and then they were, and then they weren't. And now they've gone 0-6.
It's a very back-and-forth thing, and I think that's been so disappointing for Order that they have had such a rough time actually closing out games, actually being able to finish with their own style, which seems to kind of be just go with the meta, try to play it out better, try to execute in a standard way. It hasn't been working for them, and they are searching for answers. This is, dare I say, the softest softball that they'll have had in recent weeks. Let's see if they can put it away here and end round robin 2 on a high note.
To put it simply, this is a must-win. And, you know, at week 7, every game is a must-win for standings implications, of course. But as far as must-wins go, for Order, this is the biggest one. I feel like losing to the Direwolves here puts your mental on just a very awkward predicament.
90% tilt, something like that. But let's take a look at what we've got in the game already. Order have banned out the Galio Yasuo combination on the Direwolf side. Has been focusing on Dream and the AD carry position with the Callista and Illusion. LeBlanc comes in, that's the ban.
Yeah, something that Swiffer does play, taken away from Get Back perhaps. Look towards first pick options, and we'll see where they choose to go. Yasuo was the ban from Order, something that we saw first picked in the last game. We mentioned the Jace is always a possibility, but with a team like Order, you never really know. I would expect it's going to be a support. Thresh note is available. Never mind.
So they do
Maybe
remove
it's
that one.
Alistar.
Focus on the bottom side for sure. You'll have to see.
okay.
Zoe comes through pretty quickly for Swiffer, so that's an interesting choice now. Kind of going back to some strong solo lane play.
Yeah, but last time we saw Order, we saw a very big Zoe in the middle lane for Swiffer. It was like 5-1, and they still unfortunately lost that one, right?
Yeah.
It's the fact that Swiffer is on Zoe duty. Zoe's a good champion. Zoe is a first pickable champion, absolutely, right? Like, just super strong right now, but is still a Zoe. And other champions have got more utility in certain times of the game and in certain places, and that's always the concern, is there's only so much that a single Swiffer can do to win a game.
And speaking of utility and other champions, Direwolves pick up a little bit for themselves. It's going to be the Rise, which is flexible, but I do suspect that should be a get-back champion. And Udasoft will get his hands on Rek'Sai, once again making an appearance here. So fair amount of mobility from the Wolfpack already in the first 2 picks.
Yeah, definitely is. As far as the Rise is concerned, a lot of utility available with that ultimate to move people around the Rift, but is a very low mobility mage that could sit in the mid lane. Could still be flexed towards top lane for Bio, so we'll see how the draft pans out. Where Order on the opposite side are picking the things that you would have expected more so as the first pick, but they still get them, so it doesn't matter too much.
Yeah, works out if you know, or at least reasonably suspect that your opponents aren't going to be banning those things away. You're able to pick them up in a later round and secure something more valuable in the first pick position. Direwolves now answering with the Braum, so supports for both sides have been picked up. And you know, we've seen Braum banned a little bit, but we have really seen him drop off in priority. If I'm remembering correctly, in a lot of the picks in the last couple of weeks, he's been definitely a lot less prevalent.
Yeah, he's one of those picks that's always going to be good into Zoe for the most part, though, having the door to block some damage, having a bit of mobility there as well. Like, there is some things that he can do that some other supports can't quite provide. And with a lot of the, with the Galio gone, the Alistar gone, the Thresh gone, there's not a lot of tanks that you may go towards. Tahm Kench is another choice, of course.
That's an option for sure.
But they choose to go towards the more offensive route. Now I'm curious where their AD carry will go. And if it's just going to be like, say, the Braum Ezreal, or if they go more offensive with like a Braum Kai'Sa and they just choose to be more divey with their comp.
There have been a number of AD carry bans, but all of them have been on the Direwolves side. Unless you count the Yasuo, we have seen it played in that position here in the OPL. It's back over to Order for the final ban. They've already banned out Yorick. Trying to remove some of the weird stuff. Scion is actually off the board too, so really focusing on the top lane side of things. Let's see what this opens up for the Wolfpack. Will they flex that rise into the top, possibly?
Yeah, tank top laners have been taken away. I keep saying Yorick is one of those champions.
He's kind of taken, or not taken his spot, but he's definitely upended him a little bit.
I just keep looking at his character portrait, and for some reason, I think Urgot. It doesn't matter, the Gravedigger's gone. I don't have to say his name ever again. Goodbye.
You will remember, Rusty.
And it'll be a Sivir locked in instead.
Okay, Sivir and Braum for the Direwolves in the bottom side, in Order flashing out on a couple of different AD carries. Just teasing us for the time being.
Kai'Sa, Tristana, both very good options. You've got an Alistar locked in, remember? So the route is possible with that. When you actually look at your lane opponents, they have chosen the Vayne into the Sivir Braum.
Interesting.
They've gone for the high damage, high individual target damage against what's more of a wave manipulation lane control style duo in the bottom lane here of the Direwolves. That does open the floor a little bit here for some lane priority on the bottom side of the map for the Wolves and may give Ubisoft some jungle control. But the late game hurts a lot.
And that might just be what Order are playing for. Their final pick will be the Aatrox here, so that should be the jungle position. The Sylas going up towards the top.
That's my boy.
So Spooks on the Aatrox, and Spooks has been a man that has been unafraid to really take a lot of different junglers in the split so far to varied success.
Yeah, he's always a very inspired player who does love to go towards these new picks, these innovative picks. He's quick to pick things up, it seems, as well. As we await the final lock-in here from the Direwolves.
It is the Victor. So, two mages, big control mage in the form of the Victor. If it goes up to the top lane, Tally could have himself a bit of a hard time trying to break through those lasers.
Lots of damage and lots of artificial tankiness is actually here between both of these teams. Zoe is the only one in the mid lane that is truly just what she is. Ryze has the aftershocks and the shields. So Zoe is all about getting those spell thieves in comparison. You've got the Aatrox ultimate as well on someone who tends to build full damage but can live twice. Rek'Sai can dodge spells with the ultimate. Then you got all the shields available in the top lane as well between Bio and Tally. This, to me, with the amount of damage that is backing up those champions, comes down to entirely about who can engage first, or who can get the pick or something like that first, you know? Start off the fights positively. That would actually influence a lot of the follow-up on these fights, because, oh geez, there's a lot of damage.
Yeah, there really is, and I am just super curious to see how it actually shakes out when we get into these situations where there are skirmishes, where there are fights, and who decides to go first. Typically what we've seen out of both of these teams, and things have changed a little bit in recent weeks, is that Order does like to play the games out as standard as possible. They will look for picks, but they won't necessarily go for those crazy, out there 50-50 toss-up plays compared to some other teams. And Direwolves, well, they were known as the take-it-slow team for a long time, but that seems to have been changing a little bit as the team is still struggling to find wins here in the second round robin.
Yeah, both teams actually coming into this one. Remember, 0-6, someone gets a win here, someone breaks the no-win streak in the second round robin. It could be Order, it could be Direwolves, and everything comes onto the line for them in this game here.
Yes, it does now. Joining us to talk a little bit more about the matchup from the Direwolves' perspectives is Coach Charlie. Thank you for joining us on the desk.
Pleasure.
Absolutely. Let's open it up and just talk about the team and the mood in that camp, because every time we talk about the Direwolves, we always have to talk about this as a jovial young team that never seems to let anything bother them. Is the fact that they've still been unable to pick up wins since that one getting on the minds of the Wolfpack?
I think it's very hard to say that it's not. I think we all want to win. That's why we're here. But it's about when you want to win, really. Like, we hit a point in the season where we were expecting some wins because we thought we were playing quite well and we had a good grasp on the meta. The meta changed. We took longer than other teams did to catch up to the meta due to inexperience in players and also inexperience in me and Curtis's ability to coach new players. There was actually a lot of things that we took for granted with our old teams, like good habits that were set in by these veteran players, like how they watch VODs, how they learn from international games that we didn't have with these new players that we had to teach them. So it was a bit of a longer experience. I think what you were talking about with the mood, though, the mood's pretty good, man. We have players who have moderate expectations of themselves. So it's okay losing some games, but in the end, yeah, everyone wants to win. There's always that recovery period. We just aim to make that recovery period swift.
That's fair. Now, it does seem to be that you might be playing a little bit more for future splits as well. Like you don't necessarily have to make it into the gauntlet this time because it is a rebuilding period. Is that the plan that you guys have set for yourselves, or you're just seeing what happens?
The latter, man. We're seeing what happens. Like we have metrics outside of wins and losses that will determine whether or not what we're doing is good. At the moment, it's full steam ahead. Me and Curtis trust what's happening. We think our system will have like results. The when is the question.
Absolutely. And of course, let's just take a second while, of course, we are in a game pause to discuss the draft just a little bit here, Charlie. Now, you put together a composition yesterday. It was much more about a big R button style comp. This time it's a little bit different. You've gone for the Rise and the Rek'Sai and even the Sivir in there. What's your plan coming into this one? What's the game plan of the Direwolves to beat Order?
So I actually can't see the comps right now, so I would love to.
The draft
Fantastic.
If you can read my handwriting.
But yeah, so this is what we've been practicing for most of the week, to be honest. And we have the ability to split the map in the early game. We have like good level 1 champions in the bot lane. We have good like wave clear in Sivir. Braum has a great level 1. Rek'Sai has tempo advantage. So we'll be able to have pace on this Aatrox, and we should be able to do more stuff in the early game than then. I think what their composition wants to do is they want to scale, and they want to get to that point in the game where they can enable Zoe to get chunks, and then they can take fights with Alistar, maybe off a flank, whereas we want to play more towards the side lanes. We have Ryze and we have Victor, really strong wave clear champions. Sivir's good at like keeping the mid push in the 3.
1-3-1, yeah.
Yeah, 1-3-1. We have good disengage in that regard, and then we can look to take man advantage fights by pushing and moving.
And Victor's one of the champions that we haven't seen top lane in a little while. You know, has been picked here and there and was prolifically a long time ago. Is this something that BioPanther was just confident on, comfortable with, or was he pinched a little bit in champions with the bans?
We would probably have preferred to play a tank in this matchup, if I'm being honest, but it's a good matchup into Sylas. I think Victor does very well. In fact, Bio's very practiced on this pick. We played a lot, and it's just a good one into stuff like Vayne. Like, the thing about Victor is he has a lot of zone control in team fights. So with champions like Vayne, who have to get very close to do their damage, if you place like your W well and your R well, Vayne has a very hard time getting damage off. So you can really split the fight.
Certainly.
Yeah, that's fair. Now we're still in the game pause, so I want to go a little bit more into some of the details on the draft. You guys spent a lot of your bans actually in the AD carry position. Was this something that you just particularly identified Dream as like a big threat, or is it just more meta specific?
It just happened that the AD carries that we wanted to play this week, like Sivir, I think we played Sivir yesterday as well, if I remember, and some other champions that we might have been planning on playing don't lane well into stuff like Kalista, stuff like Draven, stuff like Lucian, you know, the powerhouse AD picks. And we wanted to make it so we had more of an even playing field when it came to the bot lane picks, because we were planning on counter-picking in other roles.
One last question for you, Charlie, because it's Direwolves against Order. Is there any bets going on with you and Jake? Is there anything personal here between the both of you on who wins, and is there like a dinner on it, perhaps?
There's no dinner on it, man. It's just like, I would like there to be, man. Maybe I'll toss that up now, but
Still
no.
time.
Nah.
Got to do it on Twitter.
He's got stuff to do, man.
Yeah,
He's
there
got
you go.
places to be. He's got to go back to Melbourne, you know.
Next time, man. Next time.
Maybe next
All
time.
right, cool. Well, thank you so much for joining us, Charlie. Best of luck for the team.
Yeah, appreciate it, guys.
Cool, so we've been through the pause, but now we're about a minute and a half into the game, and it's been a standard start. Honestly, to be expected, watching these two teams, I would think, even with the pressure on them, neither really strikes me as a level 1 shenanigans, even though they do have level 1 play possibility on the Direwolves.
I mean, yeah, Direwolves have got a strong level 1 composition, right? They could absolutely hunt for it if they wanted to, but the other thing that Charlie just mentioned as well is that he believes the Rek'Sai has got the tempo over the Aatrox. So why throw a spanner in the works when you can just have set play and get the lead through that instead?
There you go. We'll definitely look for where the Rek'Sai ends up going early on. There's been a lot of really solid play out of Rek'Sais in this week since we have been on to patch 9.4, and it's risen back up in priority.
She's a monster.
She is.
Rek'Sai is just so strong now. You cannot dodge the ultimate. I cannot count the amount of times on my hand in even just regular games of League that people try and flash the ultimate now that it's undodgeable. And like,
It's
honestly,
trained
it's
muscle
such a
memory,
big
isn't it?
deal.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, like it's muscle memory for certain. But
yeah.
That's such a big shift because it means the damage is guaranteed. And there was a point where Rek'Sai wanted to be tanky. You've got the utility. They got rid of that, right? And they said you should be building damage because this champion's just about deeps.
Well, the other thing too is like visually, it also feels like even if the old ability wasn't dodgeable either, you could talk about it being something that would be still very scary to look at. I think of it like a Warwick ult.
Absolutely.
Now, Spooks is up there on the top side, waiting in the wings here to see if he can get the dive onto BioPanther.
Very limited window, the wave's crashing, but he's level 3. Can he make this happen?
Trying to sidestep. There's the chains in. BioPanther taking a lot of damage. Forced to flash, throws down that gravity field. And he doesn't really return fire a lot of damage, so that's a successful gank at the level 3 mark.
Yeah, I feel like Bio could have put down his gravity field much faster than he did. Tanks a lot of damage. The second the first Q was dodged by him, you throw down the gravity field. What that does is it gives a sense of urgency to Spooks and to Tally to make the play immediately. And maybe you trade flashes, you know, something like that, just by flashing earlier. But takes a lot of his health and damage, however, not a potion was used by him, so he'll be able to stay in lane just a bit longer. Just means that he's not entirely safe up there.
No, and not if a return comes back out of Spook. So
Mind
the
you,
first
Wave's in
gank
a
does
good
come out
spot.
of Spook's spot. That's interesting.
The wave is in a very good spot for him currently, so he's got plenty of staying power in the present moment. Just
trying to
about when
laser
that
to the minions.
bounces back, which it will bounce back. That'll be an inevitable fate.
Bottom lane, of course, also pushing in the favor of Direwolves right now, and this is what you have to expect with a Sivir versus a Vayne. Even in the farm game, though, and honestly, the biggest lead that's opened up has really just been in that mid with the Zoe, and I think that's also kind of to be expected. A little bit more burst damage on the minions early on. The Rise is going to have a harder time for a few
Zoe
levels.
has better push because she doesn't use her entire mana pool to push it in. I think it's just that simple when you look at this matchup in mid lane. Zoe can push Rise. If he does, it's usually just to reset. He's out of mana already.
Yep.
From a single trade.
And he's blue screened. But Dudasoff is here as well. So it has been a little bit of a quiet start to the game, of course.
No, Ubisoft actually looking to help reset again, as per the mana inhibiting plays in mid lane for Get Back. He's not going to have a good time. So shows himself on the map here is Ubisoft, but it's for a good cause in the end. Swiffer's able to just sit back pretty casually, get himself some spell thieves, easy as you like, having a good time in mid.
Yeah, and he has been the player that has stepped up the most for Order in the last couple of weeks for sure, but as you pointed out, there's only so much you can do, and it's been a part of why the team hasn't been able to really get it together in some of these levels, and I think it just has seemed fairly surprising that Order haven't put it away several weeks in a row now.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's been mentioned a few times now for Order specifically, it's mid-game. Can they actually translate a mid-game advantage from an early game lead? Can they make it bigger? Can they actually snowball a game? Are questions that we have to continue to watch for them. In this current game, it's a slow early game. They're just farming up to mid, perhaps playing with some extreme discipline after the week's gone and their performances in those. Because they could just choose a big mid-game fight to win in instead. We'll see.
Yeah. I mean, there's always a lot of time left to make that happen. Direwolves are always a team that seem to be, I say always, I mean this iteration of Direwolves, of course, this year, have been a team that's been a little more slow and steady as well. They were famous early on in the split for stalling out games. That's how they got their only win. In fact, I believe it was against Mammoth.
It was. Of all teams to have you one win against, they did very well, Direwolves, to have one
If it
against
comes
Mammoth.
down to crazy tiebreakers at the end of it all, like, there's going to be some weird results. I mean, this is the end of the second round robin, and if you're wondering, by the way, folks at home, like, wait a second, it's week 7. Why is it the middle of it? I'll put it into that in a second because Swiffer's getting jumped on down. Looks like first blood happens bot lane while it all goes, though, and Direwolves, things are going a little pear-shaped for them right now. Party Portal's out. Udasoft is out of there. But we got to talk about what just happened. Andrew died to Dream, and all the summoners were burnt.
By the skin of his teeth, he gets out in the mid lane as well. But you're right, bot lane. With an item advantage, at the point of that fight, it was just a Doran shield for the Vayne, and he still only has that. But Andrew
Gonna have to see that replay for sure.
A lot of sums. I will say every sum was used, and there's a summoner advantage for Order in that regard. Note that they have heal, where it's a teleport for Andrew. Just the spell shield used early, not to block anything.
And the
one of
stun
those
taken
old
down.
chestnuts.
That feels a little bad if you're Andrew. Get back now, finding Spooks out in his own jungle. Trying to sidestep, not doing it. Forced to flash, in comes Udasoft. And Tally comes through. There's the Chaos Storm down. Get back, has nowhere to go, trying to outplay Spooks, and he will die. Both of them will. And it's a big
Order, though.
fight in the jungle. Jake walking away, trying as he gets knocked up and bopped and stun locked and everything. Direwolves get a double kill for Biopanther, but what a blitz that was in the jungle.
Oh dear, no Craig Davids in this one. You can't walk away, Jake. He's gone. Flash not available for him. He was way up on the other side of the map after the trade kills that they got bottom. And suddenly it's a 2-0-1 victor, and Direwolves have the kill lead on Order's accord.
So much for the calm, collected early game. All this started with Get Back just face-checking Spooks.
Well, he was looking to hit the Scrying Orb. Spooks was in the bush, so it's just good positioning from the Aatrox, of course. Get Back chooses to flash the Q2, and now doesn't have flash and is stuck inside the Raptor Pit. So he's just dead to rights. Spooks will make sure that one's secured, but as he tries to make sure it's secured, he's level 5, and he doesn't have any way out himself because he dashes for it. Jake is now stuck in a very awkward predicament as well, and 3 people die. That's rough.
That is. BioPanther getting the 2 kills on the Victor means he'll get a little more accelerated towards building up his Hex core.
Have you ever watched mid laners for an extended period of time in the way that you navigate skill shots? Because I'm curious now to just watch mid lane and see where Get Back Duke's next. The reason that I bring this up is like you have to watch for player tendencies, you know, like pathing and directions that they dodge
Especially
spells.
in regards to playing up against the Zoe.
Not many people dodge down. They dodge right, though. Most people dodge right, not left. And in this case, Get Back has now dodged down to the right twice in a row. So if I was Spliffer, that's where the next one's aimed towards. But we don't get to see it.
No, we got to watch bot lane. That was just a surprising kill there. This does accelerate Dream a bit. In a lane that we talked about Direwolves potentially having the priority in. They've lost out quite a bit, and the wave's actually been pushed against them, as well as a CS disadvantage. Oh, Get Back is getting deleted! Swiffer flashes to secure the kill on an auto attack. And no dodging to be had.
Yeah, he's not happy about that one, Get Back. You could see the head shake of disapproval there from the Direwolves mid laner. Swiffer just picks that one up solo, doing very well in mid again. Is Swiffer on this Zoe. He's honestly shown just complete mastery of the champion. He's been tearing up Summoner's Rift with the pick. It's just about what Order can do in the mid game with him as well, and around him when he consistently gets these leads.
Yeah, he's just getting big old burst damage too, and that's just on a lost chapter in a Doran's ring. Swiffer has been fantastic on the Zoe. It is definitely the case. Now up in the top, it looks like we'll be in for another dive here. As you can see, Spooks coming in to join Tally. BioPanther knows this is happening. This time he throws down an early Chaos Storm as well as the Gravity Field, trying to dodge out for the damage, but a good juggling of the aggro means Tally and Spooks will both live and claim the kill and the flash of Bio.
Yeah, I've got to say that was very curious target selection there from BioPanther. He didn't go for the one that would have had turret aggro immediately. I think he changes targets halfway through. Oh, no.
Tally's dead. Udasov takes advantage of the fact that he greeds for minions.
I think Tally was trying to use the Rek'Sai ultimate to dodge the Rek'Sai ultimate, but you can't do that one. A little bit too untargetable in this case, and Udasov just gets a trade kill for no particular reason. Just staying up there on the top side to prevent the wave from crashing in.
So a couple of mistakes by both teams has resulted in 4 kills across the board, and it's still a lead in the gold for Order right now. I think you really got to start pointing out to the mid and the bottom lane. Actually, just about every lane has a CS advantage.
I mean, Order are laning fine. Order always lane fine. They're a very good early game team, and you're seeing the byproduct of that as well. Spooks gets free reign in terms of like where he wants to gank, where he wants to be, and it's a good life to be Spooks through the early game when you're playing with the members of Order.
This is true. Now it's going to be Direwolves. Spotted as they attempt to finish off the Rift Herald. They will get it, but I think Udasov is going to pay for it with his life. Oh, just before the sleep comes through, he looks like Corporal's able to hop back to get back, but the rest of Order on the chase here. Corporal trying to walk away, BioPanther coming through, and it ends up being a Rift Herald for the jungler trade.
As far as trades go, you'd say it's still good for Direwolves if they can translate that Herald, take into something meaningful, but as it stands, Order are the ones who get the kill. They're the ones who also have a 1 to 2,000 gold leaders that fluctuates, and bot lane isolated. Go back to Dream!
It looks like he's going to go down right now. That's another shot of damage. Jake should be able to chase him down to finish the job, flashing first. And Daru has been zoned out of his own lane multiple times here. This is opening up a dragon for Order. Spooks can solo that quite easily.
And my gripe in this particular bottom lane is you never want to isolate the Sivir against the Vayne. It hits a point even at one completed item where there's just very few worlds where Sivir has a good experience against the Vayne. Too much outplay, too much ability to dodge your spells, can hold your Condemn as well and just dodge around. Spell Shield comes out, you win. It's a lot of mind games, and I feel like Vayne does get the upper hand at the one item point. But we're before that in this game, and it still feels bad.
It certainly does, and this is going to give a lot of confidence to the Order bottom lane to make things happen. Now we can see Spooks actually on this side of the map. So is Udasov as well, so we may be in for a bot lane party soon enough. Stepping forward, taking the shots. Andrew really relying on Corporal to body block for him here.
Yeah, and the Braum is a very important part of this lane as well. If there's ever a tumble used aggressively forwards and you can hit the Q, then suddenly you can turn. You know, and Vayne's not as safe. Otherwise, if it continues to be isolated through Corporal and Jake, just hard roaming around the map, then the Vayne actually does come up as a pretty good draft pick for them, honestly.
True that. Andrew and Corporal definitely having a hard time in this lane here. It looks like Ubisoft trying to cut off the Zoe, get back on half his health, and Swiffer is going to be going for a run here. The flash knock-up, and the combination will be enough. Ubisoft cleans it up.
Yeah, and Ubisoft does not use the ultimate during that play, as Get Back seems to have been perhaps attacked a little bit by
Flashes
Spooks
away
and Jake
from
there,
Spooks.
so flashes. And he'll survive. Had the flash as well, for what it's worth, during all of that, and they just get themselves the kill, and bot lane continues to be a little bit isolated. Not a safe space for Andrew to be unless it's pushed in as top. Oh god, there's Victor ults everywhere.
He is just going to be stopped up. Victor ults on both sides, trying to go in, get a little bit of that sustain, but the second Chaos Storm is a little bit too strong here as he follows through with the Death Laser. Biopanther getting his revenge.
And now 3 and 1 on this Victor as well. Gifted the 2 kills early, does so much for his laning strength. Even though the Rod of Ages is completed for Tally now, he still has the Hex Core upgrades, and just feeling super confident should be Biopanther from here on out.
There's only room for one Mad Genius up in the top lane. He'll be able to push that one easily. Ubisoft is there. Meanwhile, Spooks will go down towards the bottom and try to take out this blue buff, but there are bigger problems at the moment.
This really
There's going to be a Rift
hurts.
Herald uncontested topside.
Yeah, they don't get the turret plates by any means, but they'll be able to break this turret. It looks like completely free. The trade's there from Order. They are on the other side of the map, so they're going to be trading map control.
But they do lose first brick
yeah,
by quite
that
a lot.
first turret goes, and there's no plates to be traded even on the other side. So just turret takes, and Herald always goes faster.
Yes, it does. It's going to get one more charge off again as Tally comes to intercept, and the rest of the Wolves scatter away. So a great trade for the Wolf Pack here. Nothing else for them to grab on this map at the moment.
They got the blue buff, I believe, for Get Back as well.
Yeah,
so
that's true. That's true. They
they
did.
get a blue that Swiffer cannot get, which is actually a big deal.
Andrew dodging out from the Zoe damage, and you can see the Direwolves mid lane, or Direwolves dual lane have moved into the mid to try and push into Swiffer. More than happy to be able to clear some waves himself, but there is a bit of chip damage on the turret to contend with.
And there is still a very big Aatrox to deal with. He's 3 and 1, 600 gold bounty on his head. He's going to be very close to that Black Cleaver too, you would expect.
Yeah, it could be a real world ender for Direwolves.
He's a big deal. Vayne is always going to be a big deal. Has been farming up a Storm, 145 CS at 15 minutes on the clock.
Completed Bork.
So he is going to be fed. When we hit these mid-game fights, you would expect that Order will still be in a position of power. And really, it's just the isolated 1-3-1 that Direwolves would be looking towards. And that's where this game starts to really shift in styles. The Victor is ahead. The Rek'Sai can hover the Victor lane if they want. They can threaten 2v2s and win them. But the rest of the map for the Direwolves, as that happens, needs to be safe. And that's hard to achieve when the Vayne is so big. When an Alistar can dive, you know.
Very true. You can see Biopanther playing very far back. He is worried about the dive from the Alistar. Dream doesn't push his luck, though. Just decides to stay on the outside of turret aggro and clean away the waves. You can see Spooks coming up as well. Order might be setting up for another dive.
And chooses the Abyssal Mask this time around his Biopanther on his Victor, so he wants to be melee ranging everyone that he can. He
Here's
just wants
Jake
the
and
resistances
Spooks.
from a single item.
This is spotted Corporal as well. They know where he is. There's the chains on. Corporal is going to back away, but a strong showing of force by the Order team here as they move into the topside jungle of the Direwolves.
Yeah, they definitely are displaying the troops openly for Direwolves to have the forced respect from them. Corporal is the one who answers, of course, on the top side of the map, which means the Sivir in a 1v4 with Braum very slow on the counterplay as well. Rek'Sai is not good for clearing the turrets. It needs a Sivir and it needs a Braum to stand in front to defend it. The Dials being dragged around the map gives Order what they're after. The opening that they need, breaking mid, such a big deal.
Big play for Order as they flex their muscles here. It's going to be interesting to see how the Direwolves do respond. Order trying to wait for an opportune moment to see if the Wolves go a little bit too far forward.
Very good vision control from Order across the map. They've got control in this river, and
they find Ubisoft. That's all they needed right now. Here comes the Rise Portal. Ubisoft just has to get there, but he goes down before that can happen, and this opens up at the worst possible moment for the Wolves. An Infernal Dragon. Order secured that effortlessly.
Yeah, just the free Infernal now for Order, and they really are shaping up to be super powerful in this game as the items come on board. Now 4 and 1 is the Aatrox for Spooks. There's no Rift Herald to take on the opposite side of the map, and everything will slow down just a little bit more now. Direwolves still not able to break the mid lane outer or the bottom lane outer with the pressure that Order have through vision.
1,500 gold in favor of Order, but the Dragon starting to become a pretty big thing for them as well. The 4 and 1 Aatrox is a threat to be dealt with. The obviously out-farmed Vayne, or Vayne that's doing the out-farming, is already a threat, despite the fact that only sitting on 1.5 items. Direwolves are going to have a lot to worry about the longer this game goes.
You have to avoid isolations with the AD carry of Dream. You know, you could probably put... No, I don't know who exactly could contest him right now. The Ceres Embrace is done for Ryze, so maybe with Aftershock, but he's gone Phase Rush. And Biopanther's gone straight magic resistance as well, so he really wants to plant his feet down in the side lane against the Sylas or the Zoe. Vayne is just going to have a good time. Just a real good time.
Just an enjoyable
just
Saturday
a heckin'
afternoon.
Goodin'.
Yeah, happy Mardi Gras. Tally's going to back away, ceding the tower pressure. Aatrox nowhere there as he's up towards the top side. Get Back is able to zone out. Jake with a nice little Hex Flash, just trying to scare the bejesus out of Get Back.
Zoe now actually the
Caught
target
out
for Direwolves.
Let's see if Andrew can chase. They do not have On the Hunt. But another tower falls in the top side. So Dream has taken a scenic route around Summoner's Rift to just getting as many objectives as he wants.
Wait, where
he's
the tower
uncontested
fall?
top side. Looks like Chaos Storm from Tally, hijack, moving on to Biopanther. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think the tower was... No, the first tier hadn't fallen yet.
Oh, yeah. I just assumed it had already gone, but they went mid from it, so there you go. They get the last remaining outer turret order, and now Baron is up in 35 seconds. As far as compositions go that can do it, Vayne, once that second item is completed, will be just lightning speed taking down the Baron buff.
Very close to getting that done.
That's absolutely where they would continue to put their pressure then. No Dragon for a little while. They secured the last Infernal.
But Order are building slow and steady right now. They're not really giving a whole lot of openings for Direwolves to counter-react after a team fight that left Biopanther with 2 kills early on in the game. Really not a whole lot you can take away from this team that has been struggling so much. This has to be good for their confidence levels.
Certainly. Certainly for Order right now. It's all about just being as methodical as you possibly can be. Tally's just going to throw his chains and do a little dance.
He's having a good old time as well.
And you know exactly where the focus will be from Direwolves. We just spoke about the fact that Order could look at the Baron very quickly. They could take it down very quickly. Direwolves should know that. You can see on the counterplay here, trying to get down all the vision that they can. But there has to be a breaking point for Direwolves. There has to be a moment in this game where they draw a line in the sand and say, we just cannot give you this area. And now is not that time, and I think that they may get really hard stuck into the 1-3-1 mindset and really lose those options. Order will force.
Question is when and where will it happen? Baron has now officially hit the Rift, and the vision game has been strong from Order.
The one thing Order haven't checked is the pit. They have the Scuttle Crab secured, so they know that no one has warded there, but there's a controller just sitting in the pit. And so Direwolves should know that they're definitely not in that area. They're looking for picks first.
Get Back.
He's the
Is
one that
side
needs
laning
to
here.
respect.
There's a teleport to mid out of Andrew to try and clear this wave out, but look at the rest of Order. They're going to immediately move up towards the top. Jake and Spooks around the side as well. And Get Back can't do a damn thing about it, so Order just keep taking away towers and opening up more and more of the map for themselves.
Yeah, and look at where Ubisoft is right now as well. The thing is, that single ward has given Direwolves information. That information allows them to counter the play that Order are making, and they are still hunting.
Looking for Tally right now with that outer tower fallen. Tally does hijack an ultimate from Ubisoft, but really not a whole lot is gained by the Wolves. It's a tower trade, but an inner for an outer is never what you want.
No, but it is still something. You know, breaking outers is important. It doesn't feel good to lose the inner, especially not on the top side jungle when it comes to vision control. That really does hurt the Direwolves. But the mid lane understands, and so that means they do still have an avenue through the middle lane to get some control. But they need to group to do that. They need to use the Rex-sized tremor sensors to do that with the Braum, and those two need to group together. So right now, Direwolves are content to just farm these waves, clear them out, get their items on the board. Eventually, Sivir will finish both of those Zeal items.
A lot of vision here from Order in the Direwolves jungle. They've spotted out Ubisoft a couple of times. You can just see the pings every time he moves around the map.
But the second he leaves the jungle, Order replace the wards.
They don't even leave the jungle themselves. All Order is all inside of the Wolfpack's jungle at the moment.
Direwolves have just gone so hard on controlling mid priority, knowing they don't want to fight in the red side jungle. That's how it feels right now.
They've ceded a lot of control over. This is going to be very difficult for them to try and contest the Baron, considering how well Order have controlled it. They've not opted to try and start that up. It's still pretty early on. And the gold lead hasn't grown significantly, but Order just have so much more tempo. Now it's going to be the fight turn. On the hunt, they look for Spooks here. He's going to have to pop into that World Ender, but he is stunned up, and the Jake turning in for the team. There's no follow-up damage as he flashes away. And there's the portal coming through. It's going to be 3 members of the Wolves on top of Jake. They get 1 kill, looking for more as Tally runs back to the safety of his team. Corporal flashing back, unbreakable for not too long. And Dream is looking to 1v5, but he's stopped short. Udasov on the knock-up, and it's going to turn things back around for the Wolves. Looking for even more here. There's going to be Swiffer going gold for just a second, flashing away, trying to get the bait off as he gets that. Bubble is going to burst without anybody inside of it. Tally is left, and he is caught out. That's going to be a big cleanup for the Wolves.
It's going to be a 1-for-3 trade. Would you believe it in the end? Spook surviving with a sliver of health, and the same thing with Swiffer. That could have been an ace. That absolutely could have been Direwolves just cleaning house of Order right there in the 23-minute fight. We speak about the mid-game woes, and there they are. Order just gets completely taken apart. It starts with Spooks being caught. Jake throws himself in to try and assist, but he just loses all of his health and has to flash. Ryzolt follows it, and Swiffer will play his absolute little heart out to try and give them something, as will Dream, but this is where Vayne spotting becomes a bit of a meme for good reasons, because he does well here. Never mind.
Yeah, we don't need to see it again.
Mind.
We know exactly how it happened. That
you
being
don't get
said,
to it.
Order do have still control of this jungle, and despite the fact that they just lost a big fight, they only lose 1 tower for it, and now they decide to pull the trigger on the Baron while the rest of the Wolves have been going back. There is a teleport coming through on both sides of the teams. Looks like they'll turn their attention away, and Get Back is gonna get chunked, but not down to 0. He goes on a run back the wrong way, and Swiffer cleans him up. A premature teleportation results in that kill.
Where'd they
now
go?
They move over with the hijacked ultimate to the other side of the jungle for some reason.
Alrighty, looks like it was just a bit of a bait, and 2 people thought this is a great opportunity to take the portal, see where it takes me. This is exciting. They get the pick, Get Back goes down. Very well done from Swiffer as well to be able to find him. The fast rise, and he locks him down. So now this Baron, no longer just a threat that involves a turn. They could seriously do it, but the Dire will see it. Udisoft is in the area, and they want this.
They're going to turn it. It looks like it's going to be turned on by Order as well. There's the big shutdown onto Bio Panther, and the rest of the Wolves scatter back. They still have a chance to get the steal off. Spooks is very low here. If a Prey Seeker comes and deletes him off the map, that's no more smite, but they know exactly where Udisoft is right now.
There's no
and he's
vision.
Just scooting himself away. Slow. There's the sleep. He catches the bubble. Blue screen of death for a couple of seconds, and will he come back into it? Second bubble lands.
Oh,
this
God.
is a tense moment as the Hex Flash goes the opposite way.
He's in the pit.
Comes into the pit. He gets knocked. He's stunned. Early smite. It's taken by Spooks. And that was just a smidgen too early there as the Direwolves go a sniffing, but really stick their noses in some serious doo-doo. Order gonna clean up.
Order should. Andrew's definitely gone here as well, so they clean house. Biopanther just comes up in time, I think, to prevent. Nope, the ace is still there. And there goes all of Order's woes. All of their troubles have been taken away. They forced the Baron on the back of a lost team fight, and now they are in the driver's seat with absolute control.
What a weird turn of events. They lose a team fight, lose a mid-turret, and then immediately decide to go for Baron on the reset against the tempo, but it works for them because they still have so many wards in the jungle.
I mean, at the end of the day, while they lose the team fight, they still controlled summoners. They're pretty much outright. You'll notice that Udisoft, besides the fact that he awkwardly stepped into the bubble, Order are not hitting Baron. They are never hitting Baron. They will keep it at about 1.5k if they can help it. And at that point, when you're a Rek'Sai and you see a Baron at 1.3, you're like, they're about to burst it, I'm going. But he goes into the side, he doesn't go in with a position to deal damage to the Baron itself, and then the rest of the Direwolves are baited into this fight, and they of course go down with it. You have to make a choice if you're in that situation as the Direwolves. Do we hit the Baron to enable the steal? Well, then throw a Civic Q over the wall with a Brawl Molt over the wall. You know, like, help him burst it down so that it's chaotic and it forces a 50-50. Don't just let him go in and then die with him afterwards.
And that, I think, is the difference between both of these teams. Order have been having trouble translating their early game into mid-game strategies and things like that, but they are more experienced as a squad. And they also, apart from the bottom lane, had been a squad already, whereas the Wolfpack is comprised of newer players, players coming up from the OCS, players that hadn't played as much together.
Oh, absolutely.
And that's the difference in quality.
When it comes to the crunch in moments like that, Pi, you're absolutely right. Like, Order are a very experienced team. They've been weathered for quite some time together. And so they know, you know, when you get to the Baron, you play calm and collect. Other teams will probably get chaotic around you, and it's through that chaos that you're able to actually shine. And now with the Baron buff, I really don't know how Dials are going to mount the defense here. It will require a team fight from them, surely again. The Dream, he's about to have his flash up.
They need a big old collapse with the Biopanther signature Chaos Storm to make that happen. But Order have been looking slipperier and slipperier and covering all their tracks. Look at all the vision. It is so hard to flank on this team.
Cowboy.
Ubisoft still sniffing around.
Just an angry cow sprinting at him. Good night.
Yep. That's an unbreakable from the Braum. Surprisingly didn't take a whole lot.
Yeah,
They
everything
actually
missed.
even chunk it.
Seems like they thought he was in a different spot. Both members of Order actually throwing their skill shots just to the left of where he actually was, but nonetheless.
That's Saint Space Invaders.
Yeah, it still pushes him back to base. Corporal's going to go for a walk back as well. He's not going to press that B button. Andrew also due for a base of his own with no mana, so Order will take that opportunity to acknowledge the Direwolves aren't going to step out of their base. And they're going to get a recall themselves. Big item spikes.
Oh yeah, things are really starting to come online here. Direwolves are going to be hard-pressed to defend their base. The only towers they've got remaining are inside the walls, which means the entirety of the jungle will be controlled as they want it by Order. However, the Wolves are trying to clear away as much as they possibly can, so kudos to them for taking the moment of the back to really try and get some vision out.
And you would also say the Baron is the thing that actually ends this game for Order, and it's obviously not the Baron that's just run off them. It's the second Baron as it comes up. At the end of the day, it's a Sivir and a Ryze. Both very good at clearing waves. And it's a Victor. All of those champions are so good at just slowing down the game, clearing those waves, 1-3-1 if they can do it safely. No one's getting a turret. Not when there's this little base left for Order to take. Order, on the other side, will absolutely want to make the pick with the Zoe Bubbles if they can, or get the Alistar Headbutt Pulve combo off. Or
this is a
maybe
two-level
you just
disadvantage
find
for Get Back. He needs to run away. Okay, Tally doesn't decide to stick on him. Instead, he just hijacks his ultimate.
Morello's is there, and that's actually a pretty big deterrent.
Yeah, that's true.
Also, the chance of killing that Ryze, who will sprint away with phase rush, is quite low.
He just keeps on running.
But yes, this is why it all comes down to the second Baron buff. If Order are able to secure that one, then the wave clear doesn't matter anymore. It's just too hard to wave clear. We've spoken about what both of these teams want to do, but for Direwolves, besides clearing waves, you just want to find a pick if you can, you know, like, and catch someone from Order either too extended, too far forwards, or being too aggressive with the lead that they have.
But that's the thing, is where's too extended at this point? There's so much vision backing up what Order have done, and they can just afford to sit here, watch and wait.
They could actually stand still for a minute if they wanted and wait for Direwolves to come to them.
Trapdoor Spider.
This is where
composition from Order at
the sign of an experienced team actually does come out. Because if you're Get Back, that shouldn't be a yellow trinket. That should be a blue trinket. If you're Biopanther, I still think that should be a blue trinket. Because you have no vision control, right? Baron is up in 45 seconds. How are you going to check the pit to see if they're baiting? You just get as many blue trinkets as you can.
Yeah, that's the only safe way to place vision at this point.
And then you use Rek'Sai for the rest of it.
So Direwolves not out of this yet, but it is looking very grim for this team.
I think they actually did
Order
stand still for a minute.
Baiting in the brush. Yeah, you just don't
hanging
move.
out.
Oh, look, Dream is he's just trying to bait it out. No, okay, dance around. The rest of Order move.
I think
The game's
Direwolves
up.
should be hyper aware that with the Baron not up for 15 seconds, Pyro, they're probably looking for kills.
Yep, and that would open it all up. So it may just come down to this next Baron fight. Order will see that one coming a mile away with all the vision they've got secured. Jake just keeps on hanging on the edge of this.
He's got real flash now, so he
Yeah,
can't
he
just
does.
hex flash. He has to commit when he does. Sivir's got some big items too. 3.5 items done, or 3.25, I suppose.
Yes. Swiffer.
Good block.
Ah, he's hopped right out. Gravity field doesn't matter too much. There is another dragon on the map as well. Obviously, neither team is interested in the Infernal at the moment because of how big of an objective the Baron is, and it's being started by two. There's on the hunt pot, but it's split attention.
They
from
know
the
it's being
Wolfpack.
done.
They're going to have to peel off here, and it looks like the rest of Order have turned around onto Ubisoft going golden right now as Dream looks for Get Back, isolating him for the rest of the team. But the Wolves, will they be able to win this fight? Get Back forced to flash into the team, and it's a
Dream
forward
flash.
as Dream is looking for it. He's got one. Can he make another happen? Everyone low on the health bars. That's going to be two. Tally running through on the blast cone, moving forward for Biopanther. He goes golden, but he will not live for long, and it's Swiffer that grabs that kill, and that is the last of the chances for the Direwolves.
Yeah, with 3 people dead, it looks like Order, they'll sack the Baron. We don't even need it. They're just going to go towards the inhibitor. They may just try and end the game here. It requires Sivir to clear the waves, but there is no safe space to do such a thing. This could just be game.
Looks like that's going to be it. They even get the knock-up on a stolen Braum ultimate. Turn around to take him down. Goodbye, Andrew. Goodbye, Direwolves. And goodbye, Nexus. Order will clean house and reverse their losing streak after a long several weeks. They end the second round robin on a high.
It wasn't perfect from Order, but it was very good. That's a big improvement for them at the moment. They needed that win. It was a must-win game if they want to keep themselves in contention for the playoffs run. Get as high as they possibly can. Get into the top 4 if possible, not just top 5. But as it stands, they got the win. So Direwolves are the unfortunate team who have to go without a win in the second round robin.
Yeah, and that is unfortunate for them, but I do think that for Direwolves, everybody figured this was going to be a building split for them at the very least. And yeah, they go 1-13 in 2-round robins, but there's still hope for this team. They still are taking it very close. There's just some missing ingredients. They need to find their footing. But for Order, this has got to be the biggest sigh of relief. Maybe it's a slight sigh because you still need to start stacking up those wins. But after you lose for 3 weeks straight, getting a win against anybody, no matter how not clean it is, has to feel good.
A win's a win at the end of the day, and that is what matters Pyro the most for sure. And Order are one of those teams that if they get that first win, they could actually get many more in a row afterwards. Momentum is something that does seem to help these guys a lot, and that is that first step. Dream, besides his one moment with the flash forwards where he dies, still look good on the vein.
Yeah.
Order strategically played the map very well with their vision control and vision denial as well. So it did feel like a pretty easy win for them in the end.
Yeah, after all said and done, Order do take the win. Let's send it back over to the couch to see what they have to say.
Order have to be feeling pretty good about themselves right now.
Yeah.
What is this face? Oh, this is a breath of relief because you are able to sit on the couch and not worry about getting it dirty.
Yeah, absolutely. Also, that was just a really touch and go game there for a moment. That finally
For a moment?
looked
A couple of
like-
moments?
Yeah, that finally looked like once Order regained control of it, that they had some semblance of macro, some semblance of mid game. Like there were still some dicey moments. Like they couldn't find the Rek'Sai. She was just like stealth Rek'Sai during the Baron. Really was giving me some aneurysms, but you know, pretty happy with how it turned out.
Yeah, look, like it's the early mid game that has been like their falter point for like the last couple of weeks, and this game was no different. I feel like Spooks on the Aatrox really got things going early, and he was like the one member of this team that was constantly carrying them forward, right? Like Dream, by the end of the game, had some very good Vayne like moments. There was one in mid lane where like if he didn't get Flash Rek'Sai knocked up, then he probably would have 1v4'd that team fight. That's like X factor that's showing, and he got punished for it. I'm not unhappy to see that sort of stuff, but it's not the clean games that they want, but they do end up getting the win, so they don't go for the 0-7 second round robin, and that has to be a huge weight off their shoulders.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, more than that, rejoin Gravitas on the scoreboard now, so equal 5th place. Head-to-head is even. They play each other, I think, in the last week, which is the super week of the second game of the day. So, you know, there's a lot of things that they can now look forward to. And I think, like, this was just a disastrous 3 weeks for kind of both of these squads.
Yeah.
Because Direwolves had some really impressive showings in the first round, Robin. We thought they were building towards some stuff. Then a couple of their drafts went wonky. I think that was a pretty wonky draft out of the Direwolves. You know, they didn't really have many ways to get on top of people if they did generate a lead. And I don't think they necessarily had the best bully lanes either. So the fact that Order did give them 3 kills when Tally flashed in for no apparent reason really did help them. But otherwise that game would have been pretty difficult, I think.
Yeah, because I think like the silence into Victor like feels like rough for me. I feel like Biopanther getting gifted those 2 kills fairly early on was the way that Direwolves could like maintain some control in the game, because they had like ultimately, like, if they get to an even state, they have the Braum, they have the Sivir, like, they can do things as a team, but, like, it shouldn't have got to that stage. It did, due to the messy nature of the game, but then, like, obviously, once Order get the Baron, it's a pretty easy closeout from there. They have long range with the Zoe, bubbles come through, and they can close it out.
Yeah, and even, like, little things. Like, Sivir technically, like, makes Vayne play against the wave, but, like, one of the things that, you know, if you watch enough of the matchup, you find is that if Sivir uses both abilities, so the Ricochet as well as the Boomerang Blade, Vayne just sacks the wave and kills Sivir.
Yeah,
and we saw that, like, 3 times as soon as he got Cutlass. And, you know, there's just little things like Order are willing to take risks in these laning phases. You saw Swiffer flash forward for one of the kills as well. Like, you can see that they are playing on the very edge of, like, desperation to like grab these wins. So obviously a big deal that they were able to pick it up, even if it was in the final game of the second round robin.
A big deal indeed. And someone else who might be breathing a sigh of relief is Spooks. He's at the desk with Pyro right now.
Thank you, Dick Boy. Yeah, you guys had a rough couple of weeks. Obviously, there is a long way to go before you are out of the woods, but ending the second round robin on a win, how big of it is it a mental boost for the team?
Yeah, like obviously super big. Look, Look, honestly, we've looked really bad on stage, and the results have shown that. But I feel like everyone on the team is putting in like 110%, and it's been kind of deflating to not get a result. But it's nice to get a win today. I think we've worked really hard, as I said, and I think we're improving a lot. So hopefully that kind of shows going into like the last round of the round robin.
Yeah, in best of ones, it always does feel like sometimes the results that you guys get don't always reflect how hard and how much effort you're putting into really working on shoring up some weaknesses.
Yep.
But the team definitely showcased an ability to play, I think, mentally strong. Like what comes to mind is that Baron play where you really denied Udasoft and kind of out-mind gamed him. Can you talk to me about the comms and what they were like when you just were backing off the Baron and not giving him a chance to steal it?
Yeah, I remember I had to tell Jimmy not to hit the green wards in the Baron because Aaron or Choo-Choo's went over that in practice, but you give them vision unnecessarily. But no, we try to keep it really calm. We have a problem with getting kind of frantic, especially in like the mid and late game. And I think that kind of showed in those moments today that we were able to keep a bit more calm and relaxed when it needs to be relaxed. So I'm kind of happy with that improvement.
Yeah, it's good to see it. Now, to close this out, I want to ask you a little bit more about like some of the specific things you've been doing, because you're one of the junglers in the OPL that really has this like champion ocean. You pick all this stuff. It kind of comes through. We've seen the Elise come through as well, which has been a big one for you. But you took the Aatrox today, and that's kind of been flexed around a bit. What do you like so much about this champion?
Honestly, he's super fun. He just does a lot of damage. I like doing damage. No, honestly, like if I didn't have Tally to teach me how to play Aatrox, I'd be kind of clueless. But he kind of walked me through it, and I've got somewhat decent at it. I think the Champion Ocean is more just a reflection of like where we prioritize me in draft, because the meta's kind of just dropped jungle down outside of probably Rek'Sai at the moment. So I'm kind of just like reactively picking whatever I think's good, and as a result, I've played like 10 different champions. So. Yeah, I mean, it's fun. I like playing different stuff. So
there you go. And you like doing damage. I love
yeah,
the flex
doing
picks
damage.
for sure.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much for joining me, and congrats on the win, Spooks.
Thank you.
All right, let's send it back over to Nick and the boys.
Jake's gone.
Why is it socks? I missed this.
Because Jake said that the way that he likes to sit on the couch is to put his feet up on the couch. And then
okay.
he was worried about getting the couch dirty.
Yeah.
So upstairs, Bryce was like, well, you could just take your socks off and then that wouldn't be an issue.
Shoes off.
Shoes off, sorry. And then you also said, but in solidarity, we'll all take our shoes off.
Yeah.
And then I remembered that at the beginning of the split, our producer said, you guys can look after your own clothes and wear whatever you want. Just keep it like casual, but keep it professional.
I'm feeling pretty casual right now.
He's not here today though, so we can do whatever we want. So I'm rocking these ones.
Yeah.
But the bottom of the socks
Yes.
are filthy because upstairs. What did we walk through?
So we walked. So there's 3 layers to the building. We're on the 3rd one.
Levels.
Layers. It's like a little cake. It's a riot games
are
cake,
like ogres.
right? And we're coming down the stairs, and I walk outside one of the rooms, and it's carpet, and I just squeeze through like a carpet block, and I'm like, what?
It's legit.
There was just a wet patch.
Like chat is disgusted right now. They're going, well, like that is so gross. What's going on? And it's because that's water. That's like weird. I assume someone vomited, and this has been like sopping up water. So there you go. Enjoy that. Now, before we get to the next bit of business, an update on the most important thing of the night. Bryce's dad. This is the dad date, which upon reflection, I probably shouldn't call it that. Bryce's dad date. He sent in this picture. And
we got a pic.
He is a working bee at the in-laws coastal property. Note the trailer. While local friends visit, which is very nice.
Yeah.
And then he also said, P.S. I can't watch live anymore. Have to catch the replay, which I think is just him saying, I don't want to take any more
Shut up,
pictures
Nick.
for you. Yeah.
Shut up. Stop talking to me.
But I want to make sure you are watching the replay. So when you do watch the replay, tweet me when you get to this bit and, I don't know, tell me what you had for breakfast. And I'll see whether or not you actually watch this replay. I'll tell Bryce.
Yeah, okay. Also, we didn't even talk about the fact that he's feeding the birds. That was a cool pic. He's wearing a Gravitas shirt. He's feeding a bunch of birds.
His dad's a boss.
He's also a gardening machine, hence the trailer full of just garbage like greenery. He's just chopping it all up, feeding the birds.
Living the best life.
Yeah,
that's the way. All right. We got 2 big things to talk about. We've got 9.4. We just want to quickly touch on. It's the first time, the first weekend, obviously, that we get to play it. Mm-hmm. What are the significant changes that we're seeing? How do we feel like they've affected the weekend?
I mean, the first one is the jungle change. We've seen a lot of Rek'Sai now in the picks and the bans. Nocturne seems to be the other still their jungler, and like as far as jungle tier lists go now, it seems like those are the S tiers globally, as like in general. You know, like they are strong champions now. And for Rek'Sai, it's your ult can't be dodged. Like it was quality of life changes. There are a couple of them. But your ult not being able to be dodged just makes it so much better to be her. Like, she just has the best time now.
Yeah, and I think the other big changes are like Conqueror, which kind of sucks for top laners now. A bunch of the champions that did use it are now like, they don't want to use this newer version. But the other big top lane change has been Urgot. Like, the mana costs just make his lane so much worse than it was. He was just like, you can just pick Urgot and like his matchups aren't that bad. Like, it's a very good team fight. Lane is strong. He was just the king of everything. And like, he's a very ugly champion. So look, we removed him from the game.
Which really puts in a weird predicament, you know, like Sion is just the best one now where Urgot's not there. And so we don't have the tank battles in top lane. You have like I dare you to pick Sion and we just pick a carry type of meta.
Yeah, because his matchups are worse. Like Sion can't get by as much as like an Urgot could because Urgot's range, he takes Spellbook, gets Ignite, stuff like that. But like there are a bunch of like other little changes, but like not super relevant. I think this patch was fairly small, which you kind of like to see in the middle of the season. It's nothing like Frostmancy. It's nothing like 9.3, which completely changed like 80 carry itemization. And a lot of the changes, like with Kalista coming back, is got more to do with like Cassio leaving, like Rek'Sai and Nocturne are more to do with jungle matchups than like strict patch notes. So things are like ebb and flowing around, but like patch notes weren't that big.
Alrighty. Something that is big is the chat's insistence that we don't show the bottom of our socks anymore.
Yeah,
what's wrong with that? So just gonna give him a bit of that. In fact, I'll tell you what. Why don't
My
you guys?
feet look enormous.
Your feet do look very big. Why don't you guys send in pictures of the bottom of your socks to me on Twitter @NickBoy?
Why
and
are
please
you
only
asking chat for feet pics?
It's my thing.
What is wrong
and then
with you?
I'll pick the best ones and show them on broadcast.
God
All right, the
damn
next
it.
thing we're going to do is talk through the Kale changes.
Yes.
Now, you guys have not seen the Kale rework.
I haven't looked at anything.
So I'm going to talk you through this.
Okay.
Let's start with the new passive, Divine Ascent. So there's a lot here, and I think we have a video for it. Kale ascends through 4 forms before reaching her divine state. So at level 1, she is Zealous, and her attacks grant stacking attack speed. At max stats, she becomes Exalted and gains movement speed towards enemies.
Okay.
A Flame is level 6. When Kale is Exalted, her attacks launch flaming waves, dealing bonus magic damage.
That's it.
Arisen at level 11, Kale evolves into a fully ranged champion.
Oh.
Just does.
Just does.
Doesn't
Permanently.
need to attack
Yep.
to do it.
And that was 16. Is she ranged, evolve, and cone?
Transcendent 16, Kale takes on her final form, removing her helmet, becomes permanently exalted. Her flaming waves deal true damage.
Ah, so it's like melee champion with attack speed.
Yep.
And then it's melee champion with cone.
Yep.
And then it's ranged champion with cone.
Yep.
And then it's ranged champion with cone, but you don't have to build up. You just get the max stacks.
Correct.
It's range champion with cone that does true damage.
With true
Oh,
damage.
yeah.
sorry,
And,
true
well, and
damage.
you don't have to build because you're just exalted on the spot.
And no helmet.
Yeah, no helmet,
There
like
you go.
Kai'Sa.
That's the big
So that's
one.
the passive. The Q,
Okay.
Radiant Blast. Kale conjures a portal, which shoots a flaming blade at an enemy, shredding armor and magic resist, and slowing her target.
So it's the same as the
Okay,
last
it's
one.
like
This attack
Oh,
explodes
no.
to damage enemies next to the target as well. So that's new. Can we see that again?
Yeah, let's see that again. I think is it not like a stop that? Stop it at once.
I
Don't-
will.
never
I will
do this
wiggle
ever
whatever
again.
I want. Oh wow.
Oh, okay. So it's very quick, but like it's a. I think that's a skill shot. That doesn't look like point and click because it went through the first thing and hit the second. So it kind of looks like Caitlyn Q. Maybe.
Good question.
I don't know if it's point and click.
It says it explodes to damage
It
damage
should be point
enemies
and click,
next
and
to
it
the
just has an
target.
AoE.
So I
Okay,
think it's
yeah.
just an AoE.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
The W, Celestial Blessing.
Yeah.
Kale heals
herself.
herself and a target ally,
Yep.
giving both a significant burst of
Both.
movement speed.
Heals both.
Yep.
Ah.
Heals both.
So it used to be just.
I love
one.
that he only hears the same thing as what it used to be, and then you are the one that goes, "No, there's a whole second part."
Yeah, translation.
That's
good.
pretty cool.
That's good.
Okay.
That's more useful.
Yeah, it's much more useful.
Healing a buddy, even better than just healing
Could be a
yourself.
It's like
support now.
heal Nunu.
The E, Starfire Spellblade, passive.
These
Kale's
are
basic attacks
long
deal
names.
bonus damage, which scales with both her ability power and attack damage.
Okay.
The active, Kale's next basic attack is ranged and deals a portion of the target's missing health as bonus magic damage. After
missing
ascending,
health.
and then after ascending to a flame,
Which is level
passive,
6.
Which is level 6, correct. This attack damages enemies next to the target as well.
So that's just. Oh, and post level 6.
You get like a
Yeah,
sort of little
little
radiant
little
blast
boom.
style
Looks
thing
like a
again.
Q.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like
Yeah.
a mini radiant blast happens again, I guess.
Okay.
There you go.
That's a lot of just damage.
There's a lot of
and-
stuff going on. Yeah.
She's a busy woman.
Yeah. Okay. And what's her ulti?
She doesn't have one.
She don't-
Surprise.
Okay, so she's
So
no
we'll
longer
move on to the
invulnerable.
next
She's
no.
just
the ulti
useless.
Divine Judgment. Kale bestows invulnerability on herself or a target ally for
Yeah.
a few seconds. While invulnerable, purifying swords fall in a circle around her target, damaging enemies in the air.
It's kind of like that Yu-Gi-Oh thing that I
have
don't know the name of.
Swords of Revealing Light?
Oh yes, banger,
Nice.
banger. Anyway,
I've seen a video on this because I know immediately the second Kale got changed, Chakrez just came out and did a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
And from what I saw, you can't move when the ult's cast on you.
Oh.
Or you can't move while you're casting it. I don't know exactly what it is.
Yeah.
But like
So-
you could lock your ally into not being able to move while they're invulnerable.
surely that's not a thing.
What is it?
Kale doesn't.
Oh, so Kale
Wait.
can't move during
Yeah.
the cast.
You can self-cast it,
Yeah.
but she just stops. So
Okay.
you know how like old school
Oh.
Kale one, you just heal yourself, ult yourself, Gwinsu's
Yeah.
Nash's just go.
And just yeah.
This one can't move.
That can't happen anymore.
Old Kale was like, I'm gonna int, but I'm gonna do it and kill you as well.
Yes.
But like new Kale, you kind of want to be using it on an ally.
Yes.
Because like stylistically, like she is the same champion. She's like hybrid. She scales from AP AD. She has like ranged auto attacks that you build up over time, and she still has like ulti. Her heals like better. It's like 2 people. But now she's less like either I'm going to kill everyone or be useless. She like has more. Is this like Kale jungle? Mate, like I don't know. Spooks is a big.
I think top lane.
Spooks is a
jungle.
big.
Too hard to get experience as jungle.
Probably.
Too much of her kit relies on level 16.
I think
I say
top
that is
lane.
right. Yeah, I like that. Yeah.
You
I
could
mean,
do
like
it
probably
mid 'cause
like
it's
top
short.
mid.
I would
is like,
say
yeah.
if they're a melee mid laner, like absolutely you could play it.
Yeah.
If they're like Oriana control mages, I reckon she'll
just get
struggle
boomed.
because
Yeah, you
she's
get
like
boomed.
she's so bad, level 1 to 6 apparently. Apparently
Yeah,
she's
okay.
terrible.
We do have a quick gameplay video as well, so
Okay.
you can see her in action if
Yeah.
that helps.
Yeah, no, let's
me
go.
up.
Let's have a quick look at the gameplay. I've seen literally nothing. I've seen absolutely nothing.
Well, first
She's getting-
confirmation, she's playing top lane.
Yeah. Just getting carded. She also looks just like a phoenix. That's actually pretty baller.
She's a
I like that.
flame.
What was that? That was the
Q.
The Q? Okay. And that's the ulti. She can move! She was moving while casting the ulti.
I think it's like an attack thing. I
Oh, she can't
remember
hit.
I
She
remember
can't-
the thread.
Yeah, okay. Because here we go.
Well, let's just watch for the ulti game.
That's a Swain.
Absolutely.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah, she's. It's kind of like Xayah ult. It looks like Xayah ult.
Yeah,
You go
but
up in the
that's
air
less bad
and
then.
you're not doing anything.
It's less bad. That's
Yeah.
actually very good.
She actually just one hit everyone after that.
That looks nuts. So,
Yeah.
but it also looks like, you remember AP Cogmore? Do you remember like because he's useless until 16, like casted in a way,
Yeah, yeah,
right?
yeah.
Like I think she has burst and has like strength, but just sucks like outright unless she's against tanks until she hits the spike.
This thing's really.
She's going to be like a
really
Fiora. I
crap and
reckon.
sucks until it doesn't.
She's going to be one of those champions. That,
That's
like,
amazing.
the enemy team is going to have to let you pick it. Like, you're going to have to blind Aatrox top lane for Fiora to be relevant at the moment, right? Like, she's going to be a Fiora or a Riven. Like, she's going
Like
to
a
be
counter pick. Yeah. Like a heavy punish counter pick.
So broadly speaking, this is a yay?
I mean, well, Kale is currently unplayed because like she's just kind of poo at the current state. So like
Yep.
rework, of course, and she also like keeps the identity of Kale. This isn't like a rework that completely changes like how the champion is played. So I mean, like Kale mains still get to play
think it's a
Kale,
yay.
Yeah.
and it's a yay.
Like
Yeah.
a big Gwinzu's yay.
Yeah, right. And most importantly, no helmet at level 16.
Yeah.
All right, let's move on to the next game. It is AV versus Mammoth. Please don't forget to send in the pictures of the bottom of your socks. I don't want to see the top. I want to see the bottom.
Make sure they're Puma socks as well. These are the most comfy socks.
Do you want them
literally,
sent to your box?
literally ever touched.
You can send them to my box on my Twitter. I
God
don't mind
damn
either
it.
way. Let's move on. It's AV versus Mammoth. Can we get up the spicy tips? Because some things have happened,
Oh,
obviously. Game number 1, Bryce, unfortunately, you went under.
yeah.
Game number 2, we all win. Game number 3,
Me and you.
this is it. Rusty,
dear.
you either join him.
Or you all watch as it's just him?
I've
yes.
lost.
Yeah.
We all join. Oh, no, because he did it as
Yeah,
well. Yeah,
yeah.
it's just him.
Yeah.
Yeah. Either way, Bryce is chowing down on
Yeah, so I've lost,
Yeah.
and you're joining me.
Yeah.
Right? Or nothing
Or
else. Yeah,
it's
yeah.
just
Or-
you,
Yeah, or yeah, I've lost, and you maybe join me.
Damn
In which
it, I
case,
really-
you
Yeah.
need to eat his lime as well. All right. The Twitter stream POV, it is Topoon. So it is our top lane. Topoon is who you can check out. So let's get into the game. Thrown over to the desk. And I believe one of these people is not wearing shoes. It's Jake and Pyro.
I was going to say, guess which one of us. I'm joined by the young Spawn. How you doing?
Yeah, good actually. I am really looking forward to this game. I think that this is going to be very interesting to me because I kind of put these two teams at like very similar It just happens every time.
He's got to adjust the sound.
I put these teams at very similar kind of power levels, but for different reasons. And I want to see if Avant can come out and style in the first 15 minutes. I think Avant's early game is like the most potent early game in the league. Last time these two teams played, it was a Mordekaiser game, and King killed his own team. So I want to see if they've got anything like cool, whether they can force some skirmishes, where they can try and push Mammoth around a little bit. And then on Mammoth's side, I want to see if they can get 2 items, whether Triple can kill everyone again, because Triple yesterday, it was pretty monstrous.
It was, and that was even in a loss up against the Bombers. Now for Avant, they do have the aggro essential jungler. Swathe is in this game for the AV lineup. Taking a look at picks and bans, though, we've already got a couple of them off the board. There's going to be Nocturne, Zoe, Lucian removed. On the other side from Mammoth, we've got Thresh and Yorick taken away. Back over to Mammoth for that final ban.
Yep. See what they take away. Rek'Sai's still up and available. Maybe something that Swathe would like to play. He's a very aggro player. Certainly seems to be first pickable. Kalista also has seen a ton of play this weekend for not very much success. That is neither of them. And Karthus is still up as well, which is also a big Swathe pick. Of course, if you want to find Swathe in solo queue, he goes by the name Dark Eyes. And he plays a lot of Evelynn, plays a lot of Karthus.
Good to know. Over to Mammoth's side, with the Alistar being first picked up, what will be the answer? Do you think maybe they tried to deny the Yasuo here that made it through pick ban?
I mean, maybe you go something like Ezreal Braum just to nullify bottom lane. I don't really take Mammoth as a team that wants to take heavy risks with a flex Yasuo. I think that if something is picked up from Chippies or Shock that they think Yasuo can be played into, both Tophoon and Triple will be very happy to play the pick. In fact, Triple is a huge Yasuo player, but I think you just want to nullify that Alistar power pick at the start.
Seems to be Mammoth agreeing with you. The Ezreal is already locked in. We'll have to wait another 10 seconds or less before the Braum is confirmed, and now it's back over to the Avant side.
6 teams in the OPL, Pyra. I can nearly guess their pick ban to the T. It's really only Legacy. It's only really Legacy and Avant that give me headaches when it comes down to their pick ban. And I think, you know, if you ask anyone else about the Gravitas Order, Chiefs, Bombers draft, they would be able to do very similar things as well. And that's why, because they will flex this Sylas and this Yasuo probably into every role, apart from jungle.
Avant have been one of the teams that have been more confounding for a lot of players. I think that's been a part of how they've been able to secure their 8 wins. Now, on the Mammoth side, they will lock in a Lissandra, and this has been kind of a triple special.
That's spicy, though, because they must be assuming that it is Sylas top, Yasuo mid, because Sylas smashes Lissandra, to all the knowledge that I have. Has way better trade patterns than Lissandra. Is kind of that mid-range mage that really struggles, and then Sylas gets her ultimate and just, like, you know, lays the smack down with way more CC. So I'm interested to see whether that is going to be a mid-lane Yasuo, because my gut feel is Gunkrab's playing this Yasuo. I think this is a Yasuo Alistar bottom lane, and I think that, you know, if they get something like a Sejuani or something like a Sack, they can really facilitate this, and then you put Sylas mid for Shock, and you just let Chippies play a hard split pusher, you know, something a little bit different up there.
Yeah, I mean, like, Olaf is in there. You could probably do something like that. Do we take a look at the bans coming through? There's Aatrox and Rek'Sai off the board here for the second round.
I don't even know if it needs to be Olaf. Like, I'm thinking like Vladimir. Like, give him something like super hard scaling, because the cool thing about Chippies is he's a really good laner, but he's a great laner on like most champions, even scaling champions. So he's a good Vladimir laner. And that's the one part of the game that you want to be able to punish, right, if the enemy team is picking Vladimir. So I'd love to see him just take something that scales super hard, can go late game, and you know, give them that kind of insurance policy that I was saying that FBI can be towards Bombers. I think Chippies kind of fulfills a similar role on this Mammoth lineup.
I think that's fair.
Mammoth.
Avant
lineup.
But you can see that Swaith's reputation is preceding him a little bit here in these bans. The Kayn is now removed by Mammoth. Now, Kindred will follow as well, so a lot of jungle bans here.
I mean, that's 6 jungle bans, you know. I would take Aatrox as a jungle ban as well. Aatrox top lane has got answers. Things like the Fiora do really well into it. I actually saw that in SKT's game against Gen G. Khan picked up the Fiora, absolutely dumpstered Kuve, who's one of the best top laners in the world. So I think that, you know, all of those picks are going to be junglers, and that makes sense. Babip takes the best jungler left available, although Sejuani partners with Yasuo and Sylas much better. So I would really like to see Swathe play it, even though he's not the Yasuo player.
Interesting, though. Does he go maybe for his own typical power pick? Yeah, I think it would make a lot of sense for them to pick it for the team composition, but does it maybe come down more to the individual style more? Avant clearly still sticking on it until the final seconds. They will go for the Sejuani at the end of the day, and this is a full-on Yasuo comp already with 1 pick to go.
Yeah, it certainly is, and I really like it so far. Interested to see what the last pickup is, whether they go for something a little bit more tanky, like a Scion. Chippies has played it a little bit. Malphite's seen a little bit of play internationally. I'm going to throw out to my homeboy Malphite, rock solid. Actually, no, it's not. It's going to be a top lane Sylas here, so they value the blind pick Sylas.
Okay. And with the Syndra locked in at the very end there for Shock, you know, there's a lot of power in multiple lanes here, and it has been confirmed that we get the Alistar Yasuo bot lane for Gunkrab Aladoric.
I think that was all but confirmed. Gunkrab actually, we call Shock the cheeser on the Avant lineup in the nicest way possible. He's got such a deep champion pool, and I think that he plays it really well, but I actually think Gunkrab is the real cheeser. This is the guy that was playing Electrocute Gunblade Ezreal before it was cool. Like, way before it was cool.
We got a little bit of a bruiser top lane matchup now with Tapoon. He switched over at the last second from the Scion to a Darius. Now that is a nice little switcheroo.
Certainly is. New Conqueror on Darius. He stacks it up very nicely. Keeps himself in combat very well with the bleed. So I certainly think that that is a really nice lane to run into Sylas. Sylas can't really use Darius ult all that well, I believe, because he doesn't get the bleed, and so much of the damage from Darius ult does rely on the passive that Darius has. Kind of like, you know, when you get a Zoe ult, like what does Zoe ult actually give Sylas? Not all that much, because, you know, that's the Zoe ult's only used for Paddle Stars and Trouble Bubbles, and he doesn't have either of them in his kit. So really going to be looking for potentially Lissandra, Braum, Ezreal ults this game. So it's still a smorgasbord for Chippies to choose from. Some good repositioning from a Babip ult. I actually haven't seen Sylas Zac ult, but it could be fun.
Yeah. Now this is a really cool matchup because in a lot of ways it is sort of the battle for that like top 3 position right now. Mammoth have had this resurgence in the last several weeks. Yes, they lost yesterday to Bombers to cut that win streak short, but all the same, they're still looking very powerful. And on the opposite side, Avant have been that team that has been a big pleasant surprise for a lot of people throughout this split, sitting now with 8 wins and 5 losses, and they've built themselves a terrifying wombo combo composition, and we'll see who ends up coming out ahead in this matchup here at the end of week 7. Now, before we get underway, we are, of course, joined on the desk by Fantix from Mammoth. Welcome.
Thank you for having me.
Good stuff. Let's start it out with just talking about the draft here, because you guys definitely mind-gamed a little bit with the switcheroo at the last second. So talk to me about this Darius and how it's going to fit in with your greater composition.
The Darius was something we like semi-prepared, but their champions just looked too good for us not to pick it there. Obviously, the safe option would have just to chuck June on San again, but yeah, if there was any game for Darius, this would be the one. So we just decided to go with it.
And now talk to me about kind of the second round robin that you guys are going through, because obviously people talked about the rough start, but this time, you know, you guys are climbing back towards 3rd place. If you win this game, you know, you equalize the head-to-head against Avant. How has it been, you know, actually seeing that upward trajectory finally?
Yeah, it's been good for the boys. Like, I guess it's less sad when you're not constantly losing, but they're not even. I don't even think the guys are like too like over themselves, you know. I think we're trying to stay humble because we know that there's still a sizable gap between us and Bombers right now, and closing that gap's obviously going to be more important than anything else.
So talk to me about that, because, you know, we don't often get to ask other coaches about other teams, but right now Bombers seem to be unanimously, you know, the best team in the league. What do you think that they do better than other teams, and what are you guys working on to catch up to that?
I think they have a really good grasp on the meta for a start, and upon that they have really good individual skills. So the chances of them, you know, executing what they want to do is very high. And if they get to play their game, then it's very tough for whoever's on the other side. So yeah, I'm not going to share how we're going to get better than them, but yeah, that's what it is.
Fair enough. In that same vein, I want to ask you a little bit about the team you're facing off in this matchup. Avant, you know, we've stressed the point a lot that this is a team that is so hard to prepare for. What do you think it is about Avant, apart from their champion choices, that make them such a difficult team to play against?
Well, I think most of it is their champion choices, but beyond that, I think they just...
oh boy, this is trouble for Tapoon. First blooded, yikes with the combo.
I'm sorry.
That's unfortunate.
Yeah, beyond their champion choices, I think they're just able to play like differently. Like they hard commit to like playing like a certain style sometimes with chippies on split pushes, and I think the only team that really does that, as far as I'm aware. Because most teams pretty much just stick to the meta and just play team fight. Yeah.
All right. Well, thank you for the insight there, and thanks for joining us, Fantix.
Yep.
Check back into the game here. It looks like Tapoon's looking for some revenge up against Chippies, but Babbitt was there this time around. Tapoon's going to die twice in this one.
he?
But Swaith, he's going to go down as well. And let's see if Babbitt can pick up a little bit more than just the one turn kill. Chippies has dashed out. This has been a lot of action top side. And the Darius starts 0-2.
Swaith has done one camp. One camp, Pyra. He has done a red buff and then just spent the rest of the game top side.
Living in the top side. So clearly Avant are looking to compensate for what was going to be a bad matchup. And now Babbitt's had to react to that, and Chippies might get the outplay onto him. He jumps in hoping for those minions, but the blobs get popped, and Tapoon has no teleport to get in there and try to turn it. He's not going to, but still. He gashes in once again, and Babbitt, this time he's dead for real, but it's a turn, a bait and switch. Tapoon looking for Chippies. It's a 1v2, but not for much longer, unless Swaith can stick on him. Tapoon's going to die again.
Is he?
No, he gets the kill onto Chippies.
That's a Triumph proc. There's a slow.
He's going to get more. This time it starts to turn in the Darius' favor, and a double kill. And the first minute is completely turned around.
So now, I just want to explain something quickly. When pro players say stage games aren't like scrims, you just got an insight into what Oceanic scrims look like 9 times out of 10.
Yeah, that was a very scrimmy couple of minutes.
The fiesta has started, and the beautiful thing about it is Swaith still has one jungle camp. He did no camps. He just ran straight back top lane. And Chippies isn't even teleporting for this. He knows how valuable it is. But Tapoon, after using everything and being heartbroken, has now caught back up in the game. Has himself that 1,200 gold worth of items and is actually, a little bit ahead.
He goes for Merc Treads. Quick pickup. There's the gold game. It's actually pretty even on the top in terms of actual gold split between them, but that could change very quickly with the snowballing champion like the Darius.
I mean, Swaith has tripled his camps in the last couple of seconds.
That's
very well
something.
done. Yeah, it certainly
Babbitt's
is.
coming back up to the top. It looks like we've kept our POV stream up here, but it's definitely going to be more than just that. Tapoon on the level disadvantage means that Chippies turns around as Babbitt comes hopping in. He had to know something was happening. And his flash still down.
That's what Fantix was talking about. That passive, the ease to stack up the blood passive out of Darius onto an all melee comp apart from Syndra. Which means that as long as Darius doesn't get blown up at the start, he is going to have so much heal, so much sustain, so much ability to be able to bully, and you can see the hard zone is now on.
This is why they keep focusing on him up there. So much vision invested as well, as both junglers still sticking around the top side to clear their camps. But we will check back in with the bottom for just a second, as King and Destiny get zoned away by Gunkrab and Aladoric. This is the first game I think I've seen in a while where the Yasuo is definitely not something we've been keeping track of in the early game.
Well, it certainly isn't. They've gone double targets just to update a little bit.
Here's Babbitt.
He's in trouble again.
No flash for Chippies. He gets the dash, but there's the knock-up. Tapoon looking to stick on him. He goes for the abscond, but he is running a little bit out of health bar. Still able to stay in this one. The aftershock coming in handy.
Can we just take a look at top lane creep wave quickly? As actually, no, we can't.
Apparently not. Checking back in. We're checking back in with all the top laners, and everyone's coming into the river as well. A lot of chaos here as Triple. This week have been scattered, but he does put himself into a bit of a stasis with that level 6. And now it's Mammoth who've gone on the retreat path. Triple still trying to run it out here as he's in danger of being intercepted by Swaith. Very close, sidestepping, and he does get away.
Yeah, flash available for both mid lanes. You can see Zach was there as well, so they didn't want to commit any harder. But can we take a look at the top lane creep wave right now, please, Mr. Observer? This is the problem. That freeze, not going anywhere, Mr. Technics. That is a hard frozen top lane, and Chippies can't approach it.
Ooh, speaking of not going anywhere, Triple, well, he got an express ticket back to the fountain. Aladoric on the roam makes the play, and yes, so top lane is definitely going to be a little rough for Avant. Not just off the champion choices, but everywhere else there's just been action on action. 3 kills on either side, a kill about a minute.
Ooh.
And it's a very even gold game across the board, but Tapoon is having a run of it here on Chippies.
Yeah, that creep getting hit by the turret, though, is actually really important because this wave will now push back. So what will happen, right, is these 3 creeps will die and the melees will be relatively even. So now the lane's pushing back into Chippy. So this is actually the time where Chippy's now breathes that big sigh of relief. He's going to lose probably another 2 melees. But eventually, this creep wave that's now at the tier 2, you know, in between the two turrets, is going to crash first, and it is going to start the push back in the right direction. Chippy's actually got a little bit gypped because one of the range minions is doing what you're not supposed to do, and it's hitting the melee, so he's going to lose a couple of more, but...
That's unfortunate.
Finally, freeze broken. So as long as Topoon doesn't kill Chippy's right now, Chippy should be able to collect the minion wave and like be back into this top lane.
And now Tapu, knowing that, is just going to go ahead and hard shove this one. He has the level 6 first, which means if Chippies did want to face him down directly, that would go very poorly for him, but there's no reason for him to do so. And both players know it. Aladoric waiting in the wings over the wall, as always, trying to execute a combo if King or Destiny step too far forward. But they're playing with a healthy amount of respect into this knock-up lane.
And really nice play out of Topoon here on the top side of the map. With that push, goes and gets a very nice deep ward. Gives Babip some protection. They know exactly where Swathe is. They might be in some trouble.
Oh, dash on the apprehend. It was pixels away. And Swathe has managed to recover reasonably nice from the very beginning of the game, where he spent all of his life in the top.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, when you get gold early, actually, triple.
Very low again. Flash forward, and triple puts himself into stasis once again. Shock. Spending a lot to try and get him, and here comes the claw forward. Not a full commit. Of course, he didn't have ultimate anymore. Yeah. And in comes Babip, scattered back.
So this is the thing about Zac into Syndra. Syndra is fine into Zac as long as Zac's coming from a linear direction. As soon as you get behind him, you know, Scatter the Weak not going to be as impactful. Babip now on a ward.
Trying to collapse. Babip's going to have to do the short hop, and he does. Triple's getting pretty good at sidestepping those balls.
Certainly is. Doesn't want much to do with them. And I like this mid lane matchup. Both mid laners playing it pretty respectively, pretty well. Bottom lane, I think that 8 CS lead is the wave that Aladoric sacked to go kill mid lane with Shock. So they're also playing very well as a double melee into the ranged melee. Braum's good at negating a lot of the aggression coming out, but I'm just worried that, you know, they have no real side lane answer for this Yasuo as the game progresses, apart from Darius.
There's the apprehend on the Chippies, and in comes Babip. They knew that they could make the play here. It's turned on to Swathe. However, there's the stun for Tapoon. The chain's on the opposite side. They need to turn their attention. The dunk comes in a little bit too short, but they do finish it off with the bleed nonetheless. And Tapoon cleaning up for the double with a little help from Babip.
And after the worst level 1 I think I've ever seen in pro play for a top laner, he got killed on the first wave, had to burn teleport, had to burn flash, and died again. Now Tapoon has got 4 kills in a row, is up 20 CS, and is a monster. This is a Darius you have nightmares about.
And he's done it all without any items up until this point. He had only rocked the Merc Treads, but now he picks up a Stinger and a Phage. He's starting to run rampant, and if there's one thing we know about this rookie prodigy, Tapoon has been a solid performer for Mammoth, especially in their resurgence.
And, you know, there are a couple of rookies that you got to shout out, one of them being Ayla, but I think that Tapoon's second half of the season has just been unrivaled as far as, you know, they go. Unfortunately, people like Swathe and Gunkrab played a couple of games for other people, so they're not really in the rookie conversation.
They're not technically category, yeah.
Absolutely, but yeah, I think that Tapoon certainly has done so well. It's funny, right, because I don't want to call, like, having a Korean import come over, like, he's definitely a rookie as well, Volkan, so he will win Rookie of the Year. But, you know, as far as Oceanic rookies go, I think the Tapoon's performing really well.
You can't take anything away from him as well as...
Volkan might nearly win Rookie of the Year and MVP.
At the same time?
At the same time.
Yeah, I think that's a fair bet here. Now, another thing that's a fair bet is Aladoric, Hex flashing the wall. Good reaction, though. King goes back, Destiny goes in front. Mammoth have definitely been very well aware of what Avant are trying to get done here and trying to minimize the Yasuo damage as much as possible, keeping the farm game on.
Imagine being the recipient of the Derek Radier Trang Medal as well as the Tim Carver-Wendell's award for Most Improved. That is, they are some Oceanic iconic names.
I love that they are always backed by the names as well.
Absolutely.
It's a big personality region.
Do you know why the Most Improved is the Carbon Award?
I'm certain you're about to tell me.
Oh, I don't have to.
Well, I'd love to. I'd love to know.
No, that's what you get for being a smart ass fire.
Yeah, well, you know, I learned from the best.
It's because you won it like 3 splits in a row, which is really funny.
There we go.
Rookie of the Year. We haven't got a Rookie of the Year name. Maybe if you play your cards right, it'll be called
the Balkan
Devon
Award.
Pyrotechnics Young Rookie of the Year.
I mean, I don't know if I count as a rookie from shoutcasting perspective.
Might want to claim it, mate, with your current performance.
Most improved. I was out of League of Legends for a couple of months, Spawn. Can't say I'm a rookie anymore.
The flip has come across. So there's a Yasuo and Alistar.
Hello, they're going to combo on. They don't even need the Sejuani ultimate. It does go way wide, but Tapoon just gets ganged up on, and Babbitt runs the heck out of town. Avant say thank you very much for the leash on Rift Herald.
So you might wonder why they just use so much. That is an outright flash, double ultimates instantly. He had a 700 gold shutdown. Yasuo now incredibly fed. They're also going to drop Herald, and there is a teleport back to this wave. So if King isn't careful, he also might die.
He might. The rest of the team trying to react instantly.
That's
King is going to burn his flash away, and Avant trying to speed the flow of this game up right now. Here comes the Zac. He's going to get a two-man knockup, and the teleport coming in for the Darius a little bit late. He will get one abduction off onto Swathe, and the turn for the Mammoth lineup looking to clean house here as Aladoric gets the two-man knockup. Chippy stealing away a True Shot Barrage, and they will turn. Aladoric still doing a whole lot to deter the rest of Mammoth, but they turn back on once again. The dunk out onto Chippy's. Gunkrab getting the outplay under turret before he falls, but it is Mammoth that stand tall in the end.
4 for 2, but they did lose the turret plates, and somehow in the mid lane, the 1v1 went the direction of Shock. Most importantly in my eyes, however, is the fact that Yasuo just got a 700 gold shutdown, got a 500 gold shutdown, and got 4 plates of a turret. Gunkrab now is really in a situation where he can carry this game.
And that's going to be not a moment too soon for Avant, because it was another double kill picked up by Tapoon. We'll definitely need to keep an eye on some of the big carries on both these lineups. Shock as well, with another solo kill, has been doing a great job at really turning Triple back. And that's a huge thing, because Triple has been one of these standout performers on the Mammoth lineup when they've been finding wins.
Absolutely, and this is the thing, right, is I can't credit Shock enough. He was a person that I think people slept on the most. I think that when we had a look at this Avant lineup, people didn't really understand how it was going to work, and I think that the person that has kind of become the linchpin, has held a lot of the games together, has been Shock. His champion pool has gone from being, you know, a little bit memey with the Urgot to being absolutely an ocean, and he's just really a great player. Like, I've been super impressed by him.
Yeah. I think nobody can really sleep on Shock at this point. So, Mammoth still finding themselves ahead in a slim gold game, because it has just been so much back and forth. 15 kills, shy of 15 minutes. And this is some hashtag aggression, this game, on both sides. Gotta love it. Stealing jungle camps left and right.
Love when a game is kills ahead of the clock.
So here's the play up from the top once again. Shelly's just doing work, but Babbitt really does a great job at bringing it back in, opening up the map for the rest of the Mammoth to react.
Yeah, that was a really nice win wall, because it stopped the ultimate coming out of Destiny, and it meant Aladoric was able to get a two-man knockup. However, teleport coming in from King and Tapoon means that they were there first. The fact that underneath the turret, Yasuo went and got the kill, and then Destiny snagged one back so it didn't go to King, is really important. So, as I said, Gunkrab, big recipient of the advantages in that fight, as well as Tapoon. On the flip side, you got to say Shock and Gunkrab, really the two guys that are winning out. Chippies is so far behind. Swathe is really far behind. 2 levels for Swathe is actually a bigger deal than any of the gold or items that's going to be available. So keep an eye out for the jungler of Avant, see whether he can claw his way back into this game.
Yeah, we did expect at the beginning of the game that Chippies was going to have a hard time up against Tapoon, but I think everything else that's come part and parcel with it has been a whole nother level, with everybody taking a trip up to the top side. So it's 1-1 in tower still. There is a dragon that went the way of Avant. It was an Ocean Drake. So these extended fights, maybe when people are ducking out and getting out of combat, that might help a little bit later on down the line. But for the time being, it still retains relative even.
And we're going to get an IE second Yasuo coming in. So Rusty's had a chat about it a lot. We've had, you know, the Sterix second, and potentially a little bit of Phantom Dancer conversation, but it's just going to be Static Shiv into Infinity Edge for Gunkrab. Needs that side lane wave clear.
Just trying to keep it pushed out. Should be able to secure the tower on this wave, and Triple knows that. He backs off. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, Tapoon's looking to do just that up against Chippies, who can't really stop him. So there just continue to be trades back and forth, and both teams showing great proactivity here. This is a lot on the line this game. Remember, this is essentially the battle for third place right now. These teams just sitting below Bombers and Chiefs.
Tapoon's just... Can we check out Tapoon's gold?
He's got to have a ton.
He's got... I reckon he's 1,800, nearly 2,000 gold up over Chippies at the moment.
Yeah, see if we get the observers flip over that in just a second.
Because Trinity Force, real expensive. as opposed to Rod of Ages, and also has boots too, so an extra 800 spent on the Nikes.
Well, you
A
know,
rich
sometimes
man.
you pay for style.
Yeah, absolutely.
Especially when you're dunking on fools, for sure. Avant investing a lot of money themselves into getting wards up towards the top side. Baron is still a couple of minutes away from spawning, but they do want to make sure that this map is controlled as best they can on their side. Mammoth sort of splitting it on the bottom, but they are leaving Tapoon to just solo this out. And a Fed Darius is one of the more terrifying split pushers.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, he's just going to be able to dive pretty soon. Whereas Gunkrab does need a little bit more time, and they've actually swapped Gunkrab into the mid lane. A little bit strange to me. Maybe you want to be able to fight around the Yasuo. But was doing a very good job side laning into Lysandra with pushing Lysandra off the waves. Here we go.
Yep. We're going to see a little bit more of this. Chippy's forced to burn flash, followed through. Tapoon really wants the kill, and he gets it. Dunk might have been denied, but he still picks it up off the backboard.
Yeah, and Tapoon's just crazy fed. Like, that's a 7-kill Darius before 20 minutes. It's just insanity.
And this kind of shows you why Avant were more than willing to dump multiple ults onto his face just to take him out.
Yep.
I reckon that's probably going to happen a couple more times, but unfortunately it will leave the rest of the map kind of open for a reaction play from Mammoth. So Tapoon is going to continue to be a thorn in the side of the Avant lineup for a time being.
And this is the thing about Trinity Force Darius. You know, you used to go Black Cleaver on him because the bleeds would apply it and you'd be able to get through all the armor. Well, right now he's got the Trinity Force. He's taking down the turret so quickly. And you can see that Triple is equally suffering on this top side of the map, but they just can't hit Triple's turret as much because he's got better wave clear. So every single time Tapoon gets an advantage, he takes a turret, he takes an objective. Every single time they push Triple back to turret, he just sits there, waves clear it up, has the Aftershock, has the ultimate. Nothing that they can do about it.
Mammoth know this. They can react better than Avant can to the pressure that's being applied on either side. Also, a teleport was expended by King in the mid to help make sure that Avant couldn't take that one out. And as a result, they're able to clean up the weak side a little bit better here. A lot of pings flying. Everyone's saying, hey, you know, Baron's about to be up on the map at this point, and that will be the next place to try and fight.
So if you want to learn how to use teleport as an AD carry, I always say, go back to your replays, whether you use Plays TV or, you know, the League client replay system, whatever it is, and watch every single time you back. And now see if you're late to a wave, not a play. People will think of teleport as, you know, I need to get to the team fight. Stop thinking about it that way. Start thinking about, I need to get to farm. And check any of the times that you missed big waves or you didn't have the push when you were supposed to have the push. They're the situations that you should insert your teleport play into. So really happy that you pointed out King's usage of it. I think he's the best usage, uses teleport the best out of the AD carries, and a lot of it is just guaranteeing priority with the Ezreal.
Looks like Avant are trying to guarantee a kill onto the Darius, but he sniffs
Not
this
gonna
one
happen.
out pretty quickly. And
Over
the
the
rest
wall.
of Mammoth aren't too far behind. Will they go for the collapse? In goes the Syndra, looking for even more, and they try to combo one. They do take a lot of damage here as Tapoon is trying to play guard. Shock is going to start this off by taking out Destiny Triple. Will fall soon after, and Mammoth still trying to clean up, but they unfortunately just run out of members. Big shutdown given over to Gunkrab, and they decisively take the fight. Only King walks out alive.
And that just might be the Baron. That is 4 members dead on the Mammoth lineup, and Avant lose nobody. Gunkrab again is just a man possessed in these team fights. They split them up well. Chippies is stealing the right ultimate, showing the utility of the Sylas. This looks like a great play. Triple comes in, but they burn the summoners early. Just get out of dodge. CC layered to perfection. And they just don't have the damage to get through the front line after that.
There's just not a lot of target priority either. Everyone's splitting up and moving away. You could see Tapoon starts hunting for kills, but he runs out of teammates.
Yeah, and
that's Baron.
Be Baron picked up, and the last thing I want to point out is that Gunkrab isn't running heal, he's running exhaust. So every time that's off cooldown, it just makes Tapoon's job a little bit harder in these team fights, and now he's got himself an Infinity Edge, has himself that QSS, and you can see he's bouncing in his chair right now. He is feeling it, as is Shock in that mid lane. This is one of those games that Mammoth had a very clear advantage in the side lane. I don't know if that exists anymore.
I think that's a fair point. Right now, Avant with the gold lead as well, they're feeling a bit more confident, and Gunkrab looking to try and chase down King. He does shift away, but now you can see a flurry of activity on the Avant side as they continue to shove objectives, shove waves. They realize that Tapoon, he might be scary, but he's not going to want to take the team fight because he just can't take them down fast enough.
And I said I wanted to see the team play. The last thing out of this Avant lineup that was really making me question if they are a late season contender is that team fight, that team play. And they didn't show it yesterday. They really struggled against the Direwolves to close out that game. Today looks like a completely different Avant lineup, and I don't know whether it's Sway. I don't know whether it's the fact that they got a little bit behind on the top side of the map, so they had to come together. But whatever it is, this looks like a different team. If you put them side to side, the decisiveness just seems to have been ticked up a notch today.
It certainly has, and not a moment too soon right now. Avant Gaming trying to break open the base here of Mammoth. They should be able to do it. Remember, Avant beat Mammoth the first time these two teams met, so if they win it here today in this race for third place, or at least to get into that spot uncontested, they would have a 2-0 head-to-head here. Here's the fight going to be coming soon, but will Avant be able to walk out of this one cleanly? The answer is yes. Tapoon backed instead of teleported.
Really nice. Once again from the Avant lineup, they know that that is a window they can be punished, so they back out slowly as a unit, wait for Chippies to show on the map. He also has teleport to rejoin it, and he's kept equal in experience, even if he is down massively in gold. And still going to be relevant. Once again, Silas's utility, if the enemy team comp is the correct one, is massive. And he's got himself a Lissandra ult. He's got himself that Braum ult to be able to use at will.
That he does. As you pointed out in Pick and Ban, it may not have been great for the 1v1, but for everything else, Chippies is still going to have a whole heckin' lot of utility. And now the map is all blue. Avant lit it up.
Absolutely, and what I was going to say is the thing is that this is the game kind of played on Mammoth's terms. You know, they got the counter pick top lane. They can dictate that. They got the tank versus tank matchup, which you would have to think Babip, as the more experienced jungler, would be much more happy with. But it looks like that's not the case, you know. It looks like Swaith, who's a carry player, is very comfortable on this Sejuani. 147 has done a really good job of being a part of, 8 out of the 10 kills. Had a really...
short hop for Babip.
That's disappointing. That's a 600 gold shutdown there. But has done a really good job, keeping pace with Babip after falling behind 2 levels. It's just so many positives for this game specifically to take away if you're the Avant Gaming coach or management.
Yeah.
As I said, they look like a different team.
And it was such a crazy start, too. Oh, Triple's going to get knocked up. Nowhere for him to go, but into his own prison, flashing back and away. And Aladoric says, oh, no, you do not. And he's taken down by the big old cow. Avant also cleaning up Babip off the map. And they just keep on rolling.
Pyra, that nearly might be the game. They've got super creeps coming in bottom lane. They have no wave clear here on the lineup of Mammoth.
There's no answer.
They said this is the perfect situation for a Darius. Well, not really the case. Guarantee they wish they had a Scion right now. They will just take the disciplined play and back away, but Mammoth right now, double inhibitor, 5,000 gold lead, 25 minutes into the game. This is a smashing.
Yeah, they're losing out big time, and it did seem like things were going to look great at the very beginning of the game when Tapoon fired back with a few kills, but we now starting to see some of the weaknesses of this Darius. It can't necessarily just 1v5 out on the team, and on the side lanes, it's not a threat when Avant are just everywhere else on this map.
Well, it's the fact that Avant have just started grouping up. They've not given Tapoon that isolated 1v1. This game is not Tapoon's fault. 7-4-1, he's had a terrific performance after a disastrous start, after being hard camped, fought his way back into it, showed resilience. But 0-4-0 from Triple. The best mid laner in the OPL coin last year, maybe the best player in the OPL, has had a shocker. And
well, absolutely. On the opposite side, Shock 4-0 and 3. He's gotten outplays. He's gotten team plays. This guy has done everything.
Baron's going to be back up in a minute. With 2 inhibitors down, it's going to be very hard to challenge that Baron. And Yasuo is going to make short work of it.
And he will. This is getting dangerous for Mammoth. They're going to have to come up with something big in the next couple of minutes to try and make the play, but I feel like they don't have a whole lot of options other than just trying to win a fight. They've lost 2 inhibitors in both side lanes. Big minion wave stacking up now. The inner's going to fall pretty soon as well. Where do they go from here?
I mean, I feel like it's going to hinge around the Baron. They've got Triple trying to clear out that side wave. They're hoping that Avant are going to start it up and that Mammoth can get a really nice Sejuani ultimate, hopefully onto Gunkrab, hopefully onto Shock. and that's going to be the turnaround problem. QSS as well as Cleanse both available, and I don't know if Avant are just going to give it to them. I think they're just going to play goalie in the jungle the way they are now. They can two-man Baron with Yasuo Sejuani. That's easy enough, and then the other 3 members can just blow up anyone who face checks.
They will have 3, at least 2 waiting in that brush. Waiting and baiting. Babbitt sniffs forward, but not too far. Mammoth trying to play this out as safe as possible. Tapoon is on wave clear duty, but he has teleport.
So a little bit of mistake here is going to cost them some time. You have to pink the pit. Like, they've got 2 blue orbs. They're going to be able to use True Shot Barrage to check it. Pinking the pit is so crucial. Now it goes down, and they've swept it, so that's a little bit better. But as I said, it costs them a couple of, maybe a minute, 30 seconds to a minute of a little bit of tempo. But this is the play I want to see. Really well played. This is just really good identification of what your win conditions are.
And it's going low very fast right now. Destiny will wrap around the side. Inhibitor comes back up. There's a teleport play coming through. And it's going to go down before Mammoth really have much of a chance to respond. And they just watch it happen.
Well, what are you supposed to do? You can't walk through Alistar, Silas, Syndra, especially when the Syndra is 10 stacks on the Dark Seal and, 3 items completed. So I don't blame Mammoth for letting that Baron go. There is no way that you can stop it. Maybe you argue that they shouldn't have even wasted the 1 teleport they did. But the 2-man Baron take is just insanely quick with Yasuo Sejuani, because Yasuo, with the Q, with the auto attacks, just continually proc the E and they just burst through the hell.
So Avant take a pretty effortless Baron. They're going to be able to try and close this one out here with the slow pressure build. An Inhibitor's respawned on bottom, so that will be an easy target for them to try and push for. Trying to smash this one out prior to the 30-minute mark. Will Avant be able to do it?
And
Still pretty big for them.
This is the best Avant has looked since week 1 and 2, when I actually thought they looked really good. This is an Avant that is on the same page. Once again, I don't know what has clicked between today and tomorrow, but you can see the 1-4 now in full effect. They're doing a really nice job of splitting away from the Lissandra, away from the Zac. This just looks like a well-drilled team that knows how to play the mid to late game, which was looking at shambles yesterday, Pyra.
That is a really crazy thing when you think about the fact that Avant just had such a close call, a game they honestly seemed like they were going to lose for a long time. And to see this team facing off against Mammoth like this today, it's completely different. Chippies gets his ultimate stolen, or rather steals the ultimate of Babbitt, but now Avant fighting on 2 fronts.
You have to go eventually.
And there's going to be the trigger pulled by Avant Gaming, in fact. It's going to be Triple, taken down to half his health bar and forced out of this fight before it even begins. Avant are just going to keep slowly burning away into this base.
So they didn't use any ultimates apart from the Sejuani. They got everything out of Triple.
Here comes Babbitt. He doesn't find Gunkrab, moves his way in, makes him kiss, but there's the knockup. Gunkrab going to be able to take down Babbitt into the little blobs he goes, and while he's trying to respawn the rest of Mammoth, fending off the rest of the team very slowly. There's the exhaust down onto Chippies as he turns back around. 1 kill picked up by Tapoon before he goes down, and Avant, do not worry about it at all. Destiny getting that knockup, but that is just a wave goodbye as Avant own Mammoth base.
And Gunkrab again popping off. That will be the game.
That will absolutely be it. 30 minutes, 33 seconds. That is all it takes for Avant Gaming to clean up, declaring victory over Mammoth.
Calling it the best game Avant have played this season. That was insane. They made a couple of mistakes when they stuck around and continued in that top lane fight. But apart from that, apart from the 1 member of the Darius, no one else on the Mammoth lineup played League of Legends today. Zac got a little bit of action top lane, but King did nothing, Destiny did nothing. Triple was completely dismantled in that mid lane.
Nothing for him to do. He just got forced under tower and then killed multiple times solo.
That looked like Avant knew exactly what steps to go through to win that game. Isolate mid lane, Syndra counterpick, shut down Triple. He's so much of their engage. The Yasuo Alistar bottom lane, double Targon's users, pretty much guarantees push. That means that Destiny can't roam around anywhere. They knew the Rift Herald play was a desperation play. It is so many teams' desperation plays at the moment. They catch them out top side of the map, get the gold onto the Yasuo, and just take over everywhere. That was clean League of Legends.
Absolutely, by the numbers, and they just did it step to step to step. What a great set of plays out of Avant as they take a much-needed win there to get them into that 3rd place spot. Let's send it back over to the couch to see what they have to say about it.
1 second.
Good. The business is now done.
There we go. Sorry.
You were just too excited to take your shoes off. That's why. I mean, that's a good win for Avant. And again, Mammoth, not really sure what's happening.
Yeah, like it's interesting, right? And I mean, like that game started crazily.
Yeah.
That was Topoon just being like completely useless, and then completely like was in 1v9 Darius mode, and then was like completely useless again. Like it's crazy. And I mean, like maybe that's what Darius does best, like turn games into this sort of fiesta. Jake said it on the cast, like this was a scrim top 2v2.
You heard it all
very
in the building,
early.
just like laughing, and you just heard the words fiesta floating up between layers. As
we're sitting next to Chiefs in our room, and we're watching the game, and they're just squealing at like what is happening in the game. But once it did like calm down a little bit, and AV got their comp online, it looked like they've shored up some of their weaknesses in closing out.
Absolutely, and the thing is, like, even though that was chaotic, and that was a scrim game, like, for sure, that's the kind of thing that accidentally happens in practice, and you're like, oh boy, it's one of those games. It actually did calm down, like you mentioned, and that's the big takeaway from it, you know, it's like, that chaos actually became something that didn't consume either team too much. They both tried to slow down, but the play was the herald, and through that play, AV read it, and because they matched them there and got 2 shutdowns, like the Yasuo that was just farming bottom lane while the craziness was happening suddenly was too big. And just because of that, the game became really, really difficult to deal with, let alone that Shock got to a point where he was solo killing Lissandra in the mid lane. Like he was playing out of his mind and had even 1,000 bounty almost solo at one point.
Yeah, because it is interesting as well to like hit on draft, like very briefly.
Yeah.
That like this is a blue side getting access to Ali, Silas, and Yasuo. Like for a lot of these teams, obviously everybody has their own priorities somewhat, but the meta is the meta, and like people play towards it more often than not. Like a lot of these are first pickable champions that we've seen from everywhere else, and Mammoth are just like, nah, man, we'll take Braum. Like, you show Ali, we'll take Braum and just gift all the other OPs, which is kind of weird. Obviously, they had their reasons. They're setting themselves up for a Darius pick, and it didn't work out. So, like, there was a plan there. You can't look at it and be like, what are you doing? Like, they had something, but it's like a big swing and a miss, and unfortunately, that's what the game looked like.
The only thing that I would have changed if I was Mammoth looking back at that draft was picking the Sedge fourth. Because I think you can't afford to give the Sedge Yasuo type of combo when the Sejuani is so good for yourself. You have the Braum, and you're going for a tank jungler. Like, it just complements your comp too well to give that away.
Well, you know, it's a good game of League of Legends when the whole building comes alive, and someone who would have heard that if he wasn't in the game is Shock, and he's sitting with Pyro.
I think he's definitely celebrating regardless, so congratulations on the win, Shock. And let me just open it up by asking you about this mid lane matchup, because you go up against Triple, who by many is regarded as this incredibly strong mid laner, one of the best in the OPL, especially last year, and you kind of dumpstered him. What happened there? We had the camera everywhere else. What was going on when you were just solo killing him?
I think Triple normally plays very well, but I just think he had an off game.
Fair enough, and you took full advantage of it. It seemed like the big turnaround for your team was from today to yesterday to today. It looked like 2 completely different teams playing. What was so different in this matchup versus Mammoth than it was yesterday versus the Direwolves?
I think today we had a much better draft that gave us a lot more like options to play through, whereas yesterday I think we kind of like pigeonholed ourselves into something that wasn't actually that good.
Okay, so it really just comes down to draft sometimes. Talk to me a little bit about like what decision making goes into versus specific teams on the draft, because it does seem like it kind of goes up and down a little bit.
Yeah, well, normally we just think about like what are teams' weaknesses, like weaker players or like holes in champion pool, and we see if we can try to abuse that with like any special picks, you know, like the Mordekaiser or Karthus or Yorick, stuff like that. But we're fine to play standard 2 if that's what we think is best.
Yeah, try to control that chaos. You guys really seem to slow it down. Did you ever get like panicky when you realized that Darius was going to get fed, or did you just back off? No, we don't need to worry about it.
There was a time just like very early in the game where I was just like looking at top lane a little while trying to play my lane, just wondering like what is going on up there. But yeah, I'm just glad it turned out okay.
Certainly, and speaking of things that turned out well, let's talk a little bit about your journey as a player. Because last year, you were on Tectonic, a roster that ended up getting relegated out of the OPL. And now you're on one of the biggest surprise contenders of the split. How has that journey been for you in the last 7 weeks, especially?
Well, I'd say the thing I enjoy the most is just actually getting to play League. Like, it sounds pretty surprising. I think a lot of people are like, you know, mid lane has the most impact, and I think as a role it does, but any role on a really like losing team, it just like feels horrible to play and feels like all your options get shut down. So it just like feels really good to me to just be able to like play my lane, I guess.
Fantastic stuff. Well, I hope you guys definitely keep winning so you get to keep having that fun. Thank you so much for joining me. Congrats on that victory.
Thank you.
All right, let's send it back over to the couch.
You changed socks.
Yeah, I did. I got the chili socks on.
That's good. You stepped up.
I'm a chili boy.
Why did you bring 2 pairs of socks?
I've actually been meaning to wear these whilst I was eating chilies in the last couple of weeks, but I just forget to put them on.
Right on time.
And now, I'm
Now-
going to be eating not a chili, but a lime, but I brought my chili socks nonetheless. Also, my other socks just got wet. So I was like,
gross socks.
I mean, you're still...
I'm just sitting with them.
You've got gross, squidgy sock test. Put it down.
I got a damp
Yeah,
soul.
in Bryce's defense, there's been weeks where you just didn't bring socks as well.
That's
so-
true. Like week 3 or something ago, we came here. I think I came here barefoot.
You're
and
such
then-
an animal.
I know. We talked about this before. It's how I like to live my life. And then I needed to borrow socks from you. So there you go. All right. Speaking of
Sure.
socks, some of you guys sent in some pictures of your socks.
Oh,
Let's just
no.
run through some of those. Nico
Oh,
plays
no.
games.
Running
sent
through
in this. Yep. There we go. There's the bottom of Nico's socks. We've got was T555. He said for science.
Yep, okay.
That's a weird foot.
His
when I'm looking
sock
at that.
looks
Science has
too big
failed.
for his foot.
Yeah, you need
Waz T555.
One size down, G.
Smaller socks.
size
or get a bigger foot. Zen
true.
Zenk Os.
Oh, God.
I don't follow the rules.
Oh,
Look at
wait.
those socks.
That's
Those
like the opposite of everything.
I
That
know,
is-
but those are dope socks. 'Cause
Wait.
they're not thongs. They're
Wait.
socks with
Oh,
feet and
hold
thongs
on.
on them.
Oh,
they're
I thought
socks.
this
They're
was
socks.
I thought this was a Photoshop of like anime feet on the wrong foot. But are those actually socks?
Those
but
are-
obviously like on the wrong foot.
Those are actually socks. The feet are the wrong
Ah.
way, but they're actually socks.
Trust Zenk to just do something abhorrent like this.
And then finally, last one. Did I make the cut? And you just squeaked in.
Yep.
There you go. What
That's
does it say
just-
on there?
Destiny 2.
Destiny, get those socks off my screen! Oh my god, ridiculous!
You idiot.
What, me?
Yes.
I didn't pick these.
You idiot.
Phrase of the split, by the way.
Yeah.
All right.
You idiot has just become your thing.
It-
for
it
the
is your
split.
default.
I feel like I just sit here a lot, and it's just
You idiot.
you idiot.
God, your dad's watching right now. He's so ashamed of you. Oh, he's not watching right now. He's watching in 2 days' time. All right. From socks to box, it's time for Nick's box. First question comes in from Zorro.
Oh, okay.
Hello, Nick boy. My name is Zorro.
Hello,
You don't need to
Zorro.
lean in. I'll read it to you. That's
Okay.
by the way, that is the tiniest font in the world. If anyone's watching on their phone, good luck. I have a quick question. I'm trying to get my friends into League, and I need some points to give them. I keep telling them that Fortnite is garbage and not a strategic game compared to League, but they refuse to listen, let alone believe me. How do I get them into League?
Play a game of Fortnite with them,
Yep.
and they'll realize, and then they'll be like, "Oh yeah, League's pretty good, bro."
That's a pretty good point.
Yeah.
Wait, do they not already play Fortnite?
I think that they just want to get them into League.
Yeah.
That's all it is.
Okay.
Well, yeah. I mean, maybe you could wreck the game by playing it with them.
Do you want
sabotage
someone
their
to
game.
run it down in Fortnite in their game?
Yeah.
That's what you
The
want.
soft in.
You want
just go
you
down
want
mid.
Disco Nunu in Fortnite. I respect it.
See, I have a stronger opinion than that.
Please. You always do.
I just think you need new friends. If,
That's
if
good.
your friends are the kind of people that play Fortnite over League of Legends, a la when Bryce played Fortnite over League of Legends for a little bit, I just
never
stopped
did that.
hanging out with Bryce.
We did it with PUBG.
Absolutely, you went through a Fortnite phase. Don't you lie.
Oh, I mean, like, hold on. We want to critique me. I'm actually not that much of like a gamer. You're a gamer. You're a gamer. I just play League of Legends.
Yeah.
I have had I've played a couple of other games, but like
think you're better
especially
than us?
Come
No,
on, you
especially-
play WoW, PUBG, and
especially
Fortnite.
especially like in season, I don't touch anything
You're
else.
a COD player.
Oh, I mean, way back when. Oh, you mean? Yeah, but like,
then you're a
like
gamer.
no, but like, I play very few
Yeah,
things.
you don't
play
play- that's true.
literally everything.
Yeah,
you play most of everything. Jake, I don't even know what Jake
I
does.
play League of Legends and Switch.
Yeah.
During the season, and then
That's about it.
But no, you want actually like actual tips to like get people into League of Legends. It's been a bloody while, but I think like play normal games. Like League can be a hard game to like. There's a steep learning curve. So
Yep.
like playing with like a group of
Yeah,
5
yeah.
people is very important. Like having people to just have fun, like just joke around. Like
Yeah.
you can be playing like Teemo mid.
I
like,
strongly
whatever.
agree,
Yeah,
yeah.
just troll, just have some fun, get
Start
into
on
it. And
bot games maybe as
Oh,
well.
yeah.
Like,
Co-op
just
versus
you know,
AI,
like
for sure.
where you can just wreck and,
Yeah,
and it's
but
fun.
the most
Yeah.
important thing is just try and get 5 people. You know, like try and play together with your friends because that is when League of Legends is its most fun.
Find
Because,
new
yeah,
friends.
it's like a social lubricant, like all good multiplayer games. It's just like it's a way that you can hang out.
Yeah.
Also, maybe we get some fantasy league going.
Hey.
Maybe some fantasy league, boys. Hey, get some fantasy league. Hey, you idiot. All right, next question comes in from Sinule. I need some help with love. My boyfriend has been spending quite a bit of time with his friends and not that much with me. Anything I try to do with him, like asking questions to know each other better or a game of League, he puts off by saying he's not in the mood or can we do it tomorrow, which we never do. I feel like I might be acting a little clingy, but it's really getting to me. Am I actually his girlfriend or am I just a friend? He calls his girlfriend.
This is a deep one.
This is real sad.
What is it? Hit the gym, lawyer up. Isn't that the our relationship meme?
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Why not just like, do they duo? We need more information because if they're playing in different lanes, then I feel like they're
they're not playing at all. I think is the problem.
If they're doing bot though, there's like no excuse to not play.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
This
well, I
is the
mean,
2% pyro.
I feel
It's
like
the 2%.
this is definitely this is
hard.
This is a roughie. This is some deep-seated problems.
Dump him.
Some problemos.
I was waiting for Nick to just give you an answer.
Because seriously, if he doesn't have time to spend with you, if he's literally only spending time with his friends, you don't need that. Respect yourself and go, I want to be with someone who wants to spend time with me. It doesn't need to be every minute of the day. Don't call yourself clingy. You're clearly not being clingy. You just want to spend a bit of time with your boyfriend. That's ridiculous. It's making you think badly about yourself, and then suddenly you're going, am I the problem? No! This idiot's the boyfriend. Get him out of your life.
On the flip side, maybe have a conversation first and explain that this is what's going on.
Set clear
And
expectations.
then if that doesn't improve the situation, I actually agree with Nick.
Yeah.
That's a first.
And also, maybe get in contact with Zorro and play some League with Zorro. Everybody
Yeah.
wins. Zorro's looking for someone to play League with. You're looking for someone to play League with. Love is in the air. All right, next question. Beck. Hey, Nick boy. I don't know why I scream every time.
Hey, Beck.
I do.
Yeah. What's up, Beck?
It's Beck again. So Beck wrote in a couple of weeks ago. Can't remember the question, but she said that we were great. That's all I took away from it.
Nice.
I was
great.
watching your Nico painting OPL stream, and it made me wonder if you guys would consider an art trade with your next painting. I'm a traditional painter myself, and would love to paint along with you guys during stream.
Ooh.
Maybe sending updates via Twitter or Instagram, and we can compare and maybe trade paintings later. If trading art ain't your thing, I know how much you want your Gragas back. I mean, who wouldn't want that beautiful face gracing their walls? Perhaps I could send mine in as a fan art submission to add to the walls at the OPL HQ.
Absolutely.
Every single
Yes.
thing in that message was a good idea.
Yes.
Like the whole thing was just yes. Beautiful.
Rusty.
We spoke about this yesterday, didn't we, Nick, on like other ideas potentially?
Yep.
Because we may not always be able to paint all the time.
Yes,
But
correct.
We definitely want it, like if there's a traditional artist that wants to paint alongside in
Yeah.
any capacity, that would be phenomenal.
I have two suggestions because I don't think we'll do another painting stream this split. We definitely will next split. You could paint something from the OPL to send in, like us. You could paint us in our most us form. Bryce.
Probably crying after
Chili
chili.
socks and
Nick
covered
just
in
like
tears.
feet up to the camera.
Me just not caring about anything anymore, etc., etc. But what I would love before that is if you could paint Gragas, but paint our Gragas.
Oh.
So I want to see a real artist's interpretation of our Gragas, but you're not trying to make it look like fix it.
Yeah.
The same.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, it needs to be.
No, it's a good version of our Greg.
A
Yeah,
good
yeah,
version
yeah,
of
yeah,
our
yeah.
Gragas, but not a good version of Gragas.
Yeah.
So there you go.
I like-
Do we like that idea?
I like that
And then we
idea
put
a
that
lot.
bad
I like
boy
both
up
of
there
those
to match
ideas.
that nightmare over there.
Yeah.
Both good suggestions.
All right, good. We'll get back to you, Beck. Steph, hey guys, I have two questions. What's your
Steph.
favorite thing about OPL versus other regions pro broadcasts? 2, how do you de-stress, de-tilt when life and league gets the better of you?
Ooh. So
Okay.
start with question 1.
Yep. As you do.
The thing that, and this is just my opinion of it, my favorite thing about the OPL is that it's very clearly our home region, right? So there's that extra attachment to that. That's always going to be a big thing.
Yep.
But this is one of the few broadcasts that like I will watch and I would laugh along. I feel like I'm talking to friends and like I really enjoy it. Except
This
for the
bullshit.
socks. Like if we could just like crop out Nick Boy for
If we could zoom in on the socks, that would be fantastic.
it's just so much better.
Yeah. No, I think that's the unique selling point, right? That it is hanging out with mates.
Because that's what people want, and that's
Yeah.
the thing. Like, my favorite caster is Kobe. I don't know anyone at home or anyone in here who their favorite caster is, but the reason I like Kobe so much is I feel like I'm watching football with my mate on the couch. That's just how he speaks to me, and I love that. And I think it's great.
Yeah.
So,
Bryce?
Yeah, no, I agree. Like, it's the attachment to it. I mean, I spent literally like 4 years playing.
You're
right?
trapped,
So,
you can't
so,
get out.
Well, somewhat, but like
Stuck
I
in
know it's like I can watch a game of League of Legends, and I feel like I play for the competitive aspects, and a lot of pro players do. And now like I'm on the other side of the coin, but I can like watch a game, and you can understand like what the players are feeling, right?
Yeah.
And like I really like that about like the OPL because I have I've met every single one of the players. You know what I mean? Like I know a lot of them personally, so it's like that attachment for me. And then yeah, like casting wise, I've literally just spent the whole day sitting on this couch talking shit with you. So
That's true.
It's just a really good time.
My favorite thing about the OPL is they pay me. Jake?
There's lots of good things about like other broadcast regions. Like, you know, LCK's always had like really good casting. I think their downtime's really good. Like LEC this year's got a really European flavor, but there's just one thing the other broadcasts have never had, and it's me. So that's why the OPL broadcast is superior.
No, I thought you were going to go like with it.
Every single way. It's just, if you want to track the success, it's me.
You know what else we have? You know what else we have that nobody else does?
What?
A lot of humility, apparently.
Yeah, that's true.
Humble,
That's true. Is that your pick, Pyra?
Yeah, I'm the foreigner, right? So like I'm kind of moving about to like different regions. I was in Europe and now I'm here, obviously. I think it definitely is like the chill
He came
atmosphere.
for me.
And I've got the young Spawn with me as well. The 2% that we disagree is not enough to make me dislike it.
It's a 98% that you disagree.
Oh, I thought it was the other way around.
You agree.
Oh, I got that one backwards. That's too bad.
Yeah.
But if we want the serious answer,
yeah,
it's me.
All right.
Just doesn't
How do you de-stress and de-tilt? Just one word answer.
Oh, I can't do one word.
Well, give me two.
De-stressing from League? The answer is stop.
Yep. De-stressing from life?
Play League.
That's actually literally it, right? Like small sentences, like as a pro player, I just play all the time, and then I figured out I would play so much better on a Monday when my Sunday I spent out of the house doing other stuff.
Yep.
It's like stand up, do stuff, go out, like play with your mates, bloody go see a movie, go see your girlfriend, actually spend time with them, lol.
Yep.
And then and then like do something else and come back.
Spend time with family, read.
Yeah, Jasper, read.
Yep.
Moderation.
Moderate. Oh, right. Okay. Yeah.
I don't want to spend any more time with that at all.
It's like, stop reading. Finally, Bishop TV. Why doesn't anyone ever wear socks? I swear to God, this question came in before this happened. Because
I don't know, man.
Because oftentimes, you two and Jake are rocking the sort of like rolled up cuffs.
Sockets.
Oh,
Sockets.
right.
You guys are wearing
They're
socks.
hidden
Yeah,
socks.
always.
Yeah.
I don't think there's been a show where we haven't worn socks, just besides you once.
There's been a show where I've worn socks and you didn't know about it. I was wearing like black jeans. I was wearing basically this outfit, just no socks, and you never knew. And I got off on it that you didn't know.
Not wearing socks in shoes makes you a disgusting, filthy human being.
It's because I forgot
like
my
it's
socks.
actually like
It
it's
wasn't
just
a
gross.
choice.
So like
Bryce.
I always wear the tiny, and the socks are too small for me intentionally because I
It says
love
bamboozled.
I love it does say bamboozled. Where like they sit because you just like if you're wearing shoes and then you're rolling your cuff, like you don't want to have like a little bit of sock poking out.
No,
you just want shoe then pant. So you just get like just enough sock to cover the
business
foot.
etiquette is that
but
you
then-
want socks to go the whole way to the pants line, is it not though?
I mean,
we're kind of.
I'm
Spawn,
literally
you
wearing
worked in
jeans.
finance.
Yeah, no. So, if you're actually in like a suit, then there should be a small gap between your business shoe, your dress shoe, and your suit pant, and there should be a nice sock.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
A power sock.
Yeah, but we're not wearing suits on the couch. We're just chilling out.
We're basically now only wearing socks.
Look what you've done, Bishop.
Look what you've done. All right, that is it for Nick's Box. If you've got more things that you want to submit to Nick's Box, send them in. asking@gmail.com.
Maybe send Nick some socks as well.
Maybe send me some
Got
socks.
some socks in his box.
Because my socks are now soaking.
What's in the socks? It's a sock.
All right. This is now my least favorite thing about the OPL. The next game is Legacy versus Chiefs. I'd asked to see the tipping spicy tips bomb, but I don't care because Bryce needs to eat.
No, we do care because he said he'll eat 2.
I did not say that.
Yeah, you need
No,
to eat
you
2.
both said this.
We made a bet.
No, we didn't.
You agreed.
The bet that I made was on camera with Pyro. There's physical evidence. This is.
You made one today.
No,
Chat,
I didn't.
back me up. If Bryce made a bet saying that he'd eat 2 limes if he lost solo, then type 1 in the chat.
What do you mean? You can't just.
Of course I can. I have all the power.
Yeah, you do. This is such a power dynamic.
I
I'm being
know.
abused.
I know. It's fantastic.
No.
All right.
Well, fine, whatever.
The Twitter stream is going to be Swiper. Rounding out our day of top laners. I think we're ready. So let's throw it over the desk. Type 1 in chat to Jacob Pyra. A bunch of 1s. Holy
God
shit,
damn
that's a
it.
lot of 1s.
I hate chat so much.
And a 7.
Wow. Good stuff.
Hey,
it's the best thing about the OPL.
Certainly is.
I shouldn't have said that. Now I've just given you more.
No one can give
ego.
me more power.
No.
I have unlimited power.
You have unlimited power.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Only within this room.
Yeah.
As soon as
So
I
this is
leave
like the
this
genie
room,
bottle.
absolutely.
Yeah.
No, is it?
Phenomenal cosmic power, itty bitty living space.
Itty bitty living space.
Exactly. Good stuff. We're in Picks and Bands. It's Legacy versus Chiefs. It is the OPL Classico.
What did you say, Nick?
And Spawn's distracted.
The new genie.
Yeah, you're Will Smith. No?
No, I am, Robin Williams.
Robin Williams.
Robin Williams, Genie, best Genie.
It is the best Genie. Nothing against Will Smith, but best Genie, Robin Williams.
Well, I'd leap up had them 40 thieves.
You can just sing through the whole pick and ban? Because I'm down with it.
Shahrazad had 1,000 tales.
Good stuff. I wonder if... Who's wishing for victory today? Both the teams. Legacy obviously really need to pick one up, but it's going to be a tough one against Chiefs Esports Club.
This is
Back to second
hilarious.
place. There's some interesting bands. They're all targeting Swiper. What the heck?
Big Swipses, Croc in the top, and Kled and Skull have hit the bench. Does the Rumble get targeted? Do they go with the triple Swiper ban? No, they don't.
They banned the LeBlanc. Okay.
And that's so funny because Claire, not known as a long ball player, but solo killed Swiffer yesterday and absolutely ran a train over the order lineup. So think that that's a very good ban.
I agree. So Legacy definitely trying to ban out some of the wild cards, some of the X factors. Swiper, big experienced player in the top, always has a couple of signature champions. I mean, he can just go back onto the Rumble this time around, but he can play just about anything. Yasuo, Braum, J-Sol banned away on the Chiefs side, and it's back over to Legacy. And will they dare to just blind pick the Riven for Paprise? That'd be hilarious. I would love that. But it's the Ryze instead.
Certainly is. They can probably play it in a couple of positions as well. I hope Swiper just goes through the rest of his pocket pick champions. You know, Alawi, show the Rumble. He's a big cannon player, Tryndamere player. Nah, he plays as well.
Oh boy.
Pretty much just going through his sleeve
Look at
right
his
now,
face. He's looking at every single champion like, oh, which ones do I play? Nah, okay, I'll have some fun. Let's go ahead and pick up the Ezreal for Raze.
As Alistar would make a lot of sense if you are the Chiefs Esports Club right now. There is Morgana still available, but without Braum there, the team fight answers are really gone. And Morgana only saves one person, so I would like to see a little bit of force coming out. You could also go Tahm Kench if you wanted to go 1-3-1. Kind of shuts down the Ryze pick.
Yeah, this is the safest of safe lanes, to be honest. It's going to be very difficult for Legacy to get any kills down in that bottom side at the beginning of the game. But let's see what they add to this Ryze here in the next 10 seconds. Thresh has been a pretty big priority for a lot of the OPL teams. It does get locked in for crazy. And will they pair it up with the Kalista? It's been rising in priority, but I believe yet to find a win still in the OPL.
Certainly has not, and I think this is a really good lane into Tahm Kench. Tahm Kench is really good because of that grey health, but Kalista can kind of decide when her damage comes out, so it really puts him in two minds about when he has to pop that shield to take the minimum damage required. Also, if Crazy ever lands a hook on it, they've got genuine kill threat on both people, because if Tahm Kench eats the bait, then you just follow the catfish and you flay them both back.
Yes, you can do. Now for Chiefs, that's an interesting pickup. The Corki comes in for Claire.
Really good pickup. So Corki can run Cleanse really easily, also can run Teleport. So will be good into any matchup. Really good blind pick. E got a buff where it does 40 more damage level 1. Also shreds about 7 armor, I think, if you stand in the full duration of it. So it's like 120 damage and like shredding armor. Does magic damage. So good mixed damage, and is just the safest laner ever. Valkyrie is such a good tool to get away. He's range, he's very safe, can farm with rockets after level 6. He was a power pick, then crit items got changed, then he got buffed to make up for the crit item changes because he wasn't being played, and then crit items got reverted, so he's technically stronger than the last time he was a power pick. As you can tell, I'm a big fan of Corki.
Yeah, you can just go.
One of my favorite champions in League of Legends, and I think provides such a good, laning phase into, the best 3 item spike, I think, in League of Legends. Trinity Force IE Rapid Fire Cannon is just insane.
He's just such a well-rounded champion, too, so he always does seem to cycle in and out of the meta. I remember the old joke was he always gets buffed in time for Worlds. Yep. Well, we're still quite a ways away from that happening, but Claire, nonetheless, picking him up, and Chiefs might add a little bit more punch, pizzazz to their composition. Ivern banned away as well as Kindred on the Legacy side. Let's see what they do take for only.
Have you run into an AP Shyvana yet?
I have seen it, but I have not encountered it in play, and we won't see it just yet. It looks like there's a Jax locked in.
Oh, that's really interesting, because Jax does pretty well into Kalista. Kalista's a fairly squishy champion. You dodge, you jump on her, you're able to take it down very quickly. Wonder whether that's going to be top or jungle Jax. I suspect right now jungle, because blind picking Jax top lane is a bold call, Cotton, and that is a Z.
Want to talk about bold calls? Chaz, the assassin player, locks in the Z very quick. Guts will take the Sejuani, and just like that, Legacy have got their composition. I'm just 100% convinced that it's Chaz on the Z. I'm not even assuming at all Paprise would go for it.
No, it's going to be a mid lane Z, and the other thing is Corki can run Exhaust if he wants to. It was actually one of the summoner spells of choice, but Chaz is going to have some really clear windows when he can kill this Corki. The reason Z is allowed to come back into the meta, it was buffed a little bit, but also Stopwatch has just been nerfed after nerfed after nerfed, so I think like allows him clear windows to be able to kill people again, and he does really need to pick up some kills to get rolling. But they just have a terrific 1-3-1. Rise one lane, Zed the other. You always want your split pushes to have separate damage sources so that the tank can't itemize heavily for it. So, you know, if Swiper falls a little bit behind, he's going to have to go something like an Adaptive Helm. All of a sudden, you know, after one item, he's dealing with Chaz. He does purely physical damage. Not going to really work out there. You know, maybe if Corki gets something like the Zhonya's or, you know, I don't know, something crazy, Ninja Tabby, then Raya swaps into the lane. All of a sudden, you need a Hex Drinker or something like that. Just keeps people on their toes.
Legacy looking to certainly do that in this game. Still
I like
desperately trying to hunt for some
better.
wins, but yeah, they've drafted some strong comps and towards their own strengths. So it looks good for them on paper, but when you put the nameplates back on, Chiefs still pound for pound a very strong team. What do you like about this draft spot?
So about the Chiefs draft that I like, they've got really good 1-3-1. Time Kench facilitates the side lanes. And they've just got Swiper on a tank. And Swiper on a tank is going to be able to generate team fights. He always has been able to. He has a knack for it, the Rock in the top. And if they ever get too ingrained into the 1-3-1 here on Legacy side and they don't want to rotate to the play, Swiper's going to punish the 3 super hard. So that's what I like about the Chiefs draft. They do have, you know, very good scaling 80 carry for Raze, good mid laner for Claire. We said they're the 2 best, you know, team fighting carries in the league. Swiper on his tank. Only more on a PvE jungler, in my opinion. Jax is really good at clearing the jungle and taking things like Dragons and Rift Heralds, but at the same time, I like the creativity coming out of the Legacy draft. I think it's stronger earlier, and if they can get ahead in the game, anything can happen.
Well, we will see. So joining us for the start of this OPL Classico is the coach of Chiefs Esports Club. It is Volt. Welcome to the desk.
Thank you very much.
Good stuff. Let's open up and talk a little bit about that Legacy draft. And, you know, is this the kind of thing you were expecting out of them? We all know Chaz is a big old assassin player.
Yes, we scouted Chaz's solo queue and saw a lot of this going on, so we're not super surprised by this. However, the Rise Flex is something that I don't think Paprise has been doing much of. Maybe he's been hiding it in scrims and not playing much of it in solo queue. But it did come a little bit out of the blue. That's why the mid matchup isn't very good. But we're still relatively happy with the draft. I think the draft was very smart. Props to Denian.
And I was just saying that I think their team comp comes online earlier than yours, but if yours gets to 3 items, like, you're going to run over the top of them most likely. Is that how you're kind of seeing this? Just a big team fight ready for the Chiefs?
Yeah, that's correct. They still have 1-3-1, sort of, because we don't really have someone who can match side lane until very late with Jax. But it's true, we will win team fights from, you know, like the Triforce spikes and the Ezreal tier spikes.
And now, I got to ask Fantix last game. I don't know whether you saw like what he thought was the strengths of the Bombers. Being the closest team to the Bombers right now, kind of want to get your opinion as well. What do you think they do so well, and what do you think teams need to start changing in their game to be able to bridge that gap, you know, the Chiefs included?
Bombers are just extremely explosive. They will do whatever they think they can on the very edges of their limits, and because they are probably the best mechanical team in the region, they just execute way better than everyone else. So to catch up, I think teams just have to be like trying to force fights and things in scrims to just push their limits and get the mechanics gap that's already pretty wide to a thinner boundary.
Is that the kind of thing that you're focusing the Chiefs on as well, or are you just trying to improve generally across the board as the weeks go by?
Yeah, it's a bit of both. Whenever we scrim Bombers, the focus is always on like getting our mechanics up to the point that they need to be to beat them, because otherwise the scrims aren't very useful. If they're just mechanics maxing us in every fight, then we don't learn much out of it. So that's the focus in those scrims.
And I want to talk about kind of Only and Ayla, because you have some very experienced players in, you know, Claire, Raze, Swiper. But a lot of the time people say the utility roles do a lot of the talking early on in the game. How is that being facilitated in the Chiefs? And, you know, it appears on paper to be very successful. Are you happy with where it is as a coach?
It's more of a diverse, well, not like diverse, it's more just like a distributed communication. Like everyone talks, it's not so much just Only and Ayla. However, Ayla, for a first split rookie, is incredibly active in comms and really useful for our team environment.
Really good to know as well. Well, thank you for joining us, Volt.
Thank you very much.
Good stuff. Always some good insight about how the comms go, especially with a successful team like Chiefs that also have an infusion of new blood in the form of Only and Ayla. Start of the game, pretty standard here.
I want to talk about something that isn't standard, is lethal tempo being picked up for Praetor. Normally you see not Taste of Blood, Hail of Blades picked up. Because what it allows you to do at level 1 and a couple of levels afterwards is you just hop towards the AD carry and just put 3 quick spears, and it just gains you like priority, first move, whatever you want to call it. I think we use priority too much still, so I'm going to try and dodge it, but it gives you the ability to hit the champions, then they can't hit the wave, and then you get to hit the wave instead. So little bit more scaling come out of lethal tempo. Allows you to break the attack speed cap, something that Kalista is a big fan of. Also going to be able to put a lot of spears into Swiper as the game progresses. Someone's going to have to cut him down to side. They don't have a tank buster. So it's an interesting choice, and I want to see whether it hurts Praetor's laning phase too much, because this is a lane they must win, otherwise Ezreal's going to outscale hard.
Yeah, that's a good point. And we have seen a lot of Kalistas really not be able to step up to the plate and kind of deliver, not just in laning phase, but even in the later stages of the game when they don't get out to those leads.
I mean, they've been pretty good in laning phase, to be honest. I think we've seen Kalistas kill like nearly every single lane they've been in, and then they just fall off a cliff when the other AD carry has 2 items, because she's such a good Bork user. Every single thing that is in Blade of the Ruined King, Kalista wants. But after that point, like, is it a Hurricane build? Is it a Ginsu's build? Like, people are kind of stumbling a little bit, I think, and because she's not a crit or a Trinity Force user, her power isn't as much late game as what other AD carries are. I think, like, for example, I'll just use the order example because it's one on top of my head. But Jake and Ronan Dream 100% 2v2 killed their lane when they had it against the Chiefs.
Yeah, okay. So just because it feels like the play pattern's a little bit weird out into the mid game that people are just not sure what to make of it?
Well, that's supposed to be the strongest point of it, right? It's just that I think things have gone incorrect other places on the map that doesn't allow the Kalista to take over. But in saying that, like, once again, like 1-2 items very strong, after that point very weak. Kind of gets to a 6-item point where if you can't burst her, she has triple lifesteal and is very strong again. But it's just a champion in an interesting spot at the moment. I think has really clear windows of success and not success.
Speaking of 1 to 2 items as well, got to keep an eye on how Chaz goes. And whenever there's a Zed in the game, definitely want to start looking out for a few solo kills. But he's up against a Corki, which we've seen this matchup so many times throughout the years of League of Legends, and it's just such a frustrating one for the Zed because it's hard to go all in on a.
No, Chaz has to kill him. If Chaz doesn't kill him in this laning phase, no reason to pick up Zed. Like, as soon as he dings level 6, I'm expecting the all-in. You can see a lot of damage.
Ooh, he gets the Ignite a little earlier. Now there is that level 6. On with the Death Mark, looking for it. Should not be enough, but maybe that's just barely doesn't get the kill.
And he has flash and everything available. Still could have got one more auto. That's a nice ward over the wall to spot out only. But as I mentioned, like, Chaz needs to be able to kill Claire to make this pick work. And nearly got him there.
I wonder if he can try to stop this back. He'd have to do some serious shadow stepping to make it happen. But only is there with the guard. So, close call for the Chiefs mid laner. Doesn't result in a payoff for Chaz. Teleport back to lane, and we'll reset.
I mean, he did get the flash, but just the Ignite. Ignite a much shorter cooldown. And there is no boots too, like, or tabbies or anything being picked up for Claire. So there is going to be another time period, you know, when that Death Mark is back up and available where he can kill him. I think that it's just a matter of time now that that flash has been secured, unless Only can do some good camping on the Jax. Well, top lane is having a giggle.
Yep, Paprise trading some last back with big swips. Pretty even game up there so far. Only's going to start soloing out the Cloud Dragon. Not a whole lot of response here coming out from the Legacy lineup as Chaz only got back to mid, and Praetor Crazy didn't have the push going, so this one goes over.
Yeah, and really interesting that they didn't have the push when they are kind of not going up against the optimal build out of Ezreal, I want to say. You know, normally you'd like to see something like a Sheen first. Might have been off the end of the fact that Ray's got to teleport back to lane, generate some, you know, artificial push there in first move. But you can see now with Boots 2 being the rush that Praetor is hella mobile in this lane.
Yeah, he is. He's hopping left, right, and center right now. Of course, out of combat, Raze and Ayla are going to be a little bit more speedy boys as well. The Cloud Dragon available. Legacy grouping up here.
Well, the
actually just sending out a set.
Yeah, the reason they're doing that, Pyro, is because they need to regain some form of control over bottom side river. The fact that Chaz had to go back at... Oh, hooks on.
They got the Ezreal swallowed up. Ayla just takes him there.
But there is a big window now where they can punish that. Eat is such a long cooldown nowadays, especially if you're not maxing it, that, you know, windows like that means the Ezreal has to play very defensive.
Allows them to get the push this time around. Not a lot for them to claim, but they can start to secure some vision inside of the Chiefs jungle. And they will do just that, sending out the Sentinel, putting down another ward. And now you see Guts sniffing around, looking for Claire, who plays fairly close to the tower here. Chaz has Deathmark back up.
They can just dive him outright. Guts has that level 6 mark. There is no cleansers, no QSS. Very surprised they're not going for it. To be perfectly honest, they know that blue buff's up, so they should be playing towards the top side of the map. That is where the Jax is. But I really want to see them like commit Guts' flash here and pick up that kill.
Only is going to start off on the blue buff of Legacy. Paprise knows this is happening, but can't react.
Like it's Guts, if you just charge flash, he has to Volk, and then you just nail him with the ultimate. Like there should be no way Claire escapes this game.
They're going for it, but that's just forced off the Valk. So at the end of the day, all they'll really pick up for this is turret plating only going back up to the top, and you can see Paprise had already backed off, so it's turret plating traded on 2 different parts of the map.
And this is really nice out of the Chiefs because Claire's just playing super respectfully. He knows he's a target. He knows that he's going to be able to outscale eventually. And he is currently being just camped hard. Paprise at the same time has got no tank stats as well, so if he got dove by Swiper, and this Jax would fall down, and it's going to be a full tank Jax coming out, probably with 40% cooldown reduction. And top lane has taken way more damage.
Yeah, big commitment there, and it means that Chiefs just really coming out ahead in this. They're starting to stack up a gold lead off of the farm differential as well as the turret plating that's been going down. So Legacy really trying for a couple of setups, but it's very big telegraph play that Chiefs read out. Claire playing very safe.
And this is when I say that, you know, Guts' jungle kind of hasn't translated as well as I'm sure he would have hoped. And there's still time. Guts is a really young guy, and I think that he is super dedicated. One thing I will never take away from Guts is, like, his desire to make this work. But what I would have liked to see there is just, like, go sooner. Be unpredictable. Go when the wave is yet to crash. You're a Sejuani. You're pretty tanky at this stage of the game due to your passive, you know, Aftershock. Get some CC down, like, try and make this work, because they do have a window to snowball, and Claire's about to get his flash back up and available. So if Chaz can't make it work right now, Claire's just going to have flash, and he's just going to get towards that Phage, Trinity Force, and, you know, start out scaling, and Only's just taking everything on the map.
Yeah, they're just really not reacting fast enough. So they do back away from the Rift Herald, as it looked like Chaz might be moving for it, but Only actually has managed to move back in, and he shouldn't have. He's going to be able to dodge 1-2 shots, but maybe not much more for long as they turn their attention. First Blood goes the way of Claire, but it ends up being a 1-for-2 trade. Chiefs still coming out ahead.
Yeah, certainly doesn't. Swiper gets a kill as well. Disaster. Generally, as a Z, if you find a jungler, you one-hit them, but Chaz wasn't able to get it done through the Counter-Strike, and Claire gets her First Blood. Now has himself a 10 CS advantage, takes a cheeky plate as well. Things looking up for the Chiefs right now, a 2,000 gold lead.
Well, they definitely came into this version of the OPL Classico looking like favorites right now. Big rebuilding here for the Legacy lineup. Praedyth tanks a true shot barrage out, but nonetheless, the tempo, the setup had been Legacy's for the start of this game, especially off the back of Chaz's Zed. It just hasn't yielded as many results as they would have liked.
And the thing is Swiper is just so tanky right now, he ignores all of Paprise's damage. This is one of the reasons that Swiper loves playing into tanks. If you can farm well, which he was able to do for the first levels, not get zoned, you know, even generate a little bit of the push, then all of a sudden, you know, you get to a point where until they have Void stuff, you just ignore them and you play PvE and you make them play against the wave, and it's super frustrating. That's certainly the stage of the game that right now Paprise is at. Look, he can't do anything against the Big Scion.
Excuse me. He had no rune charges on that one, and yeah, it doesn't matter how many bolts of magic you shoot at the rock in the top lane, you're not going to crack them. So he can just walk away and help secure this Rift Herald out for Only. Chiefs definitely getting the lion's share of everything on the map in this game.
And really impressive jungling from Only, the fact that he's up in CS and has picked up both neutral objectives. Like, just really well played. Certainly what you want to see out of the jungler of the Chiefs Esports Club.
Here's the play now for
Teleport
Legacy
coming in
looking
as
for
well.
the bottom side. Raze is under tower. Ayla should be able to swallow him up here, and he will. Actually walking the opposite way as the teleport comes through. Fate's Call, Legacy bail out, and it was just a teleport and some timely sidestepping that allowed it. And meanwhile, nobody's at home to defend the mid tower.
Yeah, and Only going to pick himself up even more gold. Gets 320 for free. If he gets out here, that's a massive swing play for the Chiefs, because you can see Rise still running towards his top lane as well. And Swiper's going to be able to take down 4 plates. That's 3 plates mid lane, 4 plates top lane. so much additional gold going over to the Chiefs Esports Club.
Chiefs just made that look so easy. The fact that they denied a huge, a massive bot dive by the Legacy lineup that invested so much, a teleport movement by Chaz. Surely they saw that one coming.
And now Chaz has his level 11 mark. That's pretty much it, where he's going to be as relevant as possible. Don't get me wrong, Zed still is a good side lane. It doesn't fall off as heavily as people make out, but I think that this is just his strongest portion of the game when he has his first item.
There's
like
the
this.
play. They've got the stun off. Now, will they be able to turn it here? Only on the Counter-Strike coming back around. Immediate Chiefs reaction. They bring all 5 members to the party here, and it looks like it's Swiper trying to start this one off. He does run into the wall, but instead they turn for the Dragon.
And I mean, that's nicely done out of the Legacy lineup. Actually, you know, Guts burns his flash this time around. They bait the teleport out. They will lose the Dragon, as you said, but it does relieve a lot of pressure for their top laner right now in Paprise. He's going to be able to return the treatment with a couple of plates himself. Chaz going to look for anyone trying to cheat in a rotation. Not going to be able to find them, but I like that play out of Legacy. I think that that's a good force.
Last second, the turret plating for Paprise, so he does pick that up.
Should be able to get one here. Like, I don't think he's sitting on all that much gold, so should just be able to continue to push in as well.
He's going to back off.
Interesting.
Yeah, I guess he's maybe a little bit afraid that Swiper's going to shove him in again. Legacy have managed to, as you pointed out, they did cut down the advantage just a little bit there, grab a little gold back for themselves, but they're still down 2,000 in a hole, and blue buff coming back. Claire picks that one up, and he's just played the Zed matchup so well.
Yeah, he's played it really impressively. You know, credit to Claire, didn't fall down on the first one. It was a close thing, looked like he was sub, 100 health. So being able to live through that, and now just being able to farm up a Storm, it's really, really nice. He also was a facilitator in that first blood and the second kill they picked up. So, yeah, across the board, Chiefs are just playing super well. Pretty standard. Nothing really going wrong. Nothing really going, extremely right. It's only been 3 kills in the first 15 minutes, and looks like we're on for the slow burn team fight Chiefs style.
No, we talk about how this team is just an all-around solid squad, and this is kind of a textbook example of how they know how to play around some of these wild cards, like the likes of the Chaz Zed. And they've just done it with such consistency in the OPL here. Looking for their 11th win at the end of the second round robin.
So that's a mechanic we don't get to talk about a lot with Kalista, but obviously Kalista's auto attack, every time she puts she puts a spear in. And people think about the rend a lot. However, if you put like spears into a creep and then you kill the creep with your Q, all of the spears pass through to whatever is behind that creep when it dies. You saw that stage, it was Raze, he got 3 spears put into him. You kill another creep with the rend, it resets the cooldown of the rend, which means that you have really good staying power in fights. So nice mechanics coming out of Praetor there, showing that he can play the champion pretty well.
Next dive attempt here coming out of Legacy, but it looks like it's sniffed out fast enough for Raze and Ayla to retreat, and ends up being a tower trade.
Oh, they use the Tahm Kench ultimate, however, into the mid lane, so they're going to look to trade the 2-for-1.
That's going to be pretty big
here for Chiefs. Also diving Paprise as well at the same time.
Take more advantages when they can. Chiefs are just everywhere on this map right now. Paprise is out of there, and Chiefs get everything and more.
So really nicely done from the Chiefs. You can see Swiper a little bit low, but they're going to get some damage onto that turret as well, and they're kind of just pulling Legacy everywhere.
I mean, only might be a Jungle Jax, but we're starting to see him just thonk away at all these towers. This is looking pretty rough for Legacy's objectives.
And going Trinity for a second means that, he's super confident in the side lane. Normally we see something, a little bit more defensive, like a Warmogs. He is a good team fighter, Jax, if you build a little bit tankier as well. Jungle doesn't get all that much gold, but as I mentioned, Only's done a really good job of keeping up in farm and has got some turret plating as well for himself, so is certainly ahead of the clock. This is what happened in the top lane fight. Paprise turns around, tickles Swiper. Swiper says, okay, I'll tank the turret, let's go.
And then Only hops in, Counter-Strike, and yeah, that's pretty easy from there.
Yeah, really nicely done. So impressive so far from the Chiefs. They're now 3,000 gold up, and they haven't had to really take any big risky plays.
No, it's just been a slow build for them, and Legacy have been trying to find opportune moments to react, but Chiefs have just been able to do it that much faster. Now, big wave pushes out on the bottom side in favor of Chiefs as Raze cleared away the last of the resistance. And the rest of Legacy are moving in unison towards the mid lane, hoping to try and catch out Claire, who's just been defying death this whole game. Here comes Praetor. That's one shot. He's got Ayla in his back pocket, though. He's perfectly fine. And another tower falls for Chiefs.
Yeah, you don't want to chase into that fog of war.
Nice back away. We'll work on the tower.
The collapse is coming in here. That's also going to be a recall from Raze. They want to fight this.
They hear the Scion Pain train incoming, and it looks like Claire already starts by taking out Paprise. And they've caught out Crazy and Praedyth. They do pull the Scion in as the fight is happening on a different front here. Swiper going to flash away from the Thresh box. Praedyth is flashing as well, and Raze might have overstepped his boundaries just a little bit here, but he backs away over to Ayla, and Claire takes down the Zed. It's a fight on multiple fronts, but it is one that Chiefs are managing to win by the skin of their teeth. They still come up with everything and do not lose a man.
And look how low Raze is, Ayla is, even Claire and Swiper at half health, and yet the Chiefs wipe Legacy, just able to eke out individual advantages. Ayla's laughing, and the Chiefs have exploded this mid-game.
That they have 8 kills in 18 minutes, and they are knocking on the second-tier tower in the mid lane. Chiefs are owning this map.
Certainly are, and now they're 6,000 gold up, and the windows for players are just slowly closing. You can see that's just so much damage.
Paprise gets completely collapsed on. He's not even in this fight.
Certainly does, and then, you know, they're just able to continue to play. Ayla playing the ultimate goalie, stopping people, and Chaz is just having to put most of his damage onto the tanks. That's not where you want to be. Only must go for a cheeky jungle smite here to get some health back. He does, and then has impact on the play. Just look at the awareness of this Chiefs Esports Club lineup, and you know, we mentioned Guts trying his best to pick up a couple of kills on the back end, wasn't able to get it. Triple kill for Claire, and this Corki now well and truly online.
5-0, yeah, I think he's kind of going turbo at this point. We already saw him have a Trinity Force, but he's been able to add a BF sword and Sork shoes to that. Very short order, only soloing out another Mountain Drake. This will make objective taking even easier for the Chiefs. And the Baron is up in a very convenient 20 seconds, Spawn.
Certainly is, and now you have to say that Legacy, you know, they are to find a pick. Use Sejuani ult to lock someone down. Actually, Praedyth in some trouble, maybe. Not going to show Praedyth. We're just going to check out only.
Yep, that's okay. He's out of there. Still, though, danger everywhere you go. Only waiting in this brush, and one of the last champions you want to face check is a Jax. Meanwhile, down to the bottom, Swiper having a great old time just solo pushing, and he's just got the jump on what Chaz is trying to do on the opposite side. Chiefs just continue to demolish these turrets.
Well, there is no good answer anymore for Chaz because he can't team fight. You know, Stopwatch picked up, as well as Iceborne, Gauntlet, you know, very tanky members as the other one, so there's no real good target for him. So he's looking for an isolator 1v1. So he says, I'm going to pressure the base. The Chiefs say, well, here's some turrets we prepared earlier because we're ahead in this situation. And Chaz can't even continue to push because too many people have disappeared off the map, so he thinks he's being collapsed on.
He's
he has to run out.
Yep, he's walking it away. You can see the Abyssal Voyage still available for Ayla here. They will not pull the trigger on it, but they are well aware of his movements. And it's just going to be left cleanup duty for Legacy. 20 minutes on the board, and a 6,000 gold advantage for Chiefs. Full control of this game right now, and it just goes to show you why they are currently sitting in second place in the standings.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we're getting a really good, I guess, idea today of what the relative strength of the teams are. And Chiefs seem to be really comfortable with the scaling team fighting aspect of the game. Bombers just seem comfortable, period, on Summoner's Rift at the moment. Order still stumbled today against the Direwolves, and Direwolves played pretty standard. You know, a little bit more of a double mage comp, not what we're used to seeing, but the actual way they played the game outside of the draft was similar.
Yeah.
Crazy.
Okay. He's down. Goodbye, Dobie.
And, yeah, I think Avant versus Mammoth was kind of the most telling because it showed that Avant, on their day, are a good team. You know, they're not just good individual players. Team-wise, they have that part of the game covered as well.
Yeah, Mammoth still have a bit of a ways to go. So, you know, we've got one more round robin after all of this. There's 3 more weeks to play, including a Super Week 10 where we'll have 6 games a day, and that really is going to be it before the gauntlet starts. But before that all happens, there's still some play going on as Chiefs trying to take down the Baron with 3, now 4 members. Should be able to get it because Legacy, cowed as they are, really don't have a lot of time to react to this. And it's going to go down. You see Chaz going in for a sneaky play, but it doesn't amount to anything as Swiper leading the charge here. Will get stunned up, but that's just a retreat path for Guts now. And it's a 5-man Baron take for the Chiefs.
And now 8,000 gold lead as well. They've already taken down all the outer turrets apart from one. I'm sure Swipe is about to march into that top lane wave. And it just seems that Legacy, I like the creativity of the draft. I actually think that they put together a really good comp. If that first kill had gone across to Chaz, maybe we're talking about a different game. But right now, it does feel like they have been outscaled. It looks like, you know, a good team fight, not really on the card. So it's just going to be about trying to pick trying to get to an area of the map first. I like this from Praedyth, you know, get to a brush, make sure it's pink watered, try and throw your support at them, see if you can generate something.
Maybe they can get a pick, but that is going to require an almost perfect setup and some lapses of judgment on the Chiefs' part, and they just seem to be playing that 1-3-1 out just brilliantly here. You can see it in action. Top side is the Jax, bot side is the Corki. Legacy, resources thin. They're going to try to go for the play here, flashing forward. Here's the Fates call, and it hits the wall. Crazy does not predict the hook where he wanted it to go, and there's the turn on. It is a 5v3, and Legacy still unable to find anything in this. In fact, they nearly lose Crazy, and the true shot makes it so. The turnaround from Chiefs way too big here, and now Claire marching the minion wave into the bot side. He could get collapsed on, but in comes the Tom Kench, and he brought Swiper as well.
Oh man, that's depressing.
There's just not a whole lot that Legacy can really do here, even though they're inside of the base. Chiefs are still happily wearing away at those health bars. They do lose Ayla, but they are still turning it around. The double kill to the Corki. Claire comes back off the Guardian Angel and is ready to keep on rocking. Paprise limping away to his own fountain, and meanwhile, Only has been quietly pushing the wave into inhibitors.
Yeah, it certainly has. So Only doesn't even join that fight. The split pushing Jungle Jax about to complete the Flame Horizon. And is that them teleporting to try and finish?
That's Claire. He comes right through. Redemption coming out, but it's not going to be very redeeming here for the Legacy lineup. There's a shutdown onto Only. Maybe Chiefs go a little too far forward as Claire is tanking Nexus turrets. And I think he's going to go down here, so Chiefs can't quite end, but they will be able to open the base up before giving a few kills away.
Claire had a 25-stack Majia's game against Order. Now 9-1-1 performance on the Corki. Such an impressive weekend for the Chiefs Esports Club mid laner, playing against his old squad of Legacy. Really enjoying watching Claire play at the moment, playing with swagger, playing with confidence. Spear of Shojin has been completed for
It is now the Spear
well.
of Jax officially.
Yeah, absolutely is. And when your Jax doesn't even have to come to the party, and he can have that impact.
Yeah, he's not required to just keep pushing the waves. He's fine. And Ray's a little cheeky with the stopwatch. Not that he really needed it. I feel like that one was on purpose.
You reckon?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Yeah?
I don't think so. In a professional game, you go back, buy a stopwatch, and then use it instantly.
Oh, did he just buy? Okay.
Absolutely.
All right. All right. I thought he was hanging on to that. That changes everything. But yeah, this has been a roughie, and Chiefs just owning everything and more. They should be able to end this game before the Baron buff expires if they just kind of move it down the line. Oh, now it goes away. Never mind. And this might just be the final fight.
Yeah, Swiper just providing the brick wall, and Legacy kind of have to go. 2 inhibitors down. Super Creep's about to start crashing. Where is it?
Looks like it. There's going to be the chop down. The counter-strike through, looking for Praedyth. The hook is on to Only, but he goes golden. Looks like a reset from the Chiefs right now. They will back away into the belly of the Tom Kench. Goes the Jax on the retreat path right now. This is the desperate fight for Legacy, but if they can win it, this could be the start of something. Ray starts to turn it around. Look at all the damage out of the Ezreal. He's already got the double, looking for more. Crazy backing away. That is the triple. He's hunting for the rest of this fight. In goes the Zed with the death mark, and that is going to not be nearly enough as Chaz trying to sidestep around, but the Super Creeps are still rocking on top of these Nexus turrets. There's the Abyssal Voyage back to just cut out the legs from the rest of this one. Paprise desperately trying to clear away, but it is only Nexus, and Chiefs in the end only need 26 and a half minutes to take the Nexus and finish out their round robin with a win. What a win it was.
Yeah, really impressive game from the Chiefs Esports Club. Just across the board, every single one of them played well, like no weak links. At no stage of the game did that seem to be getting out of control at all. The 1-3-1 was never really kicked off by the Rise and the Zed, and you can see exactly what Legacy wanted to do. This is a frustrating thing, but the inability to be able to execute upon it just because of the fact that they were never able to generate a lead in any of their lanes. It's just a massive deal, and once again, like, this is one of those games where that's a young lineup trying something new. I really like the draft out of Denian. Even Volt, credited the coach of the Legacy Esports lineup, but that's like, when you want to impose your will on a game and you can't, is one of the most frustrating things in League of Legends. And I'm sure Chaz and Paprise especially felt that frustration the entirety of the game.
They certainly must have, and you could see it becoming more apparent as they tried to force plays. And, really big credit to them for just not giving up and laying down, just letting letting Chiefs walk over them, even though it looked like that's what happened at the end. They kept fighting to the last man. And unfortunately for them, Chiefs just the better team, not just on the day, but on the split. Chiefs look very close to unstoppable if you discount Bombers.
Yeah, they certainly do. I mean, I think they have lost a game. They've lost 3 games, I think,
All together, yeah. 3 games now. One
Yeah.
of them to Bombers the second time, one of them to Order, I believe.
Yeah, and 1 to Mammoth, I think.
Yeah, on a Resurgence. Or no, that was at the beginning.
Yeah, so I think, like, they've beaten kind of everyone in the league that they have to beat. They've shown that they can do it. They've also shown that on a couple of times they've been a little bit scrappier than they would have liked. But I think all team fighting teams kind of have that on the day. If you don't win the early team fights, the later game team fights become difficult. So yeah, they're in a really good spot. They 100% are in contention to win this split still.
They certainly are. Chiefs are a well-oiled machine. Let's see what the couch has to say about that victory.
I'm just letting you guys know to remind me something in 20 seconds. How do we feel about that game? I mean, Chiefs doing Chiefs things, rounding out the way that we knew that they probably would.
Well, I think kind of expected is how it played out. The cast was hitting on the fact that, like, Legacy, they're doing this style. Denigan in his interview was like, look, we're struggling with mid-game to get there at an even pace, so we're just picking for early game. That's what they did. Chaz very close to solo kill at level 6, as Jake is calling it, and then doesn't work out. They have Callista Thresh, don't get enough of an advantage, and if you don't get that lead, it's just very hard to play that game.
And I do respect Legacy for doing that, you know? Like, I do respect that a team has said, we recognize this is where either we are stronger or where we are weaker in terms of how we play League of Legends, and we're against a good team, so we go hard in where we're stronger, right?
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
We picked that style, and yes, he was close. He was a hair's breadth away from perhaps getting that kill. And maybe the landscape of the map does change by getting that kill, getting that extra gold for himself, but in the end, it doesn't actually matter too much. Chiefs are still too strong. Once they get a lead, you give them a sniff, they ended up taking the game in 27 minutes.
Yep.
There you go. That's all that needs to be said. It is another weekend of League of Legends all wrapped up. A reminder to you guys as well, week 9, we are partnering for mental health. We're doing Recall and Restore. We're partnering with Headspace and Lavar to help work on mental health and wellbeing for the League of Legends host community. So it's the 15th and 16th of March, week 9. Go to learnwithleague.com for more info. That should be a good week.
Yeah, certainly. We did it last split. Very good cause. You know what I mean? I feel like also like mental health in the gaming sphere is something that's talked about a lot, which is like a pretty cool thing.
Yep.
And partnering again, I back it.
That's right. Now, before we go, we have Only at the desk with Pyra.
Only one player, but a good one as well. And congratulations on the win. You guys took a pretty, honestly, easy one over Legacy, and you were like halfway out of that game. How was it to basically play PvE until you kind of jumped into the fights?
Okay, I wouldn't say it was an easy one. There were a few sketchy fights and whatnot, but I mean, it's a play style that I love to play, like just farming side lanes, just PvE, farming jungle, like I love that. So yeah.
So you've got a bit of a split pusher in you, that's for sure.
Yeah, Jax, I love it. It's so much fun.
That's good stuff. So it's nice to see a little bit of development as well. And I think Chiefs have been looked at as this lineup that's full of very strong, very experienced players. But you are one of the newer ones. Now you came from Legacy. So what's it like being on the other side of the OPL Classico?
I mean, it's not that different. It's more just different player play styles and whatnot. I like Legacy a lot, but yeah, it's definitely like a new environment here. Just definitely different in game with the team fight style, but we've also been doing like the split push and stuff as well. So yeah, no, it's good.
So you get to do a little variety, a little bit of team fight, a little bit of split pushing as
experience
well.
both. So yeah,
that's nice. So for the Chiefs, obviously you guys have had a very solid split so far. A couple of losses, as you mentioned. There have been even in some of your games that have seemed pretty decisive. You've had a couple of moments where you felt uncertain. How do you feel about Chiefs' chances to really take it all this split?
Yeah, despite the dominance that's been shown from Bombers, I still think Bombers, AV, Mammoth, and us, the Chiefs, are all actually like pretty close. I don't think it's as one-sided as maybe the last couple of weeks have shown. So I think any of those teams, maybe not as much AV, like no flame to Rusty, but I think Mammoth, Chiefs, or Bombers in particular, they can all take it, like really. Yeah.
Okay, so what would need to be the thing that changes to get Chiefs over that hump and get you guys in the first place spot?
I think for us, just like team cohesion, like committing to the one play and being like really confident. I still feel a bit of hesitation in our gameplay, like on stage and scrims just in general. And I think once we come together as like one unit, classic Chief style, I think we will definitely be a huge threat to Bombers and Mammoth, yeah.
Excellent stuff. Well, congratulations on your win. Thanks for joining me once again, Only.
Thank you.
All right, to close it out, we're going to go ahead and send it back to the couch and Nick in the box.
I'm in a box. It's a big box. We also call it a room here in Australia, Pyra. Bryce, Oh, I'm very sorry. Oh, God.
Drop my line.
Yeah, I mentioned
You
it
don't
on
wanna
the
drop
floor.
that.
It would be dirty.
I don't want to drop this
Oh.
one
Yeah.
because if I have to eat that one, it's gross. And
You
I'd
do
much
have
prefer-
to eat that one. You have to eat two.
No.
Twitch chat is they're actually saying you need to eat it. Don't forget to eat the second lime. No limes, no
Literally,
wins.
no one is saying that.
No limes, no wins. 2 limes, 2-0 for Gravitas next week. Eat.
Eat.
There you go.
Eat, all caps,
Yeah.
eat.
Eat.
Look, I will eat. Oh, goddamn. I'm really struggling with this one. But
Stop playing with your food. You
am I eating now?
No, well, yeah, you can. In fact, you know what? Just start eating. It's fine. All right. Well, that is it for the evening. It's been a wonderful one. Bryce, once you break through that fleshy skin. Oh no! Right on the socks. You've got both pairs of socks.
Can you grab paper towels? Pyra! Can you grab the paper towels?
Both pairs are soaking wet now.
going everywhere.
This is why I love
Give me
the
the ball.
OPL. Can you talk us through the results from today, please,
Me?
Bryce? Yep.
Okay, so the results from the day started off. Bombers eventually take the win over Gravitas in game number 1. Order had a very close one against Direwolves, but they pulled out the victory there. AV in what we'll call an upset victory over Mammoth, fighting for the top spot and rounding themselves out as a very strong team. And then Chiefs absolutely smacking Legacy last game of the day in OPL Classico.
I need another bite. Fantastic. And then standings. Let's run through those.
Me?
Yep.
Well, okay. Bombers have a little bit of a shiver. Bombers now out and out first. Have been for a couple of weeks. They have 2 games over the Chiefs. I have lime
You
all,
are just
all
moist.
over my face. It's an interesting one. Chiefs currently sitting second with 11 wins, only 3 losses. AV have their advantage over Mammoth now. They've got 2 points in the head-to-head, so absolutely sitting above. They have 2-point lead as well. Mammoth, we see in number 4, and then Gravitas Order sitting on the same win-loss streak. I think they've split games, so that's a 1-1 there. Both 6 wins and 8 losses. Legacy, second last, 3-11, and then Direwolves rounding out the bottom of the ladder.
I need you to take a bite of that nubby bit on the end.
Oh, no.
Really?
Yeah.
No.
Just a big, yeah, come on.
No.
Yeah, good. And then you can take us through, let's say, Friday's schedule for next week.
Just wringing out a towel.
It's the nubby bit.
Yeah, I know. It's the best bit.
Gravitas versus AV. Game number 1. This is so citrusy. I'm so citrusy. Bombers versus Legacy, game number 2. Mammoth, rank number 5, I think, taking on Direwolves last 11, and Chiefs Order rounding out the rest of the day. Next week, it is Friday.
All right, that is it. I'm so citrusy.
It's
I mean,
just
that's,
so citrusy.
That's the Bryce catchphrase now. If you're painting a picture, I feel like it needs to include that there somewhere. Thank you very much, guys, for hanging out for this weekend of League of Legends action. It's been a very pleasurable one, gentlemen. Thank you for joining me.
Yeah, pleasure.
Bryce, how you feeling?
How citrusy.
Very moist.
All right, well, we're going to be done. We'll be back next Friday, and I'm going to make Bryce eat the second line. Eat it, you coward. Put it in your mouth.